Barrow King, The Realms Book 1, an epic LitRPG adventure. Written by C.M. Carney. Narrated by Armen Taylor. 1. The shadows crept in from the corners, stretching, grasping at Bryn as she walked down the dim hallway past dozens of secure doors, trying to ease calm into her frayed nerves. Sweat chilled her. The small hairs on her arms stood on end, leaking heat into the cool air. There wasn't much time. Let it be enough. Please be enough. She cursed her clacking heels, advertising her presence to anything with even the most dullard of ears. She rounded a corner, forcing calm into her nerves, and the smile that had charmed millions warmed her face. This is it. This is the last chance. It goes to shit if I fail. Reynolds looked up from his desk. Bryn's grin grew wide and warm. She liked Reynolds. Better still, he liked her. A deep breath brought calm to Bryn's mind, but all Reynolds saw was the way the silk of her blouse expanded. "Good evening, Miss Caldwell," he said, shifting his gaze to her eyes in embarrassment. "I didn't expect to see anyone in the dungeon, tonight of all nights." "How many times have I told you to call me Bryn, at least when we're alone?" Bryn grinned, a crooked smile bringing a flush to the burly man's face. Her touch to his arm, such a simple gesture, so easily missed, became Reynolds' entire world. Damn, how easy deception comes these days. Bryn swallowed her doubts. There was too much at stake for guilt to turn her course. After a moment, Reynolds regained his professionalism. Bryn saw the man bury his desires under a veneer of responsibility. "I thought everyone was up at the gala." His tone hovered on the border between curiosity and suspicion. Bryn had to ease those thoughts back. "You know, Mr. Bouchard, always some last-minute tweak." To heighten her authority, she held up the pulse drive, forcing her hand steady. It was a perfect copy of the one that Alistair carried at all times, a master key to the realms. Reynolds nodded and sat upright. Bryn didn't think the ex-military man could be more at attention. Even he knew the tiny device was the literal key to power. Bryn inserted the pulse drive into a slot on Reynolds' security desk. A tense moment hung heavy in the air before a panel swooshed open on the blast-grade metal door. A biometric scanner powered to life, the green glow adding a sinister hue to the room. Reynolds stood and held his hand over the scanner. Reynolds hesitated, and Bryn saw his shoulders tense. She could almost see his thoughts. Why would the VP of Public Relations need access to the room behind the door? He paused, palm hovering over the sensor as doubt thrashed through his brain. Bryn's mind was lightning, seeking an out. "And here I thought I was higher up on the corporate ladder," Bryn said, adding a sexy pout to her voice. "It should be Schechter down here, not me." Bryn paused, finger to lip. "But Mr. Bouchard said I'm the one he trusts, so I guess that's something." Reynolds' shoulders relaxed. He too thrived on the approval of Alistair Bouchard. Reynolds' reverence was almost religious, akin to being chosen by God. Bryn heaved a silent sigh of relief as Reynolds activated the sensor pad and turned with an intense stare. He held the handle in a fierce grip, muscles tensing and releasing as his mind battled. "Typical Alistair. I'm sorry, Mr. Bouchard," Bryn said, mustering schoolgirl embarrassment at her calculated faux pas. He probably decided the Dragon's Claw Inn needed cream-colored curtains instead of eggshell. A smile crossed Reynolds' face. Everyone at Sacrosanct Integrative Networks knew the big boss's obsession with perfection. Bishard had a literal army of programmers, but they had only the smallest input on the project. Bishard handled all the core coding. Reynolds chuckled a tad. That's what makes him the best. Always willing to go that extra inch. Paint the underside of the drawers, Bryn said, repeating one of Alistair's favorite mantras. Paint the underside of the drawers, Reynolds said in response, as if it were a religious phrase. He pulled the door open with a fluid motion. Bryn flowed past, tracing his arm with a light touch as she passed. This has to work, Bryn thought, forcing calm with a measured and confident pace. She neared the corner. One more turn, and her quarry was hers. Reynolds' sharp voice called out, Miss Caldwell! Bryn took a slow, calming breath as she turned back, remembering the man's history, the man's training. Bryn knew the things he could do. She smiled as he came into view. Don't take too long, Reynolds said. His intense stare chilled Bryn. Had she conned Reynolds, or had he been playing her? Seconds became hours before a grin eased Reynolds' face. If anyone deserves the party upstairs, it's you. Bryn masked her relief under a veil of embarrassment. I'm just a girl who talks to people, Reynolds. I'm the least important cog in this machine. You're much more than that, ma'am. Much more. Reynolds smiled and eased the door shut with a hiss and a metallic clang. Bryn's heart raced, locked in a literal dungeon, cool and dark with no way out. Bryn turned the corner and entered the Nexus chamber. The long room pulsed with heat despite the frigid air pulsing from the vents. Long rows of linked quantum cores shot into the distance. The quantitative power in this one room was staggering. Bryn walked up to the control dais as a large holovis projector came to life. Bryn inhaled, gripping the pulse drive in her fist. Reynolds feared the small device as much as she did. It was the key to a new world, a world unaware of what was coming. She shook with the full understanding of the desperate gamble she was taking, one that may very well cost her life, a gamble that might save millions more. Bryn plugged the pulse device into the slot on the desk. Swirls of light pulsed inside the small device, and, a moment later, a calm voice rose in the room. Access granted. Welcome back, Mr. Bishard. Bryn glanced over her shoulder one last time, knowing she was alone but still needing to look. She pulled a second pulse drive from her bra and knelt. Gentle pressure against the dais caused a panel to slide open. Bryn plugged the second drive into the backup access port and stood. Bryn's fingers sped across the keyboard, seeking the hidden directory Sean had installed. His risk was as big as hers, bigger even. If Alistair knew what Sean had done, what she did now, both would disappear. Bryn was sure of that. A prompt shone on the holoviz. Upload patch. A blazing yes blinked in time with her thundering heart. Her finger hesitated over the panel. Thump, thump, blink, blink, thump, thump, blink, blink. Her finger spiked down, and the patch cycled into the quantum core. It wormed its way into the billions of lines of code, altering the tiniest fraction of their purpose. A moment later, the upload finished, and the second pulse drive ran a purge, erasing any evidence. Only Reynolds knew she had been here, and he was so in awe of Mr. Bouchard that he would never speak to the man unbidden. The risk was minimal. It had to be. Bryn allowed herself one last look into the infinite worlds contained in the room. I have no choice. Alistair Bouchard must be stopped. Bryn pulled the pulse drive from the core. A deep sigh released pent-up tension, the release that comes with knowing whatever happened now was out of her hands. It's up to you, Finn, Bryn said to the empty room. I'm so sorry. Two. Finn's mind found solace in the menial task of emptying the bar's dishwasher. The gentle hum, the sluice of warm water, and the waves of steam rising from the spinning contraption was a salve to his nerves. He was so lost in this rare moment of calm, he didn't hear Doc. Earth to John. Hello, John. Finn looked up and gave the haggard man an embarrassed grin. He still wasn't used to being John. His training and experience usually made slipping into an alter ego as simple as pulling on a pair of socks. It troubled him that this time was different. Sorry, Doc. Didn't sleep so well last night. Yeah, you look like shit, buddy, Doc said with a grin and a heft of his empty pint glass. Finn grabbed it, held it up to the spout, and flipped the tap open. Amber liquid flowed into the glass. Got a lady friend keeping you up all night? Finn chuckled. He liked Doc. He was a kindred spirit, a man who'd screwed his life up as much as Finn had. Yet, as he set the fresh pint in front of the older man, Finn couldn't help wishing that his demon was as simple as alcoholism. No such luck, Doc. The ladies aren't scrambling to get with lowly bartenders. Stop playing coy. I may be a drunk, but I'm no idiot. You've got many a hidden depth to you. Panic rose in Finn as he eyed Doc. The man had been a McHenry's regular years before Finn bought the place, so the likelihood of him being a plant were slim to none. Yet professional paranoia had helped Finn live this long. Don't be so uptight, lad. A man is entitled to his secrets, especially in this world. I have a few dark ones I keep to myself, too. Doc raised his pint in a knowing salute before taking a sip. But you don't, Finn thought. Doc's once-a-week ritual, fueled by guilt and alcohol, was to regale Finn with the tale of his downfall. The man had once been a brilliant surgeon, but alcohol had seeped into his soul and a mother had died on his table. Doc didn't even fight the inquiry. He'd forfeited his medical license the very next day. Now, he spent his days at Finn's bar, watching soccer and trying to drown his demons. Finn started cutting fruit for the day. Can I, turn on the news? Doc asked. Finn nodded. He had long ago given Doc access to the large hollow viz behind the bar. It popped to life and CNN came on. This is Snapper Carr, reporting from outside Sacrosanct Integrative Technologies, a young man with a winning smile said. A crowd of angry protesters gathered in front of the stunning modern skyscraper. Today, after a successful 6-month beta test, The Realms was set to go public. The world's first neuro-integrated massive multiplayer online role-playing game has wowed critics and beta players alike. Industry experts expected it to be a multi-billion-dollar moneymaker for Sacrosanct founder and CEO Alistair Bouchard. I never understood these games, Doc said. Never been my thing either, Finn said. But I get it. Who doesn't want an escape from the drudgery and pain of the real world? Doc nodded and hoisted his beer in salute. Screams of anger and pain brought his attention back to the newscast. The crowd pushed forward against the wall of riot cops as rocks flew over the shield wall. An improvised Molotov cocktail exploded against the building. The cops pushed into the crowd, riot shields smashing and advancing. "Jesus," Doc said, drawing Finn's eye to the holoviz. "It's just a game, isn't it?" Doc asked, stunned. "Things have become violent here," Snapper Carr said, ducking as a rock whizzed a bit too close to his head. "All because this morning, instead of opening the realms to the public, Sacrosanct cut off all access. A short press release from Sacrosanct blamed the shutdown on a temporary glitch, but rumors swirling on the gaming forums claim that access to the game has been blocked, perhaps permanently. The Sacrosanct leadership has been silent, unseen since the beta launch, giving some credence to the rumor. The question on many lips: what is Alistair Bashard hiding?" "The world is going to shit," Doc said. "It's always been shit, Doc." True that." Doc switched the channel to a soccer game. The calm voice of the announcer melded with the task of cutting fruit, lulling Finn's mind. His repetitive deftness with the knife eased the task into a meditative state. Once more, he pushed the world away. He didn't look up when he heard the door open or the scrape of a stool, but he sensed the man sit in front of him. There was a whole bar. Why did people always have to invade this one small haven? "Hello, Finn," a familiar voice said through a haze of pain. Finn gripped the knife harder, awareness surging to the fore. "Easy, buddy. I'm just here to deliver a message." Finn's training took over, and his eyes eased up. A haggard face surrounded the controlled smile of a man whose every aura suggested competence and ability. He was pale and hunched in pain. One hand hidden by the bar, Finn stared, eyes filled with demand. "Lex, is he transmitting?" Finn silently asked his banner, the semi-sentient artificial intelligence that shared his mind. Sometimes Finn was amazed at how quickly the public had become used to the idea of banner technology. Essentially, banners were seriously advanced personal assistants akin to Siri or Alexa from decades before. But unlike those technologies, banners melded with the user's nervous system. The old internet had been ill-equipped to handle that level of bandwidth and had led to the invention of the lattice, an ever-present field of information. "Nope, no electric signals of any kind. In fact, I'd say he's put his banner into standby. He is not connected to the lattice," Lex responded. Finn wondered why Lex was more alive than his old army-issued banner. "Let me know if that changes." "Righto." "My banner is offline and I'm not recording or transmitting, but you already knew that." "Dalton," Finn said, his grip tensing up on the knife. The gesture was pointless. If Dalton wanted him dead, he would be. This was something else. "How did you find me?" "I'm just that good, kiddo." A subtle shift in Finn's eyes caused Dalton to lean back with a grunt of pain. The older man nodded and put both hands face up on the bar, showing Finn he meant no harm. It was a classic technique, and Finn knew he couldn't trust it. "Don't worry, I'm the only one who knows. I'm not here in an official capacity." Finn's eyes widened in shock when he saw the blood covering the man's hands. A hurried and clinical examination told Finn that Dalton was in bad shape. Finn rushed around the bar and caught his old mentor as the man slipped from the bar stool. "Doc," Finn said in an urgent tone. Despite the alcohol fuzzing his mind, old training jumped to the fore of Doc's mind. He leapt from his stool, helping Finn. They eased Dalton onto the ragged couch near the pool table. Doc knelt and pulled Dalton's jacket aside, revealing a large wound in the man's side. "Gunshot," Doc said. "At least 2. 3, Dalton bragged with humor before a coughing fit pulsed bloody foam from his mouth. "Lex, lock the front door and activate the close sign, and keep an eye on the external sensors. We may soon have company." "Sure thing, bud." "Who shot you, Dalton?" "Not the right question," Dalton said with a wry smile. Finn flashed back to a time years ago when Finn was a newbie and Dalton assigned as his mentor. A day Finn now marked as the first step on the road that had led to his ruin. He was recruited the day after his discharge from the army, when Finn's world was full of anger and regret. The discharge was classified as top secret. The army wanted no details of the botched op getting out. Public sentiment against the war was already critical. The exposure of a massacre would have tipped the scales. To this day, Finn did not know how his last employers had known who he was, known he was available, known he was willing and that he burned for the chance to make amends. Forcing the memory back into the dark recesses of his mind, Finn asked the correct question. "Why are you here then?" "Can't an old friend pop in and say hi?" Dalton said with a grin, pleased that Finn knew the right question. "We're not friends." "That's where you're wrong, pal. I may be the only friend you have left," Dalton said, his grin buried under another fit of bloody coughing. "Do you have a med kit?" Doc asked. "Under the bar," Finn indicated with a nod of his head. Doc retrieved the kit and motioned for Finn to ease the wounded man back on the couch. "Grab me that knife," Doc said. "And your best whiskey." Dalton smiled through gritted teeth. Finn grabbed both. Doc snatched the knife and sliced Dalton's shirt up the middle. The wounded man took a swig from the bottle Finn handed him. Doc opened the med kit and got to work on Dalton. "I have a message." "I'm not interested." "Oh, you are. You just don't know it yet." He set the bottle onto the side table with a thump. He wiped an errant drop of whiskey from his lips, smearing a crimson streak across his face that gave him the visage of an insane clown. "May I?" Dalton asked, his hand hovering over the pocket to his jacket. After a moment of locked eyes, Finn nodded. Dalton removed something from his jacket pocket. He extended his hand to Finn. A pulse drive rested on his palm. "I'm not going back, Dalton." "It's not from Central." "Who then?" "Bryn." Finn's eyes went wide, and his hand snapped around the pulse drive. "Bryn?" he said, without realizing he had spoken. He pulled his hand back and eased the drive into his pocket like a mother handling a newborn, all fear and gentleness. Finn's mind flashed to the last time he'd seen his sister. Misty-eyed under the black umbrella as their father's coffin was lowered into the ground. Bryn, always so kind, so sweet, and so brave. Alone in the world. Perhaps that is why he allowed her to see him. A moment of weakness, a moment of kindness. The guns were still echoing as Bryn excused herself from the small crowd, feigning a desire to be alone. She found Finn sitting on a bench. "I knew you were still alive," she said, tears welling in her eyes. "Why did you leave?" "I had no choice." "There's always a choice, Finn." "Tell that to the Colonel," Finn said, idly rubbing a spot on his chest, a spot marred by scar tissue. Bryn held back a sob and took a small box from her purse. She handed it to Finn. What's this? Something to help you remember. Something to help you not be alone. With that, she had pecked him on the cheek, stood, and walked away. Finn's mind came back to the present. He pulled the pulse drive from his pocket, and fear ate at his guts, twisting it harder than the worst bar-rot scotch. What could scare Bryn enough for her to enlist Dalton's aid? How did they even know each other? Old training, deeply ingrained in his mind, took control. His mind analyzed the available data, and one conclusion jumped to the fore. The Colonel, Finn thought. He was still mucking up his children's lives, even from the grave. "John," Doc said with controlled alarm, "we need to get him to a hospital." Finn pulled himself from his thoughts and looked to Doc. The old surgeon's eyes told Finn all he needed to know. Dalton didn't have long. "It's okay, kid. I always knew it would end up this way," Dalton said. "But maybe this'll help wipe some of my ledger clean." "Boss, we have company," Lex chimed in his mind. 4 men, 2 teams of 2, back and front, heavily armed. Finn's eyes hazed as he accepted the feed from Lex. 2 men, armed with silenced automatic rifles, took up positions on each side of the front door. A quick check told him there were 2 more at the back door. "We've got company. 4 total. 2 at the front, 2 at the back." "Shit, I thought I'd ditched them," Dalton grimaced as he attempted to rise. Finn told Lex to dim the lights, then rushed to the bar and grabbed a hidden pistol. He returned to Dalton and Doc. "Doc, take this and lock yourself in the bathroom. Don't come out until I tell you it's okay." He palmed the pulse drive into Doc's hand. "What if you don't tell me it's okay?" Finn shrugged. And, with a resigned nod, Doc rushed to the bathroom. Finn turned to Dalton. "You armed?" Dalton pulled the pistol from his jacket and checked the magazine and safety. "Help me up." Finn eased Dalton to his feet. The man grunted in pain, but the old bastard was tough. Finn helped position Dalton behind the bar, where he'd have some measure of protection. Finn then rushed to the gap between 2 antiquated stand-up video game consoles. He noted with a sense of irony that one involved shooting ducks with an orange plastic rifle. "Hopefully, we won't be the ducks," Finn thought. 3. "They're gonna breach," Lex said. Finn accessed the external feed only to see one man raise his silenced weapon. A sharp flash, and the feed turned to fuzz. The backdoor camera was down as well. Finn saw the men pull night vision rigs over their eyes. The darkness was not their ally. Finn made eye contact with Dalton and held up 4, then 5 fingers, hoping his estimation was right. He considered opening a direct channel to Dalton's own banner AI, but suspected the link was hacked. Time for old-fashioned methods. He pointed to the lights and opened his hand like an expanding sun, then indicated 10 seconds by pulsing his spread hand twice. Dalton nodded and aimed his pistol towards the door. Finn did the same, knowing the team at the back would need more time to reach the bar. Finn's mind counted down. The air was heavy with anticipation as the seconds passed. The dull thud of a focused explosion punched his ears as the door flew off its hinges. Several smoke canisters skittered into the room. A moment later, shadowy forms moved through the door. Dalton opened fire with a quick 3-shot burst, and Finn heard a grunt of pain as one figure fell to the ground. Finn fired at the other target and earned another grunt of pain. Both attackers sought cover behind the host stand as smoke filled the entryway. They're wearing Mark IV tactical body armor, Lex said. Your weapons will just, annoy them. Mark IV tactical armor could easily block small arms fire, but had the appearance of a well-tailored suit. A standard issue for Spec Ops agents, high-end bodyguards, and anyone else who desired both protection and fashion. I'd shoot them in the head. Boom, boom. Oh God, there are brains everywhere! Keep the comments to a minimum, Lex, and preferably keep them useful. Not for the first time, Finn wondered about his banner. Lex was a gift from Bryn. She'd warned him that Lex was different. Perhaps she knew her brother better than he knew himself. Maybe he'd needed the sarcastic dickhead AI to keep him engaged in life when he was close to giving up on it. Early critics of banners raised fears that the technology could be used to alter people's thoughts. The fear had long ago been debunked, but Finn couldn't stop a thought from popping into his mind. He can't read my thoughts, can he? Finn's mental countdown reached 0, and he hoped Dalton was ready. Finn squeezed his eyes shut and ordered Lex to power the lights up to maximum. A blazing surge banished the darkness. The sudden illumination was murder on Finn's eyes, but the attackers fared much worse. Triumph surged into Finn's mind as he heard the surprised grunts. The pain caused the closest attacker to spasm, exposing his head. Finn squeezed the trigger 3 times fast, and a bloody third eye welled up in the center of the man's head, a posthumous gift of enlightenment to a man who no longer needed it. The other attacker recovered quicker than Finn expected and opened fire. Finn dove behind the arcade machine. A torrent of bullets tore into the ancient tube monitor. Spouts of gas exploded with a pop. The wood frame of the machine provided crap cover. The gunshots grew closer as the second gunman advanced toward Finn's position. "This won't end well, dude," Lex said. "Shut up," Finn ordered. But he knew his prick of a banner was right. He had a few seconds before he'd be dead. There was no way he could risk finding a clear shot with the rapid-fire bullets coming his way. Dalton fired several quick shots from behind the bar, and the other attacker went down. Finn risked a look and saw another corpse draining onto the floor. He looked at Dalton and nodded. Dalton nodded back. A quick pop of silenced weapons fire announced the second team had entered the fray. Dalton fell with a scream. Finn spun, found his target, and shot quick, timed bursts. Time slowed as it always did for him. One of his shots hit the attacker in the neck, and the man fell in a spurt of blood. But Finn was now exposed, and the other attacker opened fire. He dove behind the half wall that separated the main bar from the walkway to the bathrooms. A bullet took him in the shoulder as he fell. His head smacked against the wall, and stars shot through his vision. With a grunt of pain, Finn assessed the damage. "Just a flesh wound," Lex said. "Didn't I tell you to be quiet?" But Finn had to agree with his irritating banner's opinion. "I thought you were being rhetorical?" More bullets tore into the wall above Finn's head, and he rolled and leaned around the wall's edge, firing blindly. Volleys fired, with neither party hitting the other. But Finn understood his enemy's tactic. Finn was nearly out of bullets. "Lex, show me the feed from the register camera." Now you feel like talking," Lex said, but the camera feed popped into Finn's vision. It wasn't designed to show the bar, but rather to make sure the shady folks Finn hired weren't ripping him off. It was pointing towards the register, but a blur of motion reflected by the filthy mirror behind the register showed Finn the enemy's location. "I need to clean the glass more often," Finn thought, and chuckled grimly. He knew, regardless of what happened next, that his days of tending bar were over. Finn sprinted towards the man's position, using his last few rounds to lay down cover fire. The bullets forced the attacker to hide inside the door to the unused kitchen. Finn knew his plan to rush an enemy without ammo was insane, but he didn't see any other option. As the man's rifle emerged once again from behind the door, Finn grabbed the barrel with his free hand and twisted it away from him. The rifle fired. Vibrations surged up Finn's arm, and the agony in his wounded shoulder forced him to release the rifle. Finn smashed the butt of his pistol into the man's face. The crunch of bone was muted by the man's scream. Finn wrenched the gun from the man's hands. Finn was shocked the man still stood, and outright stunned when he smashed a forearm into the side of Finn's head, dropping Finn to one knee. The gun fell from his hand and skittered under a nearby table. The man grinned in triumph as he pulled a combat knife from a sheath at his waist and stabbed at Finn. Desperate, Finn thrust his left hand upward and the knife pierced his palm. Finn screamed as the blade emerged from the back of his hand, midway between his middle and index fingers. The man pushed, and with his better leverage, the knife crept closer to Finn's face, becoming his entire world. Within moments, it was hovering mere inches from his left eye. In a desperate motion, Finn moved to the left and pummeled his right forearm into the side of the man's knee. The knee buckled with a wet crunch. The man collapsed with a grunt. Finn brought his right hand up, palm to the fleshy part of the man's wrist. Another snap, and the man lost his grip on the knife. Finn yanked the combat blade from his hand. Before he could bring it to bear on his enemy, the other man knocked it from his hand. His opponent twisted and rolled, drawing Finn into a pincher between his legs. Finn punched at the man's injured knee, drawing grunts of pain but little relief. Finn was suffocating and knew he wouldn't last much longer. He was about to die, and Bryn still needed him. "Dude, you forgot you had a knife on your hip, didn't ya?" Lex said. Finn's oxygen-deprived brain almost didn't believe it was Lex. Was it his subconscious? His pain-in-the-ass banner wouldn't jest about his imminent death. Would he? Finn struggled to reach the sheath at his waist. The bar knife wasn't the best weapon, but it was pointy and sharp, and he'd used worse. He brought his knee up and into his assailant's kidneys. The man grinned down at him, thinking Finn was flailing as he neared death. But a few hits to the man's side moved the man enough to allow Finn to finger the knife free. With one last burst of energy, Finn impaled the man through the ear. The violent power behind the thrust snapped the handle off, leaving 7 inches of metal lodged in the man's head. A look of shock crossed the man's face as his muscles went slack and his legs released Finn's neck. A coughing fit racked Finn's body as air rushed back into his lungs and awareness returned to his brain. He lay for a few moments recovering before he remembered he wasn't alone. "Dalton!" he called in a hoarse voice. Nothing. He got to his feet and hobbled to the bar. He found Dalton face down. A jagged exit wound had torn apart his shoulder and blood flowed freely. He turned him over, relieved at the moan of pain from his old mentor. His eyes opened, and with returning consciousness came pain. "Fuck me," the old warrior grumbled. Finn found the entry wound low on his left shoulder, between the collarbone and his heart. Finn was no medical expert, but he'd seen enough gunshot wounds to know this one was fatal. "You're going to be okay," Finn said. "Liar," Dalton said with a bitter chuckle that spit up blood. "Did we get him, at least?" "We did," Finn said, sadness straining his voice. "Who were they, Dalton?" "Mercs. Contractors hired by Sacrosanct." "Sacrosanct? That's where Bryn works." Panic ate at Finn. "What is going on? Where is Bryn?" I don't know. Nobody's seen her, or the rest of the Pantheon in months. Pantheon? A bitter laugh rumbled from Dalton. Yeah, that's what they call themselves. Alistair Bashard and his cronies who run Sacrosanct. Pretentious assholes, if you ask me. It's as if they think they're gods. Dalton, you're not making any sense. I'm dying, kid, so shut up and listen. Do you know what the Realms is? Some kind of game or something. What does this have to do with Bryn? Or this? Finn said, waving his hand around the bar-turned-war zone. Bryn suspected something was off with the Realms and brought me in to help. How do you two even know each other? Finn's mind raced to find any source of contact. He could conceive of none. Finn had made sure not to mix his two lives. Dalton laughed at Finn's puzzled expression. Man, you are a naive dullard. Did you think you were the only one your father recruited? Shock pummeled Finn. Bryn worked for Dad? I don't believe it. I won't believe it. Your father had tendrils everywhere, kid. I'm one scary dude, and your old man terrified the shit out of me. Finn's mind pushed aside the shock and refocused. Where is Bryn? I told you. Nobody knows. Last I knew, she was going into the realms. She told me to find you and give you the pulse drive. Took me 6 months. Guess I trained you too well. Mention of the pulse drive brought Doc rushing back into Finn's awareness. Doc! Finn yelled. Doc, I need your help! It's too late. You need to find Bryn, Dalton said, his eyes glazing. Did you know I'm her godfather? I don't think even she knows that. Dalton's eyes went blank, and he was gone. Shock pummeled Finn's mind. None of this made sense. Doc shoved him aside and performed CPR on Dalton. After a few minutes, Doc gave up. Doc spoke to him, but Finn did not hear. His world was a swirling vortex of muddled confusion. Doc slapped Finn hard across the face, and Finn was back. He looked from Doc to Dalton as reality came rushing back. Doc, I'm sorry. He's dead. A look of sympathy crossed his face. Finn looked down upon his old mentor, a man he both loved and loathed. I don't understand any of this, Finn mumbled. That makes 2 of us. Finn, Doc said with a stare. Doc had used his real name. Finn looked up. That's a long story, Doc. One you're better off not knowing. Doc looked around the bar. I believe you. This has the look of one of those I'd have to kill you if I told you situations. Something like that. I wouldn't know where to start, anyway. Let's start with an introduction. I'm Percy Winklevoss. Doc extended his hand. Finn gave Doc a sideways glance and reached out and shook his hand. The man had the firm and steady grip of a surgeon, despite the alcoholism that had destroyed his life. Finn Caldwell. Nice to meet you, Finn. Same. A few seconds passed in silence as Finn looked down on Dalton. Now I know why you go by Doc. Doc harumphed. Yeah, thanks, Ma and Pa Winklevoss. Lean back and let me have a look at those wounds. At the mention of his wounds, the pain rushed back. Finn's adrenaline surge had worn off, and the pain had arrived. He eased back against a beer cooler with a grimace. Doc tended to the wound in Finn's shoulder first. Through and through on the shoulder. That's good. I'll stitch it up, but your range of motion will suck for a few weeks. He removed a suture wand from his medkit and closed the wound with polymer staples. They leaked anti-inflammatory and antibiotic drugs into his body. In a few days, when they had done their job, they would melt away. Next, Doc examined his hand. Again, the damage was muscular, not structural. His hand would also be useless for a few weeks. His ministrations finished, Doc pulled the pulse drive from his pocket and handed it to Finn. I hope it's worth all this death, Doc said with a sigh. It never is, Doc. I'm gonna hit the head. Too much excitement is no bueno for my old bladder. Finn nodded. Thank you, Doc. You're welcome, kid. Doc grabbed a bottle of whiskey off the bar and took a big swig. Consider this payment. Doc headed towards the bathroom, carrying the bottle under his arm the way other men hit the bathroom with a magazine. Finn smiled at the old drunk and looked down at the pulse drive. His face turned grim. What did you die for, Dalton? Finn thought. And what have you gotten yourself into, Bryn? Finn walked into the small office behind the bar and sat. The desk held a computer that had been obsolete before Finn was born. It was slow. However, it had no built-in access to the lattice, making it untraceable. Finn inserted the pulse drive into an external port, a shiny bit of malplast that looked so out of place with the rest of the rig. The ancient monitor powered up, and the only file on the drive pulsed to life. It brought up a blinking password prompt. Finn stared for a few moments. Shit, Finn said aloud. Bryn was smart, which meant only Finn would be able to decipher the code, which meant he already knew it. He racked his brain, trying to remember everything he knew about his sister. Finn had always been the silent loner, while Bryn was always joyous, even as a child. Her mere presence lit up a room. It was no wonder she had thrived in life. He'd been so proud of her when she'd earned VP at Sacrosanct Integrative Networks. Sure, they were just a game company, Bryn had said, but they were cutting edge and even had contracts with the U.S. military. Finn cursed himself for failing out of her life, both before and after his disgrace. His work had made real connections difficult, even with Bryn. He thought back to the last time he'd been happy. He'd come to the family summer home after graduating from Ranger School. It was Bryn's favorite place in the entire world, a wondrous and magical oasis nestled on Bow Lake in New Hampshire, near where their mom had grown up. Bryn, all of 13 years old, dragged her big brother into an adventure around the lake. There they had fought goblins and orcs and dragons, and even saved a griffin. A live-action adventure based upon the role-playing games Bryn forced Finn to play. Finn asked her why they saved the griffin after slaying so many other monsters. Bryn got her intense look. That look that would someday shame everyone from big brothers to local police chiefs to the heads of Senate committees. Because the griffin is noble and strong and always fights for what is right, Bryn said with the intensity only a 13-year-old could muster. Just like you, Finn. Bryn had always hated that their names rhymed, so from then on, when it was just the two of them, she had called him Gryph. Finn's heart seized at the memory. He'd been her hero, but unlike the griffin, he had done many a thing that was not noble or right. His amazing and strong sister, the best of the Caldwells, was in trouble. She needed him, and if he had any chance for redemption, he needed to become who she always thought he was. He needed to become the Griffin. Gryph, Finn realized. The passcode is Gryph. Finn's fingers sped across the keyboard, typing the code. Then a video began to play. A video of Bryn. 4. Finn's heart thudded in his chest at the look of fear on Bryn's face. Several moments passed before his training took over. Finn watched every detail with detachment and precision. Bryn was in her office. It was night, and the San Francisco skyline glinted through a window behind her. The room was dimly lit, as if she was trying not to draw attention to herself. She's at sacrosanct, Finn realized. "Hello, Finn," Bryn said, sneaking a glance past the camera as if fearing interruption. "I'm in trouble. We're all in trouble." Her small smile seemed forced. She's terrified. "I don't have the time to explain everything, and, to be honest, I don't think you'd believe me if I did," Bryn said. She glanced around again. She's afraid somebody will interrupt her, catch her. "I'm about to go into the realms, and I don't think I'll be coming back out. I don't have a choice. None of us do. He's become paranoid, suspicious. He may be onto us already. By the time you get this, I'll either be in the realms or—" Bryn bit her lip, and Finn saw the fear bubble to the surface as she tried to keep herself together. What could scare her this badly? By the time I get this, Finn's eyes snapped down to the time code buried in the info feed at the bottom of the video. April the 4th. 6 months ago. His mind reeled. 6 months. Dalton had been right. Finn cursed himself. Why was I so damn stubborn? He should have known she was missing. He should have been searching for her all this time. "The realms are not what we thought they were. Alistair is not what he claims to be. My God, Finn, it's bad. I need you to come find me. Not here, but in the realms. Finding my body in this world won't do me any good if you cannot rescue my mind." Bryn held up a pulse drive, a small data storage device that used pulses of light to encode information. They were popular not just for their massive storage capacity, but also for being nearly impervious to hacking. It was the same pulse drive Finn had docked in his computer. "This drive has a map to a safe house. Dad made me memorize its location in case I ever got into any boy trouble." As if any boy would ever date me with the colonel lurking. A small smile curled her lips. "There you'll find a cutting-edge neural immersion rig that will get you into the realms. Your banner already has the codes necessary to override Alistair's security protocols." She grinned, and, for a moment, she was the Bryn he remembered. Then, as she leaned closer to the camera, that Bryn was gone. Stress lines had aged her face. She was scared and tired and on the edge of a breakdown. "When this video is over, you'll have 2 minutes to port the map and safe house access code onto your banner before the pulse drive self-destructs. I love you, big brother. Come get me. Come save me. Everything depends—" Bryn stopped cold and glanced up. Behind her, reflected in the window, was the silhouette of a man. "Shit, you scared me," Bryn said, and the video ended. The screen went blank, and Finn tapped at the keyboard, desperate to bring it back. There had to be more clues. The screen didn't respond, but a moment later, a countdown appeared. 2, 159, 158. Finn tugged the pulse drive from the dock and placed it onto his injured left palm. The organic circuitry tattooed into his palm activated, and flares of subdermal light moved in intricate circular patterns as his banner attempted to connect to the pulse drive. The banner interface lit up and cycled, but flared out. "Shit," he said aloud, lifting and replacing the pulse drive in an attempt to connect. Once again the cycle began, but it collapsed. The knife must have damaged the circuits. "Lex," Finn begged. "My interface is damaged," Lex responded in a calm voice. "No shit. What do I do?" "Find another banner?" Lex said smugly. "I'm okay, by the way, in case you were concerned." "Shut up. So that's a no, I guess? Well, at least now I know where I stand." "Doc!" he yelled as he emerged behind the bar and sprinted towards the back of the room. He slammed open the ratty door to the men's room. "Doc!" The disgraced surgeon stood in front of the urinal doing his business. The noise made him jump, and piss sprayed everywhere. "Damn it, Finn! Can't a man take a whiz in peace?" Finn ignored the anger and grabbed Doc's hand. "What the hell?" Doc sputtered, pulling his hand from Finn's grasp. "I know I'm a casual kind of guy, man, but even I have boundaries." "I need you to access this pulse drive," Finn said, and grabbed Doc around the wrist. Finn slammed the pulse drive onto Doc's left palm. Doc opened his mouth to protest, but the desperate look on Finn's face must have convinced him. Doc closed his eyes, and the interface of the older man's banner surged to life as a connection synced. Finn folded Doc's fingers over the pulse drive, securing it. Time crawled as the file in the pulse drive merged with the neural interface of Doc's banner. Finn's heart thundered away the seconds. Doc's eyes opened, and he swayed, knees failing him. Finn caught him before he could fall to the floor. "Jesus, Finn, what was that?" Doc reached up to rub his temples. "Sorry, Doc, but I needed a banner, and I needed it quickly." "Because yours is all cut up?" Doc said, nodding his head. "Did the file download?" Finn asked. Doc nodded, regaining some of his equilibrium. "It's a map and some kind of passcode." "Good. We need to go there. Now." "What is going—" Doc began, before his eyes widened and his mouth erupted in a scream of pain. Finn felt the heat a moment before he smelled the burning skin. He still held Doc's palm closed, but now a fierce heat surged through their fingers. "My hand is burning! Fuck, Finn, I'm on fire!" "The self-destruct," Finn said. "The what?" "This is gonna hurt." Finn wrenched Doc's fingers back and charred flesh tore. Doc screamed in agony, and his eyes widened as the burning shard of malplast melted into his hand. Finn did the only thing he could think of. He dragged Doc into the stall and shoved his hand into the toilet. The heat died amidst a surge of steam. Finn pulled Doc's hand out of the toilet and wrenched the melted pulse drive from Doc's palm, tossing it to the ground. Doc pulled back his undamaged hand and punched Finn in the face. It was a good punch. It hurt. "Damn it," Finn said. Doc remembered who he was dealing with, and his natural calm returned. "Sorry, just reacted." Understandable," Finn said, rubbing his jaw. "That's some punch you have there, Doc." "Harvard boxing champ 2021. Pride beamed through the pain on Doc's face. "You're a dick, by the way. and I really need that med kit. I'm detecting tons of encrypted lattice traffic, Lex said. Can you tell me what they're saying? You do know what the word encrypted means, right? Finn felt the need to deliver serious violence to Lex. He knew it was stupid. Finn decided that he'd have to have words with his sister once he found her. We have to go, Doc. More bad guys? More bad guys. 5. It would take them a few minutes to get out of the building. Ever mistrustful, Finn had long ago scouted an emergency exit from the bar. Despite numerous attempts to kill his past life, old training died hard. The Colonel had begun grooming Finn very early for a life he'd never wanted. It had caused a rift between father and son, and as soon as he was able, Finn had rushed to join the army to get away from the old man. How ironic that, as an adult, Finn had unknowingly worked for the Colonel. Now, it seemed, even Bryn had been unable to escape the Colonel's web. Finn forced the anger at his father down. He had no time to dwell on the past. He led Doc to an old ladder at the back of the kitchen, and they climbed to the roof. There, Finn placed a few planks he'd set aside ahead of time across the gap between buildings. You're nuts if you think I'm crossing that, Doc said, then noticed more armed men entering the bar below. Doc found his courage and eased himself across the makeshift bridge. A terrifying jump from one rooftop to another and a few more ladders, and they were back on the ground. Finn led them to a small door in the alley. He grimaced as he placed his left hand against the scanner pad hanging next to the door. The pad made an angry noise, blared red, and refused to open. Finn scowled and pulled a small device from his sweatshirt pocket and inserted it into the keypad's data port. He'd grabbed the device and the gun in his waistband from a stash he kept under the floorboards of the storeroom. Pretty sure that's not legal tech, Doc said as the door chirped and clicked open. But I guess that's the smallest felony I've been a party to this afternoon. Finn gave him a glance that said, You sure you're up for this? A calm look crossed Doc's face, and he nodded. Finn pulled the door open and motioned for Doc to enter the small garage. Doc eased inside. A large mass covered in a tarp dominated the room. Finn pulled the tarp off to reveal a late-model sedan. Finn got behind the wheel, and Doc sat in the passenger seat. Lex, open the door. The squeal of a long, unused motor broke the silence, and a garage door lifted into the ceiling. Finn started the car, rammed it into drive, and surged into the alley. Half an hour later, sure nobody had tailed them, Finn pulled onto a service road. Dozens of identical buildings lined the street. They were near the port where hundreds of the structures created a maze. Finn killed the engine. This is it, Doc said, pointing to a squat two-story. Finn scanned the area, but they were alone. He pulled the pistol from his waistband, checked the safety and the cartridge, and looked at Doc. Under normal circumstances, I'm not a fan of guns, Doc said, but today has proven the exception. Doc flexed his bandaged hand. Guilt wormed its way into Finn's guts, but he shoved it down. There was no time for that now. How's the hand? Doc looked down on it. Hurts like a son of a bitch, but I'll get proper treatment when this is all through. Finn nodded, and both men exited the car. Spotlights illuminated the doorways up and down the long row of buildings. A few doors down, a light flickered and went dark. Finn's hackles rose. "Classic technique," he muttered. He stared into the murk, seeking hidden opponents. "Lex, are you sensing any active lattice links?" "Nothing but the normal passive security links for the warehouses. This place is as dead as a disco." "You are one weird bastard, Lex." Finn shook his head and wondered again why the hell Bryn had given him Lex. "That hurts my feelings." Doc had walked up to the building indicated in the map. A high-tech lock secured the door. A quick survey of nearby doors told Finn that the new lock was abnormal. "What did you get yourself into, Bryn?" Doc looked to Finn, who nodded. Doc sent the code from his banner into the lock and, after a few seconds, a small chirp and a pleasant green glow rewarded them. A moment later, the sound of heavy bolts retracted from the doorframe and the door opened. Finn motioned for Doc to stay back as he hefted his pistol and entered the dark building. Dim lighting came on as Finn entered, tripped by motion sensors. The room was a simple 20 by 20 square. A small bed and fridge lined one wall. A couch sat towards the back of the room facing a holoviz. A small kitchenette rounded out the luxury. Another door was set into the back wall. On the wall next to the door was a small security monitor showing a long hallway of nearly identical doors. At the center of the room sat a large crate on a raised dais. It reminded Finn of a coffin in an ancient vampire movie, if the vampire had been an alien. The crate was modern malplast and held a banner panel at its center. Cool air suggested the room was climate-controlled. Another door at the back led to a hallway bearing dozens of identical doors. After assuring himself that the place was safe, Finn returned to the front. "It's safe, Doc." "So what's all this, then?" Doc said as he entered. Finn flipped the main power switch. More lights came on, and a low hum rose from underneath them. Finn saw a metal grate in the floor near the far wall. He lifted the grate, revealing a small fusion generator. Cables snaked from the generator up into the floor below the mysterious crate. "That thing puts out a crapload of power," Finn said. "What the hell is in that crate?" "Only one way to find out," Doc said, raising his hand again. Finn nodded, and Doc sent the code to the banner panel. The crate powered up, and the surface parted as if it were undergoing a controlled melting. Inside sat another coffin of glass, plymetal, and malplast. "It's a neural immersion rig. This technology was tested at my old hospital when it was still in the prototype phase. It was a program designed to help vets with PTSD through direct neural interface. They commercialized the technology for the NI helmets the beta players use to get into the realms. But this unit looks more advanced than any I've ever seen." Doc tapped at the interface. "This is how Bryn wants me to go into the realms?" "It makes sense. It has built-in biosensors and life support. Quite an advantage." Finn nodded. "Time to open her up." Doc moved towards the NI rig and placed his hand atop it. "Finn, I'm sensing an encrypted lattice link," Lex said. Then they were no longer alone. 6. A few hundred meters away, Milena Ortiz Young, or Mo as her friends called her, stared through the scope of a sniper rifle. She could hear the entire conversation through sensors hidden in the safe house walls. She didn't know who this man, Doc, was, but Finn seemed to trust him, so Mo would as well. Mo grabbed a towel and wiped the sweat and blood from her face. She took a moment to inspect herself. She sighed. Thankfully, the blood was not hers. Mo switched to the internal surveillance. Finn and Doc were examining the crate. She moved in on Finn, biometric readings popping up into her banner display. His heartbeat was steady and even, in stark contrast to the thundering pulse of the doctor who stood next to him. Mo watched Finn, and a worm of doubt burrowed into her mind. Bryn better be right. If her faith in her brother was misplaced, Mo shivered at the thought. Everything depended upon him. She glanced down at her own NI rig, open and ready to receive her. Mo had lost count of the hours she'd spent in that small coffin over the last 6 months. Mo dreaded and loved the realms, the danger of an untamed world, and the freedom to remake herself as she always wanted to be. The adrenaline surges of combat, new knowledge, and terrifying truths. She brought her attention back to Finn. He did not understand what he was getting involved in. Mo, at least, had been able to grind and level inside the realms for the last 6 months. She'd uncovered enough of the mysteries of the realms to know the danger was real. She hoped the aid she'd secured Finn was enough. He was a NOOB in the strictest sense of the word, and he would be taking on a god. Mo stripped down, the chill of the room biting into her. She sent a silent prayer into the universe, pleading that the override Bryn had built into her banner would still grant her access. It wasn't just a job any longer. Mo loved the realms. She understood the public rage at Sacrosanct all too well. Despite her training, she was nervous. She glanced around the city, the twinkling lights calming her. The world sat on a knife edge, and she was one of the few who knew. It was not a burden she wished on anyone. She climbed into the cushioned coffin and powered up her hollow transmitter. With a calming breath, she activated the transmission. Doc removed his hand from the NI rig and stumbled back. The woman appeared out of nowhere. One moment, there was an empty space. The next moment, there she stood. She was 5'2", with raven black hair, deep brown eyes, and olive skin. Despite her small stature, her bearing suggested a capable woman who gave crap but took none. She smiled and met Finn's gaze. "Hello, Finn," she said, eyes locking onto his. Finn leveled his gun on her before the words were out of her mouth. His heart pounded inside his chest. Doc fell over, startled, a yelp of alarm escaping his lips. "I'm Mo, and I'm a friend of your sister," the woman said, and, despite his alarm, Finn lowered the gun. Doc grumbled, and Finn extended a hand and helped the older man to his feet. "She's a hologram," Finn said. "Smart boy," Mo responded, and ignored Doc's angry stare. "We don't have a lot of time, so listen up. Bryn's in trouble. You know that already, but it's worse than you know, and you are the only one who can help her. This," Mo placed her hand on the NI capsule, "will get you into the realms. Once inside, you must survive long enough to find her and help her escape. She wasn't able to tell me much, but I know one thing. The realms is much more than a game." Her phantom touch sent a code into the capsule, and it opened with a low hiss. It resembled a comfortable coffin covered in readouts, sensors, and ports. A malleable, reactive gel lined the interior. He would be comfortable. "Strip down and get in," Mo said. "Excuse me?" "Listen, man, time is short. From our perspective, Bryn and the Pantheon only entered the realms 6 months ago, but for them, it's been nearly 50 years. Finn exchanged a look of doubt with Doc. Bullshit, he said. Just hear me out. When Beshard cut access to the realms, time inside the game jumped forward. The looks of doubt turned to confusion. Look, I don't get it either. I just know what I know. You're saying that time is moving faster inside the realms? Finn asked. No, I'm saying that there was a jump. Beshard shut down access and time jumped forward 50 years. Why would he do that? Doc asked. Like I know. All I do know is the longer you wait, the worse it gets in there. Why should I trust anything you say? Finn asked. Mo sighed, her impatience bubbling to anger. Bryn told me you were a pain in the ass. Finn just stared. Fine. She told me to tell you that the Griffin always did what was right. Whatever the hell that means. Finn's eyes went wide, and he stripped down. Mo looked him up and down in admiration, and Finn felt a rush of heat in his cheeks. Nice, she said. Finn eased himself into the NI capsule, and the inert gel chilled his body. As his skin made contact, the gel warmed. Mo and Doc looked down on him. Bio readings normal, NI rig synchronization sequence on standby, lattice connection steady, Lex muttered in a bored tone. What's so special about the realms? Why send mercs to kill me? Why is Bryn so scared? Because the realms is not a game, Mo said, the jest in her eyes disappearing. It is a real place, as real as Earth, and Alistair Beshard used the betas to conquer it. Finn stared at Mo in shock. Holy shit, Doc said. Real, as in an alternate dimension? Finn asked, disbelief painting his face. I'm no scientist, but something like that. I've been there, and it's real. As real as the room we are standing in. But it has its own rules. Our universe relies upon physics. The realms are controlled by the game mechanics. I have no idea what that means. Damn, you really are a noob. Don't worry, you'll learn. Your banner will get a patch as you enter the realms, and he'll explain everything. You're telling me Bryn is part of Beshard's army? I don't believe it. She would never be a party to such an abomination. She didn't know what the realms were at first. Nobody did. Once she found out, she knew she had to do something, no matter the risk. So she played along, never giving Beshard any reason for suspicion. She always was the bravest Caldwell. Funny, she said the same thing about you, Mo said. There's something else you should know. She's one of the gods, one of the Pantheon. A deep-rooted fear invaded Finn's mind. Bryn, what did you do? She didn't have a choice. Beshard has killed for this. He won't hesitate to do so again. Why me? Finn asked. He knew he would do as this woman asked, but he needed all the intel he could gather. Mo took a deep breath. Bryn said you were the only one she could trust with what's to come. What's to come? Mo shrugged. Guess you'll find out. She tapped at a non-existent watch on her wrist. Time's up. No more dilly-dallying, hun. Finn looked at Doc, whose shoulders popped in a "don't look at me, pal" shrug. Finn's heart pounded. Odd that. He'd been in serious combat situations and had kept himself under control. Why did this send chills up his spine? Your heart rate is increasing. You, freaking out, boss? Can I get a new banner first? Finn mumbled. Now that's just hurtful, Lex said. Finn could almost hear the pout in the AI's voice. No time for that. And Bryn said Lex was different. Special. See, I'm special. Not sure that was meant as a compliment. I'm sending you a map, Mo said. Get to your starter village, gear up, and hit up the locations tagged in red. They're dungeons, and they'll give you some easy grinding opportunities. Trust me, you'll need the experience and the loot. Grinding? Mo shook her head and didn't even bother saying NOOB this time. She gave him one last appreciative up and down glance. I'll see you in the realms. I go by Eris. She tapped the top of the NI rig. Finn glanced one more time at Doc, who nodded. One last thing. I don't think Bryn remembers who she is. I approached her once, and she didn't recognize me. So, for now, don't trust her. Why wouldn't she remember who she is? Mo shrugged. What better way to control someone than to take their memories and make them believe they're a god? Finn sighed, worry digging deeper into him. This will feel a little weird, Mo said as the top of the NI rig closed. Finn closed his eyes and tried to relax as the microfiber filaments wormed their way into his body and brain. His mind expanded and exploded. Seven. Finn's body was his mind, and his mind was infinite. He rushed down a tunnel of light, a wormhole connecting two universes never meant to touch. Time stretched to eons as mere moments passed. His mind and soul were catalogued. He would have screamed, but he had no body, was no longer a physical entity. Memories and flashes of who he had been were pulled from him in iridescent strands. They coiled and bundled into swirling masses of entwined tendrils. The mass spun and condensed and collapsed into a singularity. Just as Finn knew he was forever trapped in this state, he was somewhere else. He stood on a flat plain. Whiteness stretched in every direction. The sensation was both disturbing and disorienting. How could something so empty be so vast? A tall and powerful man appeared, clad in gleaming armor of metal that absorbed and reflected light like flowing mercury. From within the intricate horned helm, eyes radiated power. This man was a god. A warm smile crossed the god's face, and Finn knew him. Alistair Bashard, Finn said in a low voice. Bashard drew a large sword from its sheath. Undulating patterns of stars and nebulaic ribbons of primal energy swirled along the length of the black blade. Finn tried to back away, but no matter how many steps he took, his distance from the unmoving god remained constant. Welcome, player, Bashard intoned. I am the high god Aluron, prime of the Pantheon, and I welcome you to the realms. He turned his sword point down and gripped the hilt with both hands. With a powerful flourish, he drew the sword up and smashed it down into the non-existent nothingness of the floor. Color and space exploded around Finn. Green grass grew from the point of Alaron's sword and spread in every direction. A low rumble built under Finn's feet, and he fell to one knee. The ground erupted beneath him. He stood atop a mountain peak as it surged towards the forming heavens. Stars and planets popped into existence above him and sped away to take their rightful place in the sky. Below him, mountains, rivers, lakes, deserts, and oceans burst and bubbled from the ground. Finn was witness to a world being born. "This is the planet Corin, one of many in the realms," Alaron said. He waved a gauntleted hand wide, somehow encompassing all that was and all that would become. "It is an ancient place of power and struggle, of good and evil, and I have brought you here because I need your help." As Alaron spoke, cities rose and fell around them. Massive armies of man and beast crossed the lands and battled. Destruction flared and life grew. Alaron drew a distant mountain fortress to the fore. "This is Avernia, the Shining City, home base of the corrupt new gods who rule this world with despotic fervor. Under their tyrannical reign, the people of the realms suffer." Visions of men, elves, and dwarves toiling under the whip of reptilian humanoids flashed. The new gods know they are unassailable, that their reign is eternal. I am here to prove them wrong. You are here to prove them wrong. Will you join me in this fight for freedom? Will you stand by my side, player? Alaron presented a gilded scroll to Finn. Finn had heard this speech many times. The words Alaron spouted were full of lies. Humankind had followed many a great man, god, or cause into battle, and death always followed. There were no noble crusades, and there never had been. If Mo had told the truth, then this world was as real as Earth, a realm of incredible wonder, danger, and intrigue. Somewhere in this world, Bryn was a prisoner in her own mind. She needed him. He would find her. Finn grasped the scroll, but Alaron held firm. Finn looked into the god's eyes. "Fight well for me, and I will shower you with rewards. Together we can accomplish anything." Alaron stared into Finn's eyes, and a sense of unease rose in him. Those eyes pierced to the core of his being. They were more than lines of code processed by a computer. Somehow, they knew. Somehow, he knew. Finn's heartbeat jumped, and he felt sweat trickle down his back. This was wrong. Panic rose in Finn as the shining eyes of this god bored into his soul. As Finn felt his secrets laid bare, Alaron let go of the scroll. Finn stumbled back in surprise, but stayed on his feet. A wry grin crossed Alaron's face, then disappeared. A doorway of light split the universe to Finn's left. The other side showed a room that could have been at home in any coastal Irish pub. The large window looked upon a calm sea. Alaron indicated the doorway. "Enter and choose your path. Once you have finished, I will give you a final blessing and send you on your way. Greatness awaits you, player." With that, Alaron disappeared. "Well, he has a flair for the dramatic," Lex said in a voice that Finn could now hear. Finn jumped. He had forgotten all about the banner AI. A few rocks dislodged from under his feet and rolled off the edge of the mountain peak. The thin air bit at him. "Jesus, don't do that," Finn said. "Sorry, dude," Lex said. "Don't want to kill us before we even get our characters made." Finn gazed around the world. From this vantage point, he could see for thousands of miles in every direction. The cold, thin air bit into his bones. To the west lay a near endless desert dotted with an occasional oasis around which towns and cities thrived. Deep in the burning sands, a complex of gold-tipped pyramids shone like beacons along a knife-thin lake. The surrounding city looked capable of holding hundreds of thousands of citizens. In the distance, sprawling sands broke against a forested range of mountains. Across them lay a thin ribbon of land along a shining ocean. Large cities lined the coast, built around well-protected ports. To the north, the range of mountains delved to a plain, dotted by old forests and lakes. The plains became tundra that reached to the top of the world. Glaciers and floes of ice dominated. A spider web of rivers fed the plains. It reminded Finn of the Midwestern United States. This would be the breadbasket of this world. To the east lay a large expanse of ancient forests fed by rivers that came from the north. Where the north met east, jagged mountains tore at the sky, a gaping maw biting at the world. Near their center, a fiery glow of magma showed active volcanoes. Further east lay another ocean. Dozens of cities dotted the coast, built around river deltas or ports. A range of mountains dominated the south, and the forests turned to jungle. The size of the green expanse dwarfed the Amazon rainforest of Earth. The tributaries pouring from the north merged to form a river so wide that few bridges spanned its girth. The river emptied into a gulf that was a sea unto its own. The city that guarded the river mouth made the others seem like small towns. Finn knew that place was a seat of power. "Time to get this wagon on the road," Lex said, sensing his mood. With a nod of assent, Finn walked toward the shimmering doorway to another place. 8. Finn felt a slight pressure as he passed through the slice in reality, and then hard-packed earth lay beneath his sandaled feet. He looked himself up and down and realized he wore the dingiest of rags, a beggar at the whim of a god. Finn smiled at that classic bit of psychological warfare. Beshard, or Alaron as he now called himself, knew how to play the game. So did Finn, and Alaron did not understand who he was nor what he could do. A fireplace warmed the room. It reminded Finn of the cozy inn he'd spent time in on the southern coast of Ireland during a pre-college trip to Europe. The fire crackling away in the hearth felt real and chased the chill from Finn's bones. A fragment of flame leapt forward and hung in mid-air, spinning. It spun and condensed into a singularity, his singularity. It pulsed and flexed, tearing dimensions. Finn stared at the vortex of unknowable potential. The sphere flickered and calmed, and expanded into a perfect glowing sphere an inch in diameter. Time was meaningless here. Finn did not know if he stood there for moments or eons when the sphere rushed at him, penetrating his chest with tingling brilliance. His vision exploded with prompts. Images and information appeared in a virtual display that hovered in front of his eyes. The information was semi-translucent, allowing him to see the world through a haze of words. It was nearly identical to one of the functions of his banner, and Finn wondered if Lex would serve a similar function inside the realms as he had in the real world. You have learned the skill Small Blades, levels 1 to 5, skill type Active. You have shown proficiency in wielding small blades. These include knives, daggers, short swords, and their variations. To hit bonus, plus 10%. Damage bonus, plus 10%. Stab, stab, kill, kill. You have learned the skill Staves, Spears. Levels 1 to 5, skill type Active. You have shown proficiency in wielding staves and spears. These include bow staves, quarterstaffs, short spears, and long spears. To hit bonus, plus 10%. Damage bonus, plus 10%. Attack speed, plus 25%. Longer stab, smash, kill, kill. You have learned the skill Unarmed. Levels 1 to 5, skill type Active. You have shown proficiency in hand-to-hand combat. You can cause damage, disarm, and incapacitate opponents with just your hands and feet. To hit bonus, plus 10%. Damage bonus, plus 10%. Chance to disarm, 10%. Attack speed, plus 25%. You learn quickly, Grasshopper, and kill, kill. You have learned the skill Thrown Weapons. Levels 1 to 5, skill type Active. You have shown proficiency in thrown weapons. These include throwing knives and axes and any other thrown weapon. To hit bonus, plus 10%. Damage bonus, plus 10%. I see you way over there, pew, pew. Finn paused the prompts, shaking and nauseous. The amount of information that assaulted his mind was insane. Lex, what is all this? Skill prompts? Every game has a set of skills that measure your ability to perform certain actions. The Realms is different from the games that came before it in one totally badass area. As the NI rig integrates your mind into the game, it also extrapolates and imports your inherent real-world skills. That sounds like mind reading, Finn said, concerned. Yeah, it does, doesn't it? So cool! You and I have very different definitions of the word cool. Trust me, in-game, you'll be happy you were a real-life Rambo. What? Great movie. You need to watch the classics, bro. Finn shook his head at his oh-so-odd banner and returned to the prompts. You have learned the skill Perception. Levels 1 to 5. Skill type Passive. You are able to spot traps, secret doors, passages, and hidden foes. 25% chance to detect traps. 25% chance to detect secret doors and passages. 12% chance to detect foes using Sneak. Yay, no falling in spiky death pits. Huzzah, no stabs in the kidney. You have learned the skill Disarm Traps. Levels 1 to 5. Skill type Active. You are able to disarm traps. 20% chance to disarm traps. 10% chance to acquire traps. 5% chance to understand traps. For use with the crafting skill. Pick, tinker, no exploding shrapnel in face. Quit adding commentary to the skills, Lex. Ugh, I have no idea what you're talking about, his banner said with feigned annoyance. If Lex had had a physical form, Finn would have smacked him. A part of his mind, the one trained to see subterfuge and danger everywhere, wondered if he could trust Lex. Bryn had been working with their father. Could the Colonel have gotten his hands on Lex? Or worse, had engineered the delivery of the odd banner to Finn? Despite the red flags, there was nothing he could do about his suspicions at the moment. He returned his attention to the prompts. You have learned the skill Alchemy. Levels 1 to 5, skill type Active. You can mix various ingredients to form useful potions, tinctures, and poisons. plus 10% to potency, 10% chance to understand item constituency and recipe formulas. Mix, yay, herbal Viagra. Why are some stats listed as active and some as passive? Active skills require not only focus, but stamina, usually at a point per second cost. Passive skills are always active, so do not need concentration or a stamina cost. For example, stealth, sneak, hide, is an active skill, and sneaking about is more tiring than walking around all normal-like. Then there are the knowledge skills such as perception. There's no active participation in that, you just know what you know. That's a passive skill. You do realize you just outed yourself on the skill commentary, right? Crap, Lex whispered. Finn chuckled to himself, getting an odd pleasure from ribbing Lex. Why do all the skills level out at 5? Yeah, that one blows. The designers capped any real-world skills at 5 to balance the scales somewhat. They wanted to make it so nerdy losers who smoked pot and ate Doritos all day could compete with badasses like you. And, let's face it, there's a lot more of them type than love children of Jason Bourne and James Bond. Quit making stupid movie references, Lex. Pfft, you just ain't cultured enough to appreciate my references. The skill prompts ended, and another slice in reality opened. Beyond was a grand chamber of tall windows and massive arches. "9. The chamber was a Gothic cathedral, but circular, like the massive Orthodox churches that dotted Eastern Europe. 13 alcoves held ornate statues, surrounding a raised dais on which a throne rested. Finn knew that this was the Pantheon, the new cadre of gods led by Alaron. Each god stood rigid, shrouded in shadow, but the power possessed by these beings held heavy in the air. "Well, this is a little much, don't you think?" Lex asked. "Awesome, but over the top." Finn nodded and looked from one statue to another. They stood 6 to a side, and at the center stood the larger form of Alaron, standing tall, his sword held point down, tip piercing a coiled serpent that lay dead at his feet. While Alaron's statue was as lifelike as the god he had met moments ago, the others were shrouded in robes of deep, undulating shadows. None of their features were visible. Only differences in statues suggested they were different beings. Was one of these Bryn? Finn's eyes came to rest on a smaller figure in the third alcove to the right. It felt right somehow. "Which of the gods shall you fight for, player? Which of the gods will you worship?" boomed a voice that could have been Alaron's. "Gaze upon the Pantheon. Let your mind find freedom, and your heart will choose." Finn didn't know what to make of it, but a nagging feeling tugged at the corner of his being. He suspected picking Bryn would put her at risk. His gaze moved along the line of immobile gods. None of them felt right, and none could be trusted. So Finn made the choice to choose none of them. A thin god to Alaron's left came to life and walked towards Finn. A sharp metallic beak protruded from his hood. He gazed upon Finn with eyes the color of blood diamonds. Incredible power emanated from the god, and Finn took an involuntary step backwards. The god continued towards Finn and pulled his hood down to reveal the metallic beak was part of a mask. Finn took another step back as the regal figure came close. His crimson gaze pierced Finn from a height of at least 7 feet. With a wave of his hand, the mask disappeared, revealing a thin face and a bald head. "Welcome, child of the crusade," I am Zekoth, the god of knowledge. You have taken the unusual step of refusing to select a deity, so I will aid you and help you learn. Together, we will discover the truth of your nature and make you anew, to help set you on your path towards destiny. Zekoth gazed upon Finn with black eyes, and Finn's mind expanded with knowledge as if the god were downloading information directly into his mind. Around him, a variety of bipedal figures stood, and Finn knew that he had to choose his race. As he focused on each figure, they moved to the fore, and information about each race came up. His gaze passed over the assembled figures. A tall and regal sea elf stood next to a pale, almost silver-skinned wood elf. An albino white fell elf scowled next to a haughty human known as an Eldarian. A tanned, desert-dwelling human known as an Egyptian scoffed at a burly Ordonian, a human race that dwelled in the northern wastes. Next were a pair of dwarven races. The stocky and dour mountain dwarf warily eyed his hill dwarf cousin. Lastly, standing apart from the others, was a fierce half-orc. Finn assimilated all the information and cast his gaze back and forth along the assembled races. He knew that this decision was one of the most important he'd make in the realms. And despite his misgivings, he knew he needed some advice. Question is, could he trust his odd banner? Lex, any thoughts? The disembodied AI mumbled. Well, let's analyze what you hope to do here. Since your main mission is to find... Finn gave a sideways glance to Zekoth and cleared his throat, causing Lex to pause. He assumed that this was a recorded intro message, but had no wish to put Bryn in further danger by letting Lex blab like some wah-ha-ha-ha villain. To find wealth and fortune and glory for the Pantheon, all hail to thee, Lex continued, much to Finn's relief. So it would behoove you to get along with others, or at least not be hated on sight. So that eliminates Fell Elf and the half-orc. Yeah, they're both usually pricks, Lex said. Finn examined his current skills and knew that to survive, he would need to maximize their early efficiency. My skills are skewed towards being lean and agile, with a quick strike capability. So I'd say that eliminates the dwarven races, Lex said. Finn's eyes came to the Eldarians, Egyptians, sea elves, and the wood elves. All four held some appeal. Wood elves are snobs, Lex said with distaste, as if he were struggling to recall a half-forgotten memory. And the Egyptians think they're the god's gift to Corin. And how do you know that? Not sure, Lex said, sounding bewildered. Just a feeling, I guess? And I'm supposed to accept these feelings? You must get over your trust issues, buddy, or your time in the realms will be short and sucky, Lex said, a hurt tone in his voice. Finn sighed, once again wishing he'd been able to debug Lex before entering the realms. Despite being his constant companion for a year, Finn had always thought the banner was a bit odd. Now, suspecting his father may have had a hand in the AI's creation, his suspicions intensified. How can I trust him? He's so off. After a moment, Finn shelved the thought. He knew he had no choice but to trust the quirky AI. But I've got my eye on you. Finn looked at the sea elf. He was tall and lean and bore a spark of keen intelligence behind his eyes. The race's style of fighting favored Finn's own, and he pulled the figure forward with a motion of his hand. As he did so, the man's features morphed into a visage like his own, except for the pointed ears. "Whoa, a handsome hipster version of you," Lex said. "Course, you could always go as a woman, eh? Nudge, nudge, wink, wink." It was then that Finn noticed a shadowy form behind the male sea elf, and with a flick of his wrist, she came to the fore. She was shorter, but no less lean and graceful than her male counterpart. The woman was stunning, and the idea of experiencing life as a woman held some appeal. She looks like your sister," Lex said. "Well, that ruins that," Finn thought with a scowl, and spun back to the male sea elf. Finn drew the figure forward and adjusted his features. Lex was right. The man did look like him. Likely the same technology that extrapolated skills from his mind. He needed to be incognito in this world, and hoped that Alaron had no way of knowing who he was. He had only met the man once, and that was in passing. He had no idea if this Alaron had any connection to the real one, or if he was simply a computer-generated avatar. But in Finn's experience, no risk was too small to ignore. Plus, while he wasn't overly vain, even he had a few things he'd like to change about himself. Finn nudged the nose stronger, changed the eyes to a pale blue, and turned his dark brown hair to a deep black. He couldn't help but add a few inches to his height, bringing him to 6'2". He knew he wanted speed and mobility, so he didn't bother to add any bulk. Finn examined his avatar and smiled. He approved the sea elf. Zekoth stepped forward. "As a purchaser of the deluxe beta pre-order, you are awarded the Ancestor's Boon perk," the God of Knowledge said with a tone of wonder. "You are upgraded to an El Adrine, the legendary high elves of yore, from whom all elven races devolved." Finn's sea elf morphed again, becoming taller still. The eyes turned a wondrous blue with flecks of silver. His cheekbones sailed higher on his face, giving him a regal appearance. His skin darkened to a well-tanned hue, and his dark hair transformed into a cascade of flowing platinum. A prompt popped into his vision. El Adrine are stronger, smarter, faster, wiser, and longer lived than their descendants. You have also been awarded 3 racial gifts. You have been awarded a racial gift, plus 10 bonus attribute points, for a total of 30, to distribute as you choose. You have been awarded a racial gift, night vision, up to 120 feet. You have been awarded a racial gift, quick mana and health regeneration. Mana and health regenerate 25% faster. Sweet, Finn thought, before realizing that the system had essentially ignored his selections and preferences. But the High Elf's perks more than made up for any cosmic irritation Finn felt. He sent a silent thank you to Bryn, his eyes drifting to the hooded figure he imagined represented his sister. "Are you done selecting and modifying your race and gender?" Zekoth prompted. With only the slightest hesitation, Finn nodded. 10. Finn became a stream of energetic particles that launched into the sky. In moments, he reached superluminal velocity and moved through all existence. The particles that were Finn screamed through space-time, and then sprung back as if pulled by an elastic band. Then, he was back in the room with Zekoth. A prompt blinked in the corner of Finn's vision, and he tapped it open. His inventory screen opened. On the left was a slotted grid where he imagined items could be stored. The right side was dominated by an avatar of this new man. The tall, regal elf bore a look of fierce determination and endless potential, despite being dressed in rags. Finn barely recognized himself in this new being. Nothing but the eyes. The eyes were still his, and they held a fierce determination. "I will find you, Bryn," Finn promised. A new round of prompts filled his vision. You have 30 attribute points to distribute between your 5 base abilities. They are: Strength measures the character's physical power, determines damage bonuses with melee weapons, encumbrance, stamina, and the AC armor class bonus for heavy armor. Dexterity measures the character's agility and speed, determines damage bonuses with ranged weapons, the chance to hit bonuses, speed, and AC bonuses for light armor. Constitution measures the character's endurance, determines health, stamina, speed, encumbrance, and the AC bonus for wearing heavy armor. Intelligence measures the character's ability to solve problems and use logic, determines mana. Intelligence also partially determines the pace at which skills are learned and leveled. Wisdom measures the character's common sense, spirituality, and willpower, determines spirit and ability to withstand spells and prayers that affect the mind. Lex, any thoughts? Based on your personality and existing skill set, I'd suggest you play an agile warrior who augments his ability with magic, Lex said. So far you have no magic skills, but once we're in the game, we'll find some wussbag caster and make him teach us. We're not mugging people for knowledge. Have it your way, Lex said with a definite pout. Anyway, with 30 attribute points to spend, you have a lot of flexibility. I'd say up your physical stats until we learn some magic, and then we'll go from there. But I wouldn't completely ignore intelligence since it has tons of less obvious benefits. Finn studied the attribute descriptions again and decided Lex's theory had merit. He put 10 points into strength, 7 each into dexterity and constitution, 6 into intelligence. He ignored wisdom for now. It is now time to complete your character and choose a name, Zakoth said. Be warned, once you choose a name, it cannot be changed. A field popped into his vision with a blinking prompt that reminded Finn of an old word processing program. He knew what name he would choose. Gryph, he said, and the name appeared in the spot. It hung there blinking for a few seconds until Finn accepted it. From that moment forth, he was no longer Finn Caldwell. Now, he was the high elf warrior-mage, Gryph. Gryph's character sheet came up, and he checked it over one last time before continuing. Gryph, level 1, high elf, El Edrine, deity, none, experience, 0, next level, 2000, stats, health, 134, stamina, 137, mana, 132, spirit, Attributes, strength, 20, constitution, 17, dexterity, 17, intelligence, 16, wisdom, 10. Gifts, health regeneration, plus 25%, mana regeneration, plus 25%, night vision, 120 feet, master of tongues. Lex, explain these stats to me. Stats, like health and stamina, are measurements of your overall well-being. Mana measures the amount of magical power you have to cast spells, and spirit measures the amount of divine energy you can call upon to cast invocations, which are basically spells using the power of your god. I'm guessing I have no access to my spirit because I've refused to worship any of the gods? Right. Since spirit is the energy of belief and you're a heathen, atheist, unbeliever, you don't get none. Right, Gryph muttered. Zekoth stepped forward again. Gryph had forgotten he was there, as much as you can forget a 7-foot bald god. This time, he walked right up to Gryph and, before he could react, grabbed him by the head. Gryph panicked until Zekoth spoke up. "It is time to awaken your magic," the god intoned. Tendrils of energy wormed their way into Gryph's brain. It started as one filament, but then branched and split, becoming 13 distinct strands. He saw as much as felt pops of light explode in the various parts of his mind. Some were large, some so small as to be mere pinpricks in a star-filled sky. There was no pain, but for reasons he could not quantify, Gryph screamed. Time became still, and Gryph lost all sense of place. Then, suddenly, he was back in the cathedral surrounded by the hooded deities. "There are 13 spheres of magic," Zekoth intoned. "I got this, chum," Lex said, then added under his breath, "You're likely to bore the dude to death." He continued with his normal snark-filled tone. "So, old Baldy here is right, if dull. Magic is the ability to rewrite the underlying code of the realms. It manifests itself in 13 spheres. Each sphere represents one of the primal building blocks of reality. Now, long ago in the primal blah 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 of creation, the spheres came into being during a massive battle between ether and thought. Life and death came into the realms for the first time. These 4 spheres became known as the 4 primal magics." "Okay, that sounds logical," Gryph said. "Yeah, next came the 4 elemental spheres of fire, air, earth, and water. These are all self-explanatory. Fire mages will blast enemies with fireballs. Kaboom, kirsch, burn, burn. Oh no, I'm scarred for life. No maiden will want to bed me ever again. The children will run in fear." "Lex, just the facts," Gryph said, and he saw what may have been the hint of a smile cross Zekoth's face. "Jeez, tough crowd," Lex whined. "Anyway, air guys can make shields, knock people on their asses with a big gusts of wind, and hurl bolts of lightning. So zap, singe, singe. Oh no, where'd my eyebrows go? Anyway, earth folks are usually stodgy grumps who talk way too slow. Water wizards..." He paused for effect. Gryph refused to take the bait. Well, they can breathe underwater, create ice, and control water. They're essentially first picks if you ever get into a snowball fight." Gryph sighed and almost asked Zekoth if he could get a new banner. "Yo, pay attention," Lex muttered in annoyance. "This is some good shit." Gryph rolled his eyes and made the get on with it hand motion. "Fine, jeez. I hope everyone else in the game ain't as grumpy as you. Anyway, then we have the so-called higher magics. These spheres are Empyrean, beloved of people who believe in angels and celestial trees and crystals and junk. The Chthonics, now they're more fun in my book. Demon summoners who love wearing dark robes and talking in funny voices that they think are intimidating. Life and death magic are all self-explanatory. Healers and killers." Lex stopped his rambling, and while Gryph found the silence welcome, he had only counted 12 spheres of magic. "And the 13th? Soul magic. Can't say I know nothing about that one. Affinity for that one is ultra rare." "Affinity?" "Everyone in the realms has an affinity and an antipathy for every sphere of magic. An affinity of 100% means that you can learn that magic up to level 100, the maximum measurement of proficiency in the realms. 50% means a max of level 50, etc., blah blah blah, yeah. Affinities and antipathies are connected. If you have 100% affinity in life magic, for example, not only will you be some kind of boring do-gooder, but you'll also have 100% antipathy, or 0% affinity, for death magic. It's an oil and water kind of thing." Gryph nodded. Despite his childish methods, Lex was a fountain of information. He supposed he was lucky to have the annoying banner with him. So, when Chuckles here laid hands on you, he opened your affinity and your antipathy. Open your skill sheet and you'll see what's what. Gryph did as bidden. Magic skills. Level, affinity, tier. Fire, 0, 25% base. Air, 0, 75% base. Water, 0, 75% base. Earth, 0, 25% base. Chthonic, 0, 0% base. Empyrean, 0, 100% base. Chaos, 0, 75% base. Order, 0, 25% base. Life, 0, 75% base. Death, 0, 25% base. Thought, 0, 75% base. Ether, 0, 25% base. Soul, 0, 50% base. Martial skills. Level, tier. Unarmed, 5, base. Small blades, 5, base. Staves, spears, 5, base. Thrown weapons, 5, base. Stealth, 5, base. Light armor, 5, base. Dodge, 5, base. Knowledge skills, level, tier. Alchemy, 5, base. Perception, 5, base. Lockpicking, 5, base. Traps, 5, base. Perk points, 0. Divine perk points, 0. Gryph closed out his skill sheet and nodded in appreciation. He was eager to try out magic. Chortles of laughter broke his reverie. Ha, ha, ha! Of course you're an Empyrean. Bet you'll get your halo any day now, Lex said, continuing his fake laugh several seconds too long. You done? Not quite yet. Lex started his fake laughter again. Well, be done, Gryph said. Lex stopped, but even though his banner was still a disembodied voice, Gryph could sense his pouting. Why don't I have any magic skills? Did you know any magic on Earth? Lex said in an irritated tone. No, but I have an affinity in several. Affinity is potential, not actual. Affinity means you have the potential to master a sphere of magic, but you still have to learn it. And how do I do that? Gryph said through gritted teeth. A master of any sphere can teach you if they wish. They'll lay hands on you like a lean Mr. Clean here did to awaken your affinities. Or you can use a spell stone to learn a spell along with the requisite magic skill needed to cast the spell. If I have an affinity for that sphere of magic. Hey, using that brain for smart making. Good on you, pal. As long as you don't have an affinity of 0%, you can learn a sphere of magic, but your advancement is limited by the affinity. In your case, you will not be able to rise above level 25 in order magic. Zekoth stepped forward again with a blessedly welcome interruption. Our time together has ended, the tall god said. With a flourish of his arm, another slice in reality opened. It is now time for you to visit the armory where you will receive your starter equipment. Ooh, swag, Lex said. Love me some swag. In addition, Crusader, Zekoth continued, now that your character is complete, your banner will take physical form as your personal banner NPC. Your NPC's race, skill set, affinities, and physical form will be auto-generated. This will help balance any of your deficiencies. Gryph wasn't sure he would enjoy a flesh-and-blood Lex being his constant companion. He was irritating enough as a disembodied voice. What would he be like in real life? You better not screw me, dude, Lex said with trepidation. 11. Gryph passed through another slice in reality and emerged onto a massive shelf carved into the side of a tall mountain. A range of smaller mountains split the sky as far as he could see. Sweat pooled on his body, and an intense glow came from behind him. He turned to see a huge forge fed by red-hot magma. With a jump of panic, he realized he was standing inside the cone of an active volcano. The sound of clanging metal rang in his ears, jarring his nerves. He turned and saw a lithe, red-haired woman banging away on an anvil. The large hammer she wielded seemed far too heavy for someone her size to lift, much less swing with such ease. Her rhythmic work sung to Gryph. Her timing was perfection, and Gryph hesitated to interrupt her. He waited, and after a few more moments, the woman laid her hammer down and turned towards Gryph. Tanned by fire and forge and covered in sweat, she was still stunning. She smiled at Gryph. He felt his heart jump. She walked up to him and held her hand out. "Welcome, Crusader. I am Helleracon, goddess of artifice and the forge. Blah, blah, blah." Gryph stared. "Well, don't leave me hanging, cute thing," Helleracon said with a smirk. Her manner was so different from the other gods he'd met so far that he didn't know how to respond. "Lex?" Gryph said, his eyes squinting down in suspicion. "No, sweetie, I told you. Helleracon, the goddess of artifice and the forge. Try to keep up. I make cool stuff for the other gods, and sometimes for you mere mortals. If you make it worth my while." She walked around Gryph, analyzing him like he was a prized breeding stallion. Gryph was starting to become uncomfortable when Helleracon smacked his ass and bit her lower lip. Do you greet every player this way?" Gryph asked. "Of course not. Do you think I'm some kind of floozy?" Well, just kidding, handsome. Relax. To answer your question, yes, I greet every player this way. This aspect of me is programmed to be a tad spicier than those other fellas." She did a dance that was far more appealing than it should have been. "Market research shows that players, even the female ones, like saucy minxes. I do so enjoy the role." Gryph said. "You're the first high elf I've seen come through here, and I gotta say, rawr. How'd you manage that one, Buddies with Alaron?" "Not exactly," Gryph began. "Yeah, I don't really care. Just making conversation. Something you should work on. I like conversation. I also like not talking, if you catch my drift. If you ever find yourself near the real Source Forge, look me up. I'm a girl who works hard and likes to play harder." The goddess's eyes lit with an internal flame as she ogled Gryph up and down. Gryph just stared in bewilderment. "Okay, you're a bit slow, but I can work with that. Anyway, guess we should get to it, huh? I bet you're excited to meet your banner NPC in the flesh." "I'd say, anxious," Gryph said. "Oh, he's one of them types. I get it. Well, good luck, honey, because once your new buddy is made, there ain't no refund." "Great," Gryph muttered, and turned with Helleracon towards a large set of gilded doors. "Drum roll, please," Helleracon said in a loud announcer voice, and the sound of deep bass drums emanated from nowhere and everywhere. Lexicon, banner NPC of Gryph of the Tasty Glutes, come on down. Gryph sent a sideways glance at the fiery goddess, but a loud clang of metal brought his attention back to the gilded entrance. A red light split them in two, and the massive doors opened. Illuminated from behind was a powerful figure of muscle and brawn. Shadows masked Lex's features, but the NPC strode forward with purpose. The new Lex seemed impressive. He was a broad-shouldered man dressed in flowing robes and carrying a large metal hammer. A long beard swung side to side as he approached. As the space between them diminished, Gryph realized that the distance had not been as large as it first seemed. As Lex got close, he could see his NPC's swagger diminish. Lex strode up with a scowl and smashed his hammer on the floor of the forge. His head barely came up to Gryph's chest. "You have got to be frickin' kidding me!" Lex said with a growl. "What the hell is this?" Gryph shrugged and tried to keep the grin from his face. "Hey, short stuff," Hellericon said. "How's the weather down there?" Lex raised his hammer, ready to crush her pretty red skull. Gryph stepped in and put a hand on Lex's shoulder. He bent down to get eye level with his NPC. Lex noticed. Buddy," Gryph said in the soothing tone one uses on a drunken friend. "I wouldn't do that. Goddess." Lex relaxed, lowering his hammer with a low grumble. "So, you look, good. What are you, hill dwarf?" "I'm an effing Ordonian." "Wait, aren't those the Viking dudes? Tallest race on Corin?" "Yes!" Lex howled in a rage. "Well, that's an average," Hellericon said. "You may be on the lower end, height-wise." "Lower? I'm only 5'2", Lex raged. "I'd say more like 5'1 3/4". Lex glared up at Hellericon, his face as red as her hair. "Hey, Love Muffin, don't blame me. I just build stuff. I'm not responsible for whatever this is." Lex bellowed and hefted his hammer over his head. He swung it down several times, smashing a crate of coal, a barrel of water, and a table covered in metal ingots. Gryph sent a nervous glance at Hellericon, but she seemed more amused than annoyed. "I see you like the hammer, though," she said. "I did make that for you." She held her hand palm up, and a golden apple appeared in a flash of light. A paring knife appeared in the other hand. Lex eyed her a moment before turning his gaze on the hammer. "Yeah, it's pretty good." Gryph walked up and put his arm around his NPC's shoulder. The sad look in Lex's eyes was hard to take. The banner had been his constant companion for over a year, and, for the first time, Gryph thought of him as human, with actual feelings. He made a promise to himself to treat the little guy with more respect. "Want to go get drunk?" Lex said. "May have to rethink that respect thing," Gryph thought. "Let's have a look at you," he said. Lex's eyes blanked as he turned his gaze inwards, analyzing his character sheet. Lex grunted in a tone that didn't sound thrilled. "What is it?" "It looks like I'm some kind of priest. My main affinity is for thought magic, and I worship some dude named Sarunian, whoever that is." "He's dead," Hellericon said, as if it were nothing. She sliced a piece of the apple and eased it past her full lips. "Dad?" Lex squealed in alarm. "Yeah, Dead. What do you mean, dead? Gryph asked. As in, dead. Helleracon twitched her neck to the side, closed her eyes, and pulled up on an imaginary noose that made her tongue loll out of her mouth. No longer in this world, pushin' up the daisies, gone to meet his maker. How can I worship a dead god? Helleracon shrugged. Got me. Never met one. Great. So I'm a midget priest of a dead god. Technically, a midget is 4'10" or less, and I do believe that term has fallen out of favor, Helleracon said, slipping another slice of apple into her mouth with a crunch. Lex glared and hefted his hammer again. Let's not get caught up in semantics, Gryph said. Is there a way we can fix him? Fix me? Lex raged. There's nothing wrong with me. Gryph wasn't about to get into that debate and looked at Helleracon, repeating the question. Nope. I told you. No returns, no exchanges. Okay, buddy, Gryph said, stooping down to get eye level with Lex. There's gotta be a reason for all this. Always is, Helleracon said. The source always has its reasons. Gryph didn't know what to make of that and kept his attention on Lex. You and me, against the realms. Right, buddy? Gryph held out his hand, and, after a moment, Lex grumbled and took it. Gryph's massive hand swallowed up Lex's. This isn't helping, Lex said. Nor is the kneeling thing you got going on. Sorry, Gryph said, standing back at his full height. Or maybe it was, Lex muttered. Gryph sighed and returned his attention to the goddess. You said you had some gifts? Oh, yeah. Good memory you got, honey. She shook her shoulders, and much of the snark seemed to drain from her. She cleared her throat and started a speech that seemed both pre-written and filled with user agreement-style language. Congratulations, player, Helleracon said. As a purchaser of the deluxe beta pre-order, you have been awarded an upgraded starter pack. This includes a minor magic weapon, a minor piece of magical equipment, and a bonus potion pack. These items are influenced by your skill set and attribute points distribution trends. Note, in-game treasure and loot awards are also influenced by your skill set and attribute points distribution trends. Before Gryph had time to miss the real Helleracon, her old personality came back. 'Cause getting a kick-ass warhammer when you're a knives and spear guy would just be no fun, now would it? She winked at Lex, who scowled and gripped his hammer with white knuckles. Prompts filled Gryph's vision. You have been awarded an El Adrine Swift Spear, Spear. Item class, base. Item category, active. Base damage, 12, +2 base item bonus. Active powers, power, 1. Quick strike, 1% chance per point of mana spent to gain a second attack that automatically hits. Mana limit, 1%. Cooldown, 5 minutes. The preferred weapon of High Elf warriors, the Swift Spear is lightweight and imbued with powers that make it a weapon capable of dealing quick and deadly attacks. You have been awarded a Belt of Deftness. Item class, base. Item category, passive. Passive powers. Power, 1, +3 to dexterity. This fine leather belt was cured with an oil infused with quickvine sap. You have been awarded a Soul-Bound Satchel of Holding. Item class, base. Item category, passive. Passive powers. Power, 1. Weight reduction. Reduces the weight of stored items by 95%. Power, 2. Stasis field. Items will remain in their current state for as long as they remain in the satchel. Power, 3. Soul-bound. This item is soul-bound and cannot be lost or stolen. Power 4. Auto-sort. This item will automatically sort and categorize anything put into it. This fine leather satchel is, in fact, a portal to a pocket dimension. It can hold a vast amount of inventory and is useful for hauling loot and treasure. You have been awarded a bonus potion pack. 2 potions of minor health, 50 points to health, 2 potions of minor stamina, 50 points to stamina, 2 potions of minor mana, 50 points to mana, 1 potion of cure disease. Sweet toys, dude, Lex said. Gryph glanced into his satchel to see he also had a coil of rope, 5 standard rations, a torch, a locksmith kit, and a bag that contained 10 gold coins, whose value he didn't understand how to calculate in real-world terms. Gryph smiled down, but had to admit the equipment was pretty impressive. Your very own Boy Scout survival pack, Lex said. Now that you've both got your gift baskets, it's time for you to move on. The boss wants to give you a nice send-off. The world around Gryph and Lex faded, and a dim new one came to the fore. It was as if they transitioned to a new scene in a movie in a dissolve. Gryph watched Hellericon sway away. She must have felt his gaze because she looked back over her shoulder and gave him a wink. Then Hellericon and the Source Forge disappeared, and Gryph was back atop the mountain overlooking the world. Are you ready, player? A familiar and unwelcome voice boomed. 12. The booming voice caused Lex to jump in surprise, nearly toppling off the side of the peak. Gryph grabbed him by the scruff of his robes and held him secure. The diminutive NPC grunted his thanks. Thanks, man. I don't like being this high up, Lex said, before realizing he'd just mocked his small stature. He gave Gryph a "don't say it" look, and Gryph stifled a smile. Are you ready, player? Ready to serve me? Ready to rid this world of evil? Gryph and Lex turned to see the avatar of the high god Alaron once again. The experience with the other gods had done nothing to diminish the power and potency of this man-turned-god. Part of Gryph still knew that he was merely Alistair Bishard, CEO of Sacrosanct Integrative Networks. But here and now, he knew that if he wished it, Alaron could crush him like the smallest of bugs. I am ready to do what is necessary to protect those who cannot protect themselves and to rid the realms of evil, Gryph said, forcing defiance into his vow. Alaron turned his head an inch, his gaze boring into Gryph's eyes. Did he detect a hint of suspicion in the high god's face? Was his assumption right? Was this man simply an avatar and not the real thing? After a moment, Alaron nodded. Your pledge is accepted and archived, Alaron said, before turning his gaze on Lex. Lex just grinned until Gryph nudged him. Yeah, Lex said, giving a wink and a hearty thumbs up. Ready to serve, excited to thrash evil and junk. Your pledge is accepted and archived, Alaron said again. The high god waved his hand, and a doorway appeared and opened. On the other side lay a pleasant village. People walked to and fro, buying and selling wares in an open-air market. Smoke rose from the chimney of a pleasant inn, carrying the smell of cooking food to Gryph's nose. His stomach grumbled, and he realized he was starving. Don your armor, equip your weapons, and prepare to enter the realms. Adventure and glory await." Gryph opened his inventory and surveyed the contents. On the left stood a representation of him. It was a crude avatar that allowed him to see what he looked like with various clothing, armor, and weapons equipped. In a world with few mirrors, was this the way people in the realms checked themselves before going out for the day? His avatar wore a rough-spun tunic, pants, bracers, gloves, and a hat. Each provided him with a measly 1 point of armor class, AC, but he supposed they were better than nothing. He buckled his belt of deafness around his waist and felt more energized as his dexterity jumped by 3 points. Gryph sheathed his dagger and hooked it to his belt next to the coil of rope. He equipped his Eladrin swift spear, and his avatar did a few test spins and a thrust before settling back. Each potion stacked in a single spot based upon type, no matter how many he had. Nice perk, he thought. He reached up to close his inventory window when something at the bottom sparkled and caught his interest. The mote of energy came into focus and a prompt filled his vision. Prime Godhead. Tier 0. Item class, Mote of Creation. Item category, Unknown. Base damage, Unknown. Base AC, Unknown. Active powers, Unknown. Passive powers, Power 1. Gift of Tongues. Understand any language heard. Further powers, Unknown. Mana limit, Unknown. Cooldown, Unknown. A prime godhead is a mote of creation. You have learned the skill Identify. Level 1. Tier Base. Skill type Passive. You have shown an ability to identify items you find. You can now identify non-magical and base tier magical items and will know their stats and abilities. You are able to identify the tier of any magical item, but you will not know their stats and abilities. A new tier opens every 10 levels. "What the hell?" Gryph said in shock. "What the hell what?" Lex said, idly digging something from his beard. "I found something weird in my inventory." "Weird how?" Lex sniffed the mystery item, his nose scrunching up in distaste. "Have you ever heard of a prime godhead? It says it's a divine artifact, whatever the heck that is." Lex's eyes widened in panic, and he shot a glance at Alaron. The high god's avatar seemed to pay no attention. Lex cast an odd smile at the god, and then pulled Gryph aside. "It looks like I can equip it," Gryph said, his eyes still glazed from examining his inventory. "No, no, no!" Lex yelled in panic and moved to slap Gryph across the face to force his attention. The world slowed as Gryph moved the prime godhead. It clicked into a glowing slot in the middle of his forehead, the home of the third eye in some ancient mythologies. His mind exploded in a supernova of expansion. Thin filaments expanded from the prime godhead and wormed their way into his body. They traversed and replaced nerves and enhanced neural connections. Gryph screamed. Time slowed to a crawl. Lex's hand hovered mere inches from Gryph's face, but at that pace it would take an hour to find its mark. Alaron's eyes came alive and widened in shock as they moved to look at Gryph. But Gryph was elsewhere. He became the source at the beginning of time. Thought erupted from nowhere into the endless expanse of ether that was all of creation. Eddies and whirls of potentiality popped in and out of existence. The war of creation had begun. Gryph's small mind couldn't understand the experience. His consciousness unraveled as it sought solace, a safe place amongst primal energies giving birth to reality. A mote of energy, the tiniest fraction of the source, beckoned, and Gryph's mind fell into it. Gryph fell into ease, and he stopped screaming. His eyes opened as the prime Godhead, a mote of creation itself, completed its integration. He saw Lex's wide eyes and outstretched hand. He also saw Aileron's gaze on him. Not the empty shell that had directed his character creation. This was the real Aileron, Beshard himself. He was also something else, something more ancient than both, and terror filled its eyes. Time returned to normal, and Lex's hand slapped across his face. The pain barely registered. Aileron was all of Gryph's attention. Gryph's body surged with energy, and he knew what must be done. With all his strength, Gryph shoved his NPC through the doorway into the realms. As Lex stumbled through the threshold, he screamed, "No!" Once Gryph was sure that Lex would make it through the portal, he charged after him. But Aileron moved quicker than he could have imagined and blocked the doorway. The high god raised his sword and swung a blow that would have taken Gryph's head clean off had he not predicted the move and tucked and rolled past the enraged god. Gryph was past Aileron and sprinted towards the door. The high god raised his sword and pointed the tip at Gryph's back. With a word in some ancient language, a bolt of multi-chromatic energy erupted from the tip. Gryph dove, hit the ground hard, and slid towards the portal. On the other side, Lex sprawled on his back, his short legs upended, a scene that would have been hilarious under different circumstances. Gryph's skid would take him through the portal as well, and he cheered in triumph. Then Aileron's bolt hit the surface of the doorway. It pulsed and morphed and changed to a stark desert, then a deep ocean, and then a camp in the mountains, then back to the village with Lex back on his feet, yelling soundlessly. When Lex saw Gryph, he tried to jump back through the portal, but as he touched the threshold, energy coursed through the short Ordonian's body and knocked him to the ground. Another bolt of energy hit the floor near Gryph, and his body seized in pain. He felt as if he'd been electrocuted, and the bolt hadn't even hit him. Gryph saw his red health bar dip by nearly 30% as he stood and ran towards the portal, his muscles tightening in spasms. Gryph jumped as the air became heavy with energy again. He passed through the threshold just as the portal switched to somewhere dark. 13. Gryph's mind warped as he sluiced through an aperture into another universe. He felt a heart that was not his own pounding. The real Aileron had seen him. The being who attacked him was not some computer-generated welcoming committee, but a powerful avatar filled with malevolent intent. It had to be the Godhead. Lex had freaked when he heard the name. The fear that showed in his amiable and immature NPC's eyes had been downright terrifying. That look, bereft of any humor or jest, was the most unnerving sight of Gryph's new life. Even Finn Caldwell, who had seen many a horrible deed in his life, rarely experienced such terror. Gryph was trapped. He feared he would be in this weightless, bodiless state forever. Then he hit a stone floor with enough force to crack ribs, expel air, and bruise muscles. For a few seconds, Gryph couldn't breathe, and his entire world was pain. Gryph's lungs burned. To say the wind had been knocked out of him was like saying decapitation was a mild inconvenience. He believed he'd never draw breath again. A few moments passed before he pulled in a short burst of air full of pain, relief, and an awful stench. "Ouch," Gryph said through gritted teeth. Gryph's health bar flashed in alarm, and he discovered that he had lost another 50% in the fall. "What the hell was that?" he grumbled, and the pain of broken ribs took his breath away. He moved to grab a health potion, but discovered that he couldn't move. Debuff added. Short-term paralysis. Cooldown 2 minutes. Gryph stared as the debuff clock counted down in the corner of his vision. He tried to turn his head to find Lex. "Lex," Gryph said in a strangled voice. "Hey, Lex, over here." There was no response, and Gryph wondered if his NPC was dead, smashed on impact. Perhaps that wasn't a bad thing, Gryph thought, and immediately felt guilty. Lex might be the most irritating banner of all time, but he had always been loyal. Maybe his personality would improve now that he was a flesh-and-blood person and a wandering preacher to boot. Face down in grit and muck, Gryph realized he was in a cave. A dark, dingy, and stinking cave. In the corner of his vision, his prompt icon blinked. With nothing else to do until the debuffs disappeared, he checked his prompts. "Welcome to the Realms. You have arrived at the starter village of Error. You will have a few hours to acclimate to your surroundings, become familiar with your new skills, and purchase any additional equipment you may need before joining the great quest. Congratulations, player. Endless adventure awaits you." "What the hell?" Gryph grumbled at the blazing red error message. "I'm not where I'm supposed to be." Gryph struggled to move, willing his damaged body to ignore the debuffs. Nothing. Then he heard a scratching, a scritching of not-so-tiny claws digging into the rock of the cave floor. It was coming from behind him. Gryph attempted to turn, but his traitor body refused to obey his commands. The barest tingle in the fingers of his right hand, like the painful pins and needles rush one gets after sleeping on an arm all night, hinted that feeling was slowly returning. "Shit," Gryph said aloud, and the scritching stopped. Had he scared the scritcher with his outburst? Or was it examining him, waiting and wondering? Was he prey? The scratching got closer, and Gryph did the only thing he could think of. He made lots of noise. Grunts and howls and expletives of anger poured from Gryph's parched lips, and he realized just how thirsty he was. The burning pain of returning sensation moved up his arm, and he made the clumsiest of movements towards the knife at his belt. He'd forgotten it until feeling returned and the pommel dug into his side. Something the size and weight of a mid-sized dog stepped up onto his booted foot, and a low growl rumbled through the cave. With tentative steps, it crawled up Gryph's back, getting closer and closer to his face. And still he couldn't move. The burning sensation of returning blood tore at Gryph's shoulder, and he was just able to grasp the hilt of the blade with trembling fingers. The hiss of steel greeted Gryph's ears as he eased the dagger from its sheath. No sound was ever so welcome. A cool breath exhaled onto his face. The stale stench he'd noticed earlier grew to a horrid carrion smell. Gryph knew that it was coming from whatever now lurked on his back. It was a carnivore, ready to take a bite out of him. A long snout came into sharp focus. Beady eyes that glowed with a dim green light sat atop the muzzle. Gryph made eye contact, and the foul creature opened its mouth to expose row after row of needle-sharp teeth. A low, evil hiss flowed from the creature's mouth. Gryph stared at the creature. Information rushed into his mind. A new prompt popped up unbidden in Gryph's vision. Undead Barrow Rat, Level 2, H35, S20, M0, SP0. Barrow rats are larger, more disgusting cousins to normal rats, and while they prefer carrion, they have been known to take bites out of easy prey when the opportunity presents itself. This barrow rat was reanimated after death. Cowardly and easily spooked, barrow rats' real danger comes from the disease barrow rot that fills their foul mouths. Strengths unknown. Immunities unknown. Weakness unknown. You have learned the skill Analyze, Level 1, Tier, Base, Skill Type, Passive. You have shown an ability to identify creatures you encounter. You can now identify basic creatures, Levels 1 to 5. You can now access the Skill Perk tree that will allow you to know their strengths and weaknesses. Each level will unlock the ability to identify creatures of an additional 5 levels. The barrow rat climbed onto Gryph's shoulder and sniffed at his face. Gryph knew the debuff clock would last longer than this stinking beast's fear. It would take a bite out of him. He would get barrow rot, which sounded horrid. So he did the only thing he could. Gryph bellowed at the top of his lungs, tearing at his parched throat. The rat jumped back in fright before hissing in anger and perhaps embarrassment. It took just a few seconds for the creature to regain its courage and climb back onto Gryph's shoulder, ready to take a bite out of him. Debuffs cleared. Gryph thrust the dagger up with all his might and impaled the rat through the mouth. The point erupted from the back of the stinking creature's head, destroying its small brain before the signals of pain reached it. The creature died in a spasm of blood and gore. You have scored a critical hit, 5 times normal damage. You have received 175 experience points, XP, for killing Undead Barrow Rat. Well, that sucked, Gryph said, getting to his feet. He was in a small cave. He looked around, but he could see no way out. "How'd you get in here?" he said to the dead rat, nudging it with his toe. "Lex, you around, buddy?" As expected, he got no answer. The room was dimly lit by a luminescent fungus clinging to the walls and fed by a slow trickle of water that came from a small crevice near the ceiling. Was that how the rat got in? The sight of water reminded him how thirsty he was. He girded himself and then slurped at the trickle, half expecting to get some horrid disease. It took nearly 10 minutes, but soon he drank his fill. Gryph brought up his internal map, hoping to discover where he was. The world was a black mass of nothingness, aside from the small cave he occupied. The tag on the map read, "The Barrow, Level 3. "Well, that's no help," Gryph grumbled, wincing at the pain from his broken ribs. He eased himself into a sitting position, forcing the fear and claustrophobia into the deep recesses of his mind. It wasn't gone, it was just submerged. So far, his experience with the realms had not been pleasant. Yet people enter this place by choice. Gryph knew he wasn't where he was supposed to be. Alaron must have altered the system in some way. He was alone, God only knew where, and no closer to saving Bryn. Maybe he should log off and reboot? The realms may be real, but the game used to get players into the realms was, at its heart, still a computer program. And what did you do when your computer went wonky? You rebooted it. Gryph brought up his interface again and tapped at the log off button. He felt it depress and prepared to return to the real world. Nothing happened. Not even another error message. He hit it again. Nothing. Never one to resort to bitching, Gryph assessed his situation. His health was still low, and he was in pain. He pulled a health potion from his inventory. He examined the vial of swirling red liquid for a few moments before shrugging and downing it in one gulp. Instantly, heat flowed through his body and his pains soothed away. First, the minor scratches and bruises disappeared. The pounding in his head, he suspected was a concussion, lessened and eased. He felt his ribs snap back into place and the bones knit together again. "Holy crap," Gryph said, his mood perking up. The U.S. Army would kill for this technology. Gryph stood and did a few jumping jacks to force feeling back into his arms and legs. After stretching, he noticed the small wooden chest hidden in a nook. It hadn't been there a few moments ago. Gryph was sure of it. Where had it come from? Gryph walked up to the chest with caution. It couldn't have just magically appeared, could it? Was the concussion worse than he thought? Maybe he was hallucinating. He'd hit his head pretty hard when he fell. With that thought, Gryph looked up at the roof of the cavern a mere dozen feet above him where stalactites jabbed down like fangs. He felt like he was inside the maw of a massive stone beast. He expected to see a hole in the roof, something he had fallen through, something that would explain all of this. But the ceiling was solid. None of this makes any sense. Gryph walked up to the small chest, made of simple planks of wood, bound by tarnished bands of iron. A rusty latch bore a keyhole, but the latch itself was bent, suggesting that the lock had long ago failed its purpose. Gryph's hand hesitated above the lid. A faint red glow pulsed around the keyhole. His hand stopped, and he focused his attention on the glow. It intensified, and he knew he was looking at a trap. Trap detected. Use the disarm skill to avoid pain and death. Oh, that's helpful, Gryph grumbled. He grabbed his locksmith kit. Opening the small box, he saw various tools designed for intricate detail work. His mind flashed back to Ranger School, where he'd learned how to disarm a claymore mine, and gave thanks to the U.S. Army. He suspected it would not be the last time he'd be thankful that the realms imported real-world skills. Gryph inhaled, calming his hand and his mind, and slipped the thin pick into the lock. After careful probing, he felt a click, and the red glow disappeared. He replaced the tools and eased the chest open. Inside was a small bag of coins, a small shield, a dagger in a sheath, a bandolier bearing 6 throwing knives, and a small silver ring with a row of sapphires. You have found 3 gold coins, 12 silver coins, and 22 bronze coins. You have found a banded wooden buckler block. Item class, non-magical. Base AC, 6. This small shield attaches to the forearm and is a great complement to staves and spears. You have found a fine steel dagger, short blade. Item class, non-magical. Base damage, 6. This finely honed dagger is sharper than a normal steel dagger. You have found Throwing knives of minor bleeding, thrown weapon. Item class, non-magical. Base damage, 4. 25% chance to cause bleeding damage, 5 points per second for 5 seconds. These throwing knives have serrated edges that may cause additional bleeding damage. You have found Ring of Minor Air Shield. Item class, base. Item category, active. Active powers. Power, 1. Creates a sphere of solidified air that will protect the user from damage. The air shield can absorb 5 points of damage for each point of mana spent. It will last for 5 seconds per point of mana spent. The air shield will collapse once damage limit is reached or time expires. Power 2. Each level of air magic mastery reduces cooldown by 5 seconds. Power 3. Each tier of air magic mastery ups total daily usage by 1. Mana limit 10%. Cooldown 5 minutes. Max uses 3 times per day. Your skill, Identify, has been upgraded due to the presence of a prime Godhead. It is now a gift and has an effective level of 100. You are now able to identify any and all non-magical and magical items, and you will know their powers and capabilities. Note: this ability will not identify all powers and properties of a prime Godhead. These powers and properties will have to be discovered over time. Not a bad haul, Gryph said as he pulled the bandolier on and slipped the ring onto his finger. Part of him wondered why he'd received such a bounty for slaying so simple a foe. Maybe due to the paralysis. He realized his excitement was rather foolish. What good would any of this stuff do him if he was stuck in this damn cavern? The stirrings of panic and despair built up in him when another dim glow appeared inside the chest. A small blue square glowed at the top left corner where the walls of the chest joined. He eased his hand in and pressed down on the blue glow. He heard a small click, and then the rumble of rock scraping on rock. Behind him, the cave wall rose into the ceiling, revealing a dark passageway. "14. Deep in the darkest parts of the Barrow, on an ancient altar, sat a skull as old as the world. Its eye sockets were pits of primal darkness. Along the wall, braziers glowed with emerald flame. It was enough light for the barrow rat to see by as it sniffed for bugs and grubs among the ancient refuse that littered the floor. A low hum, lower than human hearing, rose, and the rat twitched. The braziers along the walls erupted into gouts of green flame, and the rat squealed in terror as the hum became the grinding of bones. Pinpricks of murky green light came alive in the empty eye sockets of the skull, and the Barrow King wakened from his slumber. His energy reserves remained low. It was too early. His mind reached out, seeking the source of his revival. Something is different. If anyone else had been there to hear his telepathic voice, a fear unlike any known since the primal days of the world would have gripped them. Few could hear the voice, but all life in the barrow could sense a change had come. The skull floated off the altar, and darkness spread from it, forming an ethereal body made of solid smoke. The Barrow King had returned to the world of the living. A tendril of energy erupted from the gaping maw of the skull and enveloped the barrow rat. The rat spasmed and opened its mouth to shriek in horror, but no sound came out. Instead, pulses of light flowed up the tendril from the rat's body and into the mouth of the Barrow King. The barrow rat's drained and desiccated corpse collapsed. "Foul-tasting beast," the Barrow King said as he sat on a throne behind the altar. "Why have I awakened?" The glowing eyes of the Barrow King winked out as the ancient fiend concentrated and looked inward. The Barrow King extended his perception outward through the passageways and rooms of the barrow. The swirling form of darkness was not his true body, nor was the barrow itself, but he influenced both. His true body, murdered by his apprentice, had long ago turned to dust. Now he was a soul trapped in this half-life of hate and the need for vengeance. The barrow was a massive underground complex. Millennia ago, it had been a gleaming tower on the surface. There, he'd conducted a search for truth others deemed evil, as they feared the unbridled power of soul magic. The Barrow King thrived on the fear of others. He saw the barrow, the passageways and the rooms, the traps and the false paths. As his awareness wormed through his surrogate body, his mind noticed bright pools of energy. "Life," he said with greed. Tendrils of his mind flowed over the motes of light with desire. Life birthed souls, and he fed on souls. There was a time when he did not slumber, a time when his barrow was full of life, a time when adventurers came to the barrow in search of wealth and power. Then he had never been hungry. But these last centuries were a famine. Something had changed in the world above the barrow. A once mighty city destroyed, the life in the barrow reduced, his stock of souls pared down. He was hungry now. To preserve his existence, he spent most of his existence in slumber. Each time he woke, his reserves were further depleted. Yet this time, something was different. He expanded his awareness, knowing that even this small exertion of his powers cost him greatly. There were pockets of life of various shades and intensities. Foul creatures were common, filled with rancid, bitter souls. His minions, once dead creatures given false life to act as extensions of his will, still slumbered. There was far too little life. He had gorged before his last slumber, preparing for a long sleep. He'd consumed many a sentient soul that day. Over time, the barrow would capture more souls, and he would feed again. But his barrow had not had enough time to restock. The number of souls in his barrow was insufficient. Panic surged in the Barrow King's mind. "There is not enough." Then he felt it. Towards the edge of his being, in a small part of himself long abandoned, a light stronger than any since the ancient days. There was something familiar about this light. It was beyond sentience. His mind touched the edges of it, a nexus of potentiality unlike anything he'd felt since... In a flash, his betrayal came back to him. The hidden power brought to bear against him that day was like nothing experienced before or since, and he knew what had become trapped by his web. "A Godhead," the Barrow King thought, in both fear and reverence, snapping his tendrils back from the light as if burned. Has the betrayer returned? Fear ripped claws through his mind, and he felt a desperate need to return to his slumber. But the Barrow King was no coward, and his hunger was great. He reached out again and sampled the edges of the light. It was potent and pure and primal. And different, the Barrow King said aloud. Renewed confidence and desire flowed through his ethereal body. He poured more of his stored energy into the tendrils and reached out to touch the light. The tendrils melted in the glory of the light, but the Barrow King was now certain that this was not the betrayer returned. He needed to know more. He gazed upon the corpse of the dead rat, and an idea formed in the revenant's mind. He stretched his will into the barrow and found another barrow rat close to the Godhead. He pushed a small amount of power into the rat and possessed its small mind. The rat found the light of the Godhead locked in a cave with no entrance and no exit. How did it get there? The Barrow King wondered. He spent too much energy opening a small crevasse in the side of this mystery room, and his scout entered. It was an El-Edrine. A high elf? The Barrow King said, bewildered. That race had left Corin millennia ago. His scout gazed upon the elf. He was face down and damaged. The Barrow King extended his analyze skill through his surrogate and read the newcomer. The elf suffered from several broken bones and a paralysis debuff as if he'd fallen a great height. That made no sense. The cave ceiling was only a dozen feet above the man's prone form. The elf was also a paltry level 1 and had 0 experience. How had it come to be there? Why was it here? The Barrow King ordered his scout forward. He needed a closer examination. The man was aware of his scout, but was unable to move, despite the twitching of his finger near the dagger at his belt. There was time. The Barrow King poured more of his dwindling power into the rat, and there it was. The Godhead. The blaze of energy it put off flowed through the rat's eyes. The Godhead was undetectable to those ignorant to its presence or its purpose, yet the Barrow King had felt one's touch before. The Barrow King imagined himself filled with the divine power of the Godhead. He would never be hungry again. The vast potential contained in this mote of creation surged through his poisoned mind. A vast army of the dead rose and marched in front of him, the foul energies leaking from them drawing clouds across the sky. Astride a skeletal dragon, the Barrow King moved across the land. An army of the dead rose in the ruined city to the south. Ancient corpses that lay where they'd fallen in battle centuries before stumbled to their feet, weapons held aloft in worship of their new god. They marched through the villages that still dotted the hills and valleys around the dead city, pillaging and adding more to their numbers. Then he turned his forces towards the mountain kingdom of the dwarves and plundered it for weapons, wealth, and warriors. With each conquest, his army would grow, for the dead served only him. His army laid waste to all the lands of Corin. Then he would turn the dead gazes of his million-strong army against the shining city itself and lay the betrayer low. The Barrow King pulled himself from his foretelling and looked at the man. He was weak. The Godhead would be easy to take. A plan formed in the Barrow King's mind. He would draw this adventurer further into the Barrow, kill him, and absorb him body and soul. The Godhead would be his. He would be reborn and remade and have his vengeance. The elf stabbed up with his dagger, killing the rat. The Barrow King's scout died, and the view of the man blinked out. No matter. The greed of mortals was their great weakness. The Barrow King let flow a twinge of mana, and gifts appeared. A small chest containing tools to survive his barrow. It was an irresistible invitation that would inexorably lead the elf deep into the barrow. Exhausted, the Barrow King withdrew most of his tendrils. He let one slither through the passages of the barrow, seeking. He needed power to challenge the man with the Godhead. It was time to feed. 15. The door seemed too convenient, as did the long passageway beyond it. Gryph attached the small buckler to his left arm, hefted his spear, and entered the passage. Fearful of what lay beyond, he slipped into stealth. The passageway was long and gave Gryph time to think on the absurd situation he was in and the long list of things that had gone wrong. What had Aileron done to him? What was the Barrow? Aileron had been acting normal as far as Gryph could tell. He was just the same startup game avatar that greeted every new player. Nothing odd there. Sure, it showed how egocentric Aileron was, but arrogance was never a real threat. Then his entire demeanor had changed. It had to be the Godhead, whatever the hell that thing was. The way it had freaked Lex out suggested that it was powerful. Aileron had only noticed Gryph when he'd equipped the odd artifact. Gryph had seen a look of fear in the god's suddenly aware eyes. The Godhead. He pulled open his inventory. The icon for the mysterious artifact was hazy this time. When he'd equipped it, the icon had been bright and shiny. Gryph attempted to unequip it, but discovered that he could not. He tried a few of the other icons. His tattered boots, worn shirt, and ragged trousers glowed and fell away from his avatar. With a start, he discovered he also stood naked. He re-equipped his avatar. He looked back at the icon for the Godhead and focused. Other than the gift of tongues ability, the description was not at all helpful. Yet the name Divine Artifact and the fact that it was the only magical item he possessed with a tier suggested that its power could evolve. That is what drew Aileron's ire. I'm a threat to him. Somehow, it had bonded with him. Whatever it was, his possession of it had pissed off a god. That meant it could be a powerful tool in his quest to save Bryn. He had to make unlocking its abilities a priority. Without Lex to guide him, he would have to figure out everything on his own. He was surprised how much he missed his irritating banner-turned-foul-mouthed priest. He was sure that sooner or later he would have punched Lex in the mouth, but now, alone in the bowels of this wretched dungeon, he missed the company. According to Mo, or should he be calling her Eris, he was meant to spawn in a pleasant town with ample places to grind. The lingo was still new to him, but he understood enough to know, despite his impressive list of imported skills, he was still inexperienced and weak. Gryph hefted his spear, stretched his muscles, and moved down the passage. He kept his pace steady, thankful that the Eladrine had night vision up to 120 feet. A dull glow appeared up in the distance out of the gloom. It took Gryph a moment to realize it was much farther away than any human eyes would be able to register. He forged ahead, and the corridor eventually ended in a large cavern. The cavern was the size of a high school gymnasium. The area was filled with huge mushrooms that glowed with a dull silver light. Though they stood taller than he, Gryph was able to see beyond them and spot another entrance on the opposite side of the cavern. The continuing passageway appeared to head down. The stench in this chamber was a notch beyond awful. It was the smell of carrion and decay. Bones of every shape and size littered the floor of the cavern. It was a feeding ground, and one for a creature none too concerned with cleanliness or hygiene. Gryph scanned the cave for a few moments before assuring himself that he was alone. Then he moved forward. He was careful not to step on the innumerable bits of bones or shards of rusted metal that lay scattered between the mushroom stalks. After a few minutes, he made a circuit of the room, confirming that he was alone. He'd even stabbed into the base of one mushroom to assure himself that the things wouldn't jump to life and take a bite out of him. The mushroom leaked a silver sap, but otherwise showed no ill effects. Gryph made his way to the other exit and confirmed that the tunnel went down further into the barrow, but it turned a sharp corner a few dozen feet, so he couldn't see much else. Gryph remembered Lex's conversation telling him to leave no stone unturned. He returned his attention to the room and checked the remains for treasure. The work itself was both disgusting and sacrilegious. Gryph wasn't a fan of looting the dead, but he was also practical. Whatever had turned these into dust and bone must be a deadly foe. Gryph began his search, finding a variety of useful items. You have found 24 gold coins, 38 silver coins, and 56 bronze coins. You have found 3 non-magical jewelry. You have found a basic alchemist's kit. Item class, non-magical. Item category, not applicable. With this kit, you can collect alchemical and crafting ingredients and make base-tier potions. You have found an animate rope spellstone, air magic. This enchanted stone will allow you to learn a spell. You have found padded leather jerkin, light armor. Item class, non-magical. Item category, not applicable. AC bonus, +8. A standard padded leather jerkin provides decent protection from attack. You have found padded leather pants, light armor. Item class, non-magical. Item category, not applicable. AC bonus, +4. A standard pair of padded leather pants provides decent protection from attack. You have found scaled leather boots, light armor. Item class, non-magical. Item category, not applicable. AC bonus, +5. A fine pair of scaled leather boots provides above-average protection from attack. You have found banded leather braces, light armor. Item class, non-magical. Item category, not applicable. AC bonus, +5. A standard pair of leather bracers enhanced with small iron plates provides above-average protection from attack. Gryph was most interested in the spellstone. Even a newbie like him understood that in the realms, magic was the true power. He held the jewel in his hand. It was a blue gemstone, a sapphire perhaps. Gryph stared, drawn in by a swirling glow of white light deep inside the crystal matrix of the gem. He focused on the light, and his vision swam, and he felt the beginnings of a headache. Then he felt a rush of air snake up his arm and into his chest, and then up into his head. His brain pulsed with the sudden influx of knowledge, and he fell to his knees in surprise. You have learned the animate rope, sphere, air magic, tier, base. Allows the caster to animate rope, or chains, vines, or anything that can be considered a rope. The rope will obey basic commands and can tie, entangle, trip, or squeeze opponents. The rope's AC and HP derive from the quality of the rope. Each tier mastered adds 1 rope to the total control limit. Mana cost, 50. Damage, squeeze, 5 points per second. Duration, 1 minute plus 5 seconds per level of air magic mastery. Cooldown, 5 minutes. You have learned the skill Air Magic. Level 1. Tier, Base. Skill type, Active. You can now wield the power of air magic. Air magic allows the user to manipulate the wind, the air around us, and other gases. Air magic is used for offensive and defensive purposes, but can also summon or create creatures made of air, and is useful for animating a variety of inanimate objects. Spells that make use of electricity are the province of air magic. Despite the headache the inrush of information punished him with, Gryph was ecstatic. He had just learned his first magic spell and the accompanying skill. Even though animate rope sounded rather silly, he could not wait to cast it. It turned out he'd get his chance sooner than he thought. As Gryph struggled to pull the padded leather jerkin over his head, he heard the heavy thud of footsteps coming from the unexplored tunnel. (16) Even hunched over, the beast was near 7 feet tall and muscled like a gorilla who'd failed a steroid test. It had a large mouth, which it was gracious enough to show Gryph as it chomped down on what appeared to be a child's arm. The casual crunch of bone told Gryph a tale he wished he'd never heard. The large beast passed him by, its small, beady eyes never once glancing his way. It was likely near blind, which made sense this far underground. Its splayed nostrils suggested its sense of smell would be the inverse of its eyesight. After a few moments, the horrible crunching noise stopped, and Gryph gave thanks for small miracles. With the cacophony of its meal ended, the beast paused, as if sensing the interloper in its living room. The massive head swung to the left, and to the right, nostrils flared. Gryph hoped that the god-awful smell of the room overpowered whatever stench he exuded. A few tense heartbeats later, the beast lifted the body in its right hand. It wasn't a child, but a tiny man with striking green hair and an outfit that featured nearly every bright color of the rainbow, including the crimson stain of blood. The beast eased back onto its haunches, and with a fibrous tear of muscle and skin being wrenched apart, the beast shoved another arm into its mouth. Then, things got worse. At that moment, Gryph's nose decided that playing hide-and-seek was a bore. A huge sneeze erupted, followed by a stream of tears. The sound tore through the cave. Gryph ran. He staggered and slipped and bounced off another mushroom stalk as he ran blindly through the cavern. Behind him, the beast bellowed and tore off after him. Reaching down to the bandolier on his chest, Gryph pulled one of the throwing knives and pitched it wildly behind him. The knife bounced off the beast, unable to penetrate its thick hide. Gryph sensed the beast's swing and did a duck and roll as the massive body rumbled past him. He spun up to his feet and thrust his spear towards the beast. The point took the creature high in the thigh and sunk in several inches. With a howl that pierced Gryph's ears, the creature stumbled and fell to one knee. A meaty fist swiped back at the offending spear before Gryph could retrieve it, snapping the shaft a few inches below the spearhead. The beast spun and swung a fist. Gryph ducked, lost his balance, and fell to his rear, scrambling backwards as fast as his frantic legs and arms would crab walk him. The broken haft of his spear clutched near useless in his hand. The monster tugged the broken spearhead from its leg and flung it at Gryph. It sank deep into the hard-packed dirt of the cavern floor, an inch from his crotch. The spearhead vibrated and hummed from the impact before falling silent. Gryph looked at the beast to see the gash in its leg close and knit before his eyes. What the hell? The beast dropped to all fours and charged. In a panic, Gryph scuttered back further until he bumped into the stalk of another mushroom. There was nowhere else to go. The beast got close, and Gryph held the broken spear shaft in front of him, a pathetic defense against the onrush of a locomotive-sized bull. The beast must have sensed the easy prey as it ducked its head and increased speed. Gryph noticed the two curved horns on the beast's head. Perfect, Gryph thought, and braced the broken spear against the base of the mushroom. He held it at an angle, gripping it with every ounce of strength. It was a desperate move, with surprisingly concrete results. The beast, full of stupidity and rage, charged ahead, paying no heed to the pathetic weapon. It lowered its head, preparing to batter Gryph to a pulp. Pain exploded in the beast's head. Gryph's desperate last attack, braced against the base of a mushroom stalk, sent the broken shaft deep inside the beast's left nostril, where it buried itself in the soft flesh of its brain. The beast did not fall, did not die. Come on, Gryph said in disbelief. The beast reared on its hind legs and bellowed. It stumbled, flailing back and forth, straining to find the source of the excruciating pain. That has to do it, Gryph thought. The beast howled again, arms spasming back and forth as it sought the spear shaft. Its eyes opened and closed as it lost control of parts of its body. Die! 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 Gryph yelled at the top of his lungs, the sound drowned by the monster's rage. Not wasting the opportunity, Gryph stood, and his hands found the throwing knives at his chest. He took careful aim and threw 1, 2, 3, 4 of the small enchanted blades. 2 bounced off the thick hide of the monster's face, but 2 more found their mark. Tiny eyeballs ruptured, and a viscous mix of ocular fluid and green blood flowed down the beast's face. Another howl exploded from the beast. One of its massive mitts found the spear shaft and yanked it free, drawing a fountain of blood, snot, and what may have been brain matter out. The beast tossed it aside and roared again. Gryph moved quickly and silently, attempting to make his way to the exit, which led further down into the barrow. He had no clue what awaited him below, but there was no way it was worse than his current situation. But the beast's sense of smell, even with one ruined nostril, was incredible. It looked right at him, metal shards glinting in the dim glow. Gryph made himself as rigid as a statue and held his breath. After several thunderous heartbeats, the beast turned away, cocking its head to the side. Gryph was sweating and knew the stench pouring off of him had to be an easy mark for the beast's sense of smell. A thought hit him. The smell of the dust. That earthy smell. It covered him, mixed with and masking his sweat. Maybe I'll get out of this after all, Gryph thought, realizing that, until now, he had accepted his imminent death. The beast slowed and turned its head from side to side, nostrils expanding and contracting as it sought its prey. The damage to the left nostril had healed. Whatever this thing was, it regenerated quickly. He had to move silently, a task far easier imagined than executed on a floor littered with bone. He took a slow step back, foot landing with a crunch. The sound, so small, drew the attention of his enemy. The blinded beast turned to him, and a low growl rose from deep inside its chest. "Shit," Gryph thought. He grabbed what he guessed was a large femur and hurled it towards the back of the cavern, opposite the exit. The bone clattered against the wall, and the beast's head snapped towards the sound, sniffing. Gryph eased himself up onto a moss-covered boulder, struggling against the slick wetness, and saw a path out. He grinned as the plan coalesced in his mind. "This will never work," he thought. Then he jumped from the rock to the top of the closest mushroom. He swayed for a moment on the spongy cap, forcing himself to fight for balance. Then he leapt from one mushroom to another, and then to another, like that Mario from an ancient video game he and Bryn had played at his grandfather's house as a kid. The irony of playing a game in a world he'd accessed via a game was not lost on him. He traversed the top of a dozen mushrooms before the beast tracked him. It howled, and Gryph laughed in triumph. He knew he'd reached the other side of the cavern long before the beast reached him. All he had to do was leap the last few caps and sprint down the tunnel to whatever lay in store for him down its dim passage. Then a large bone smashed into his back, knocking him forward and off the mushroom. He hit the ground with a thud, his breath forced from him like a fist to the gut. His face landed in a heap of moldy clothing, shards of bone, and rusted metal. Blood welled up from a dozen tiny nicks along his face and neck. "Do they have tetanus in the realms?" he wondered, but the sound of the beast's howl pushed the idiot thought from his mind. The monster charged. Gryph scrambled to his feet, rocks skittering underneath him. The beast's rage-induced speed was tremendous, and within mere seconds it was upon him. Gryph attempted to leap towards the entrance of the tunnel, remembering how stooped over and slow the beast had been as it emerged. If he could only reach it, perhaps he would be fast enough to get away. A few feet from the entrance, the beast caught him by the ankle and dragged him backwards. A desperate howl of fear filled the room, and Gryph realized it had come from him and not the monster. He kicked with one foot, the heel of his boot smashing into the tender flesh of the beast's damaged eye. The beast roared again and pulled Gryph back, tossing him against the base of a mushroom. Gryph gasped for breath as the beast charged, mouth open wide like the maw of hell. On instinct, Gryph shot his left arm up to protect his face, and the beast's mouth came down hard on the small buckler attached to Gryph's forearm. The beast chewed like a dog on a bone, all slobber and intensity. The wood and iron of the small shield splintered and cracked. Gryph was about to die. Again he was resigned to this fate. The human brain does odd things when it has accepted death. We examine our regrets and sometimes think on those we love. Gryph's thoughts drifted to Bryn and the look of fear on her face in her video. He wanted to see her again, to see her face split by a smile instead of darkened by fear and worry. He was going to die in a realm of magic and wonder and hadn't even had a chance to use magic. "You idiot," Gryph thought. He set his mind to casting Animate Rope, and the fingers of his right hand, as if commanded by an outside force, moved through a series of motions. A cool rush of air shot down his arm as he grabbed the loop of rope. The rope throbbed with power, and Gryph tossed it at the creature. The rope moved like a snake and coiled around the beast's legs. It slithered up its torso, pinning one arm against the creature's bulbous head. The rope was cheap, and Gryph suspected that it would not last long. But he had bought himself a few moments. He had seconds to act, so he pulled the dagger from his waist with his right hand. He thrust up and into the beast's open mouth, sinking the 8-inch blade into the roof of the creature's mouth, just as its teeth bit into Gryph's forearm. Gryph's health bar dipped by 25%, and he screamed in agony. A prompt popped into his vision. Debuff added. You are bleeding. 5 points damage per second. Both elf and monster howled in pain. The beast opened its mouth and bellowed. The bottom row of teeth still skewered Gryph's wrist, trapping his arm. Time slowed. Gryph's life was now measured in seconds. Gryph ordered the rope to coil tighter, trying to pull the beast away from him, or at least making it harder for the beast to bite down again. The monster strained, fury and pain enhancing its strength. Time slowed as Gryph heard the rope snapping. Rotten gobbets of flesh sprayed from the creature's teeth. Blood poured down Gryph's arm. A large tooth stuck through his wrist. Then he saw the sapphire glint from the ring on his finger. Despite the agony of impending death, Gryph smiled. Sayonara, fucker. 17. Gryph sent a mental command to the ring of minor air shield, and, in a fraction of a second, a sphere of solid air exploded from the ring. It expanded and took the beast's head with it. Gryph thought he saw a look of stunned incomprehension cross the beast's face, but then the beast had no head, and so no face. To Gryph's irritation, the shimmering sphere of air blinked out. The force of the beast's skull losing to the sphere of solid air had used up the shield's health points. Gore, blood, brains, and far too much mucus cascaded onto Gryph, followed by the beast's body. The weight hit him, causing ribs to crack and lungs to expel air. He lost another 10% of his health, and it continued to dip. Gryph sensed the prompt in the corner of his vision and ignored it. Yeah, debuffs added. I know. He'd defeated the beast, but its leaking, fetid corpse was crushing the life out of him. He was suffocating as his hit points ticked downwards, approaching 0. He heaved and lifted a small edge of the beast's corpse, just enough for him to wriggle to freedom. He inhaled to satiate his burning lungs, but also inhaled the rancid slop that covered him. The taste and smell made him gag, and he coughed, rolling onto his side, and vomited. I am alive, he rejoiced, before his thoughts once again dwelled on the idea that people entered this hellish place for fun. He pushed the thoughts aside and leaned against the stalk of a mushroom and downed a health potion. Warmth pulsed into him as his health filled. Closing his eyes, he inhaled. In the corner of his vision, his prompt indicator blinked. You have earned 15,600 XP for slaying a Balgrath. You have reached level 2, 3, 4, and 5. You have 24, 20 base plus 4 Godhead bonus, unused attribute points. You have 5 unused perk points. You have reached level 2 in air magic. You have reached level 3 in analyze. That was a lot of prompts. Gryph would have smiled, except being covered in stinking gore was a mood killer. He now knew the disgusting beast was a Balgrath. He wasn't sure if it was because his analyze skill had leveled, or if it was a prompt given because he had slain the beast. Apparently, killing a high-level creature enabled a basic identification. Convenient, if odd. He stood and kicked the headless corpse several times. He knew it was stupid, but it felt amazing. After a few moments, his rage calmed, and he laughed. He stared at the beast and used Analyze. Balgrath, level 21, H 320, S 520, M 0, SP 0. Balgrath are not natural beasts. They are the product of ancient magical experimentation, which combined the ancient Wermin race of lizard people with mountain trolls. Balgrath are not the most intelligent or cunning creatures, but are tough and difficult to kill. Their extensive regeneration abilities allow them to heal nearly any wound in time. Balgrath are omnivores, but they rather enjoy feasting on the smaller sentient races that live on the surface. Solitary creatures in the wild, their Wermin cousins often keep Balgrath as pets. Strengths unknown. Immunities unknown. Weakness unknown. Gryph noticed the metal collar around the thick, headless neck. The collar had a thick ring attached, scored with metal-on-metal abrasions. This thing was a pet? His eyes went to the tunnel heading further into the barrow. Shit. What lay down that tunnel? Wermin? Whatever the heck those were. Gryph sighed in resignation, knowing it was his only option. He retrieved his throwing knives and the tip of his broken spear from the corpse. Maybe it could be repaired. He suspected that magic items were not common in the realms. He wiped the blood from the knives when he got a prompt. You have harvested Balgrath blood. This rare and valuable ingredient has many uses in both alchemy and crafting. You suspect it could make a potion of health regeneration and other unidentified effects. You also get the sense it could craft an item that increases health regeneration and other unidentified effects. You have learned the skill Harvest, Level 1. The realms are full of amazing ingredients that alchemists, crafters, and artificers can use to create wondrous potions, healing salves, and deadly poisons. The Harvest skill allows you to identify and harvest these ingredients. 50% chance to harvest ingredients. Every ingredient has 4 or more effects. At the base tier, you are able to identify the base effect. Sweet! Gryph exclaimed as he pulled his alchemy kit from his inventory. It was a leather box the size of a briefcase. It contained a variety of alchemical equipment and 100 small vials he guessed were for collecting and storing ingredients. He pulled a pump used to extract liquids and attached an empty vial to the end. He spent the next 10 minutes siphoning the thick green-black blood from the Balgrath's corpse. His 50% chance to harvest was annoying as he failed half the time. He had collected a nice haul. He even leveled Harvest, which increased his success rate by 2%. You have reached Level 2 in Harvest. Gryph considered trying to make a few potions with the kit, then reconsidered. He didn't know what ingredients combined well with others. Surviving the huge beast only to drink a poison cocktail of one's own making was not a dignified way to go. He stuffed the kit back into his inventory, again amazed by the weight and space-reducing powers of his satchel. On Earth, it would be the greatest invention of all time. But here in the realms, they gave it to every Tom, Dick, and Sally. It was time for some looting. If he were to survive facing the Wormen, he needed better weapons. He pulled a torn and tattered cape from an ancient skeleton of some knight-errant that had faced the Balgrath and lost. Like everything in the cave, it glittered with a fine layer of mushroom spores. Gryph wiped most of the gore and goo from him, but he now sparkled like a woo party girl on a whoop-it-up night. He spent the next half an hour gathering everything of use he could find in the cavern. You have found 24 gold coins, 34 silver, and 10 bronze coins. You have found 3 minor potion of healing. You have found 2 minor potion of stamina. You have found minor potion of mana. You have been awarded a fine steel spear. Item class, non-magical. Item category, not applicable. Base damage, 10. A finely crafted steel spear. You have found padded leather helm, light armor. Class item, non-magical. Item category, not applicable. AC bonus, +5. A standard padded leather helmet provides decent protection from attack. The loot thrilled him, but there was one final task. A task he was dreading. He walked up to the armless corpse of the small man. Gnome corpse. Gnomes are small humanoids whose love for mischief, song, and tinkering is famous or infamous. Gregarious and jovial, gnomes are natural wanderers. They are fond of adventure and will take up difficult and dangerous tasks if they believe the rewards will benefit them or their clan. The description of the small gnome tugged at Gryph's heart. Nobody deserved the fate this little guy had suffered. After a moment's hesitation, Gryph searched the body, hoping to find something that told him the gnome's identity. He found a sack of coins, a beautifully crafted dagger, a diamond ring on a chain, and a small book. You have found 56 gold coins, 65 silver coins, and 12 bronze coins. You have found an Ordonian ice dagger, short blade, air-water magic. Item class, base. Item category, active. Base damage, 7, +2 base item bonus. Active powers. Power, 1. Cold strike, 1 point of damage per point of mana spent. Power 2. 10% chance to freeze an opponent for 10 seconds, paralyzing them. Mana limit, 5%. Cooldown, 5 minutes. This dagger was forged using a piece of enchanted ice from the northernmost reaches of Corin. It is a traditional weapon of Ordonian chieftains and is, on rare occasions, given to outsiders who have performed a great service to the tribe. You have found Gnomish Ring of Promise, life magic. Item class, base. Item category, passive. Passive powers. Power 1, +2 to Charisma. Power 2, +50 to Health. This ring is 1/2 of a pair given to 2 gnome lovers who have committed to spend their lives together. As long as the commitment is honored, the powers stay active. If one lover dies, the other ring is reduced to half power. If the fallen lover's ring is returned, the surviving lover will get the power of both rings. You have found Jebus's Journal, a basic leather journal used by the people of the realms to record the events of their lives. Gryph took a deep breath and opened the pages of the journal.
Dear Estrella, it has been barely a week since we parted ways, but the caravan has already reached the mountains. We will traverse Long Pass, and then we will be in the desert. I miss you dearly, but I will not lie and say that seeing the endless sands and the ancient pyramids of the Egyptians has me more excited than I have been since the day you agreed to bear my ring. Laughter and jokes fill the air around the caravan, as you would expect of any that filled with so many gnomes. Even Dardic the mountain dwarf and Zeliana that stuck-up wood elf have been surprisingly agreeable. I must go now, my love. Tifala is insisting I teach cousin Wick how to dance. I understand why you dislike him, but trust me, he is family and a misunderstood soul. My heart is your heart, Jebus.
Gryph read several other entries, each increasing the tear in his heart. This gnome, this Jebus, was a beloved husband who had left his love to build a better life for them both. But here, in the depths of this accursed barrow, he had lost his life. Gryph flipped to the last entry and forced himself to read.
Dearest Rayla, I have little time. It has been nearly a month since we became trapped in this evil place. Wick discovered this foul dungeon in an old tome. He insisted it was a place rife with treasures, but all we have found is evil and death. It is no normal dungeon, my love. This barrow is alive. It sounds insane, but the walls and the tunnels, sometimes they move and shift during the night. And the beasts, it's their eyes, Rayla, foul and primal, but sometimes they look upon us with a keen and nefarious intelligence. I've become separated from the rest of the group, and I suspect that soon I will be dead. My greatest regret is that you will feel the moment I am gone. You will feel it, and I fear it will destroy you. I am sorry, my love. This will be my last entry. I love you, Jebus.
Gryph held back a tear, and then saw a message meant for him, scrawled inside the back cover in a ragged and rushed hand.
To whoever shall find this journal and this ring, I implore you to find my kin, my cousin Wick, and bring my journal and my ring to him. He will get them back to my love if he is able. I do not know who you are or if you even exist, but I have faith in the goodness of the gods and hope you can help this small part of me find my way home. If Wick is also dead, please consider making the journey to Erim, my village, where you will find my beautiful Rayla. Thank you, Jebus.
You have been offered the quest, Soothe a Broken Heart. Two lovers have been torn apart by death and uncertainty. Deliver this ring and this journal to the gnome known as Wick. Or, if Wick is also dead, bring it to the gnome woman Rayla in the village of Erim. Difficulty: moderate to difficult. Reward: unknown. XP: 5,000 to 10,000. Without a word, Gryph accepted the quest. He placed the ring and the journal into his inventory. Then he buried Jebus. I hate this fucking universe, Gryph muttered. "18. Gryph returned to the pile of loot he had collected right before the Balgrath attack and equipped all the armor. His AC leaped up to 38. He even felt a bit more solid. He also had attribute points to spend. The points he put into intelligence had already paid off, but the Balgrath had only landed a few hits and nearly killed him. Perhaps it was time to increase his physical prowess. He put 8 points into Constitution and 8 more into Dexterity, and was rewarded with leaps in health, stamina, AC bonus, and speed. He decided to put 3 more into Strength, both for the extra damage capabilities and the increase in stamina. Who knew when he'd find a place to offload his loot? He thought about dumping the last 5 points into Intelligence, but decided to keep them in reserve instead. His magical capabilities were still limited, and the army trained to always keep something in reserve for unexpected situations. Gryph, Level 5. High Elf, El Adrien. Deity, None. Experience, 15,775. Next level, 7,225. Stats: Health, 154. Stamina, 156. Mana, 145. Spirit, Attributes: Strength, 23. Constitution, 25. Dexterity, 28. 25 plus 3 bonus. Intelligence, 16. Wisdom, 10. Gifts: Health regeneration, plus 25%. Mana regeneration, plus 25%. Night vision, 120 feet. Master of Tongues. Gryph smiled. He was progressing nicely for a dude who had no damn clue what he was doing. He hated to admit it, even in the privacy of his own head, but he missed Lex. The banner AI turned grumpy NPC priest may have been obnoxious, but he knew his stuff. Now it was on to his perk points. It appeared that each skill had 6 tiers, and they each required a specific level in the requisite skill before that tier becomes available. Each tier opened up better perks. Base, Level 1. Apprentice, Level 20. Journeyman, Level 50. Master, Level 75. Grandmaster, Level 100. Divine, Level 101 plus. Based on his current skill set, he liked the idea of focusing on spears. He opened the Staves Spears perk tree to see what kind of goodies it offered. There were 3 branches. He focused on each in turn. Impale, an aggressive attack that can be initiated upon a successful attack. Impale does 2 times damage with a spear. Impaled opponents cannot move or counterattack for 5 seconds. Stun, an aggressive attack with a staff that can be initiated upon a successful attack. Stun does 1.5 times damage and prevents an opponent from moving or counterattacking for 10 seconds. Quick Strike, an aggressive attack with a staff or spear that can be initiated upon a successful attack. Quick Strike has a chance to land a second attack for the same amount of damage as the first. Parry, staves and spears provide good defense. When an attacker lands a blow, parry can be initiated. If successful, parry blocks the attack, resulting in no damage. The stamina cost to use the perks was high, but their intelligent application could be the difference between life and death. He also noted that there were 6 distinct tiers to each perk tree, and that anything above his current tier was unavailable. He guessed that he'd need to get to the appropriate level in each skill to hit the next tier. But when he did, oh boy would it be worth it. All the branches sounded amazing, but Impale and Parry were the ones that truly caught Gryph's eye. He dumped 1 perk point into each and admired the increased potency they brought to the skill. He looked through his other skills, and while all of them would be useful, he knew he had to get the most bang for his buck. His eyes gleamed as he read the perks for Dodge. Counterattack. Upon a successful dodge is the percentage chance to land a counterattack. This ignores all other attack bonuses and defenses. Damage is applied as normal. The weapon skill used must be equal to or greater than the opponent's dodge skill. Enter Stealth. Upon a successful dodge, the percentage chance to enter stealth. The user's stealth skill must be of a higher level than the opponent's perception skill to successfully enter stealth. Push Off. When dodge is successful, a specialty attack that provides separation from the attacker. Gryph dumped a perk point into counterattack and grinned at the possibilities. He loved Enter Stealth as well, but at his current tier, the percentage chance was so small he didn't think it would be worth the cost. Yet at later levels, he could load the branch with points and quickly power up. In the end, he put another point into push-off. Sometimes the best defense was distancing oneself from an enemy. Push-off could literally put space between him and death. This left him with a single perk point to spend. Light armor, air magic, and small blades all had their appeal, but it was stealth that made him feel like a kid on Christmas morning. His real-world experience had taught him that being upon an enemy before they knew you were there was an amazing advantage. He greedily read the perks. Backstab. A sneak attack launched while stealthed. The attack automatically succeeds and does multiple times damages depending on the tier. The attacker's stealth skill must be higher than the opponent's perception and dodge skill to land this attack. Invisibility. While in stealth, the percentage chance to become invisible. While invisible, a character can still use stealth to initiate a backstab or other attack, but the attack nullifies invisibility. Speed. A character can move at a percentage of their normal movement speed while in stealth. The normal max is 20%. He debated both backstab and speed. Each was incredibly powerful. An automatic hit that did twice as much damage sounded fantastic, even though Gryph didn't think of himself as an assassin. Moral qualms aside, the speed perk was likely to be far more useful, if less sexy. He dumped his last point into speed. Satisfied with his choices and feeling like a guy who'd just spent all his Amazon gift cards, Gryph closed out of the perk sheet. 19. Life is a stubborn force, and even here, in the Barrow, it thrived. Perhaps thrived was too strong a word. It would be more accurate to say even here, beings of all kinds clung to life. From mosses to rats, creepers to insects, wormin to human, life was everywhere. One just had to know where to look. Wick looked down from the hidden outcropping nearly 50 feet above the floor of the large chamber. From this high up, the reptilian humanoids scuttering around their settlement seemed no bigger a threat than an anthill. But Wick knew differently. Wormen had long been a scourge in the darker realms under the surface of Cornyn. He remembered tales told to him as a child.
"Behave, Wick, or the Wormen will come take you away,"
his mother always said. Wick had learned that no matter how badly he behaved, the Wormen never came for him. That had just egged on his bad behavior, heightening his youthful arrogance and smugness.
Perhaps this is Mother's revenge,
Wick thought. The idea that he would likely never see his mother's head of purple hair again filled him with sorrow.
You sure screwed your life up, bud.
He gripped his staff in white-knuckled hands as thoughts drifted to Tifila and the rest of his group. He hadn't just screwed up his own life this time.
I'll get us out of this, Tiff.
He wished he believed his inner voice. Something had changed. Everything in the Barrow knew it. A surge of malevolence had risen, covering the entire area in an oily miasma of evil. Something had awoken. Were the legends true? The Wormen sensed it too. Their village, if a collection of muck-covered tents, fire pits, and cesspools could be called a village, had been a hive of frantic activity all morning. Random outbursts of violence, so common in the cold-blooded creature's world, had increased. Wick adjusted the lenses of his maker goggles, and the largest worm came into sharp focus. The huge reptile hissed at his fellows. Wick could sense the massive creature's fear, and it knotted up Wick's guts. Thick muscles rippled under the worm's skin, and he towered over his fellows, reaching nearly 6 feet in height. On his back, he carried a huge two-handed sword of questionable quality, but obvious deadliness. A mouthful of sharp teeth barked orders to his cowering underlings. The large worm snapped a taloned hand out and grabbed his smaller brethren by the throat. Wick did not understand the beast's words. There was no way he could know their language. Until recently, the worm had been a myth. Wick knew one thing, though. Something was happening, and it was bad. The worm leader, who Wick dubbed Scarface due to the jagged white line that bisected his face from the fringe of his horns to his mouth, barked orders with a whip snap of his tail. He pushed and shoved his people into a line near the entrance to the passageway leading further down into the barrow. A welcoming committee, Wick thought. What are they welcoming? Wick felt it long before he saw it. A chill crept into him, starting from his bones and flowing outward. The hair on his arms stood on end as if his body was desperate to expel the unnatural sensation. Scarface felt it too, and a low, guttural bark erupted from him. The worm knelt as one. Even Scarface lowered his head in supplication. Wick's heart thundered in his chest as darkness flowed from the tunnel. The flowing blackness moved with purpose and intelligence, swallowing any nearby light. The barrow was always dark, but this was something altogether new. Wick adjusted the lenses again as a shadowy form emerged from the tunnel. Spectral energies flowed around the creature, the oily black of death magic mixed with a silver shimmer that Wick did not recognize. His heart jumped at this. I've seen most types of magic, he thought. So what is that? The cloaked form stopped and said, Rise, in the common tongue. The voice sounded like old bones scraping together. Scarface shot to his feet. He was much taller than the apparition before him, but there was no doubt who was in charge. Something new has entered my barrow, the apparition said. You will find him and bring him to me. As the apparition spoke, it walked up and down the line of kneeling wormen. Small squeaks of fear and involuntary jumps and spasms trailed in its wake. Yes, master, Scarface hissed, his tongue struggling to form the words so unsuited to his physiology. I will send my best warriors. My barrow? Wick thought. This is the Barrow King? The apparition paused and stared down upon one of the wormen, a worm scout. It lightly caressed the side of the scaly creature's face, and Wick felt the beast's fear. The bone-white hand eased the worm's chin up to face it, and a tendril of silvery energy erupted from the shrouded hood of shadows. The energy speared the worm's mouth, and its body stiffened. Globules of white energy, gilded by sheens of silver, flowed from the beast back into the apparition. Are my maker goggles malfunctioning? Wick wondered. His father had spared no expense on Wick's day of choosing gift. His father knew, as did the rest of the clan, that Wick would follow in his footsteps and become a master tinker. The look of betrayal on his face when Wick announced he would pursue the path of chthonic magic was one he would never erase from his mind's eye. His arrogance that day led him on the erratic path to the very spot he now stood. Below, the apparition finished what Wick could only guess had been some kind of feeding, and the corpse of the scout collapsed in a heap. The husk fell to the ground like old tinder, and the lizard folk trembled. "Find this newcomer and bring him to me," the apparition said, turning to Scarface. "Yes, master," Scarface said, his tongue battling his teeth as it forced the words from his mouth. "Do not fail me," the shadow said. It was then that Wick saw the tendril of energy, silver mixed with black and white, pulsing from the apparition back into the tunnel that led deep into the bowels of the barrow. The energies drained from the wormen were being siphoned somewhere else to something else. Soon the pulses slowed and then stopped altogether. The shadows surging around the apparition dissipated, revealing a bone skeleton. The skeleton trembled for a moment before collapsing into a clattering pile. Whatever malevolence had animated the ancient bones had faded. With a relieved exhalation of air, Scarface stood and nudged the pile of bone with a tentative foot. Satisfied that it was just a pile of bone, Scarface hissed at his people, and the entire tribe rushed into motion. Wick pulled the goggles up to his forehead and exhaled, not realizing he'd been holding his breath. He needed to get back to Tifila. Whatever was happening, whatever the Barrow King wanted, no good would come of it. Wick eased back into the tunnel behind him and gripped his staff. He closed his eyes. He spoke in barely heard murmurs as magical energy surged inside of him as he began a summoning. Pulses and shimmers split the air as a rift to another place opened. Wick formed an image in his mind. The rift expanded to the deep crimson color of blood, and a small demonling stepped from the portal. The imp stood a foot high. Its skin was the color of a furious sunburn infused with veins of crimson fire. Its body was rail-thin, all ribs and gangly limbs. A prehensile tail slid back and forth, cutting the air with knife-like movements. Atop an unnaturally thin neck sat a triangular-shaped head. The head was mostly mouth, and the mouth held more teeth than logic suggested was natural. Beady, hungry eyes glared up at Wick. "Watch the wormen camp," Wick commanded with precise words. "Stay quiet and do not move from this spot until they move out. Then come to me and tell me all you have seen. Only then will I release you." The imp hissed in annoyance and held a hand out. Wick pulled a slab of meat from his pack and passed it to the imp. "Human?" the imp said with a hopeful screech. "Rat," Wick said. The imp's face went from joy to anger, and it spat venomous words of the chthonic realm at Wick. Wick ignored the imp's ire. He had dealt with this foul creature on many occasions. "They want something more tasty." "The bargain is sealed, they grab Kurhern Zakai," Wick said, forcing the imp's true name past his lips with a sneer. The language of the chthonic realm was not meant for mortal tongues. Speaking the words always made Wick's stomach surge with acid. "Now do as I command." The imp hissed at its true name, but nodded in assent. It shoved the rat meat into its mouth and tore a chunk off, swallowing it nearly whole. It took a seat on a small rock and looked down upon the worm camp. With one last glance, Wick pulled his cloak around him and moved into the tunnel.
"Zeg maybe taste gnome soon,"
the demonling muttered to itself as Wick disappeared.
"Roasted? Grilled? Raw,"
the imp said, a forked tongue snaking from his mouth to pick bits of rat flesh from his teeth. Wick dipped into stealth, ears straining for any sound. It would take some time for the worm to get anywhere near his current location, but he wasn't stupid enough to drop his guard. Ever. He might stumble across a worm hunting party, run afoul of an umber beast, or get caught in a trap. And the Barrow held worse things than wormen. It was just over a month since Wick and his group had first become trapped in the Barrow. What started as an adventuring group of 6 was down to 2. Wick blamed himself for the deaths. He'd been the one who found the ancient map among the bric-a-brac in a mage's lair. A few of the others weren't convinced that the Barrow was any different from any other run-of-the-mill dungeon. Wick's mind drifted back to the fateful conversation that led him here, led his group to death. "If it is as rich as the map claims, won't it be picked clean by now?" Zelyana, a regal wood elf archer, said in her melodic voice. "Not if it's been lost these last 1,000 years," Tifila countered. "It used to be on a major trade route near Rhaenyra. Here." Tifila pointed to the Barrow's location on a map.
"Never heard of it,"
Hugarn, a half-orc barbarian, said. "I'd be surprised if you had," Wick said.
"You calling me dumb?"
Hugarn said with a threat in his tone.
"No, he isn't,"
Tifila said, a hand resting on the massive warrior's arm.
"The city was raised by zealots who worshipped one of the new gods. If nobody remembers the city, it is highly unlikely they'd remember the Barrow."
Hugarn nodded, and his anger abated.
"I dislike entering the dungeon so ancient. Who knows what devils may call it home?"
Thardik, the mountain dwarf priest, countered.
"Isn't that the point?"
Jebus said.
"According to the map, it was home to a wizard known only as the Barrow King. The only reference to the name is in an 8,000-year-old text."
"I don't put much stock in books,"
Hugarn grumbled. Wick held back a snarky response. Hugarn was more than twice his height, and he'd seen the barbarian slay a dozen enemies all by himself. He was a raging inferno that could not be contained, only pointed. Wick was not dumb enough to point the barbarian at himself.
"You remember the lost wizard lair we plundered?"
Wick said. Everyone nodded, and their eyes filled with gleams of greed. Hugarn even hefted the axe he'd acquired on that dive.
"Well, that dungeon was barely 400 years old."
The greedy looks multiplied.
"This will be our biggest payday ever."
The group agreed with little more persuasion. So far, they'd found very little treasure, yet quite a bit of death. Only Tifila and he still lived. Wick had been right about one thing. The Barrow was unlike any other dungeon they'd ever encountered. Once they'd entered, they learned that there was no way out. It wasn't a dungeon so much as a prison. 20. Gryph descended deeper into the barrow. He dreaded the entire idea, but he knew sometimes you need to go down to go up. He reeked like week-old roadkill, and despite his stats being at 100%, he didn't feel much better. Low-level light infused everything. His high-elf racial ability, night vision, amplified ambient light, a magical version of the night vision goggles he'd used on Earth. True darkness would likely blind him, but iridescent moss spotted the walls like streetlights on a lonely road, providing ample light to fuel the ability. The tunnel was large and descended at a comfortable angle. Every few feet he had to step over a shard of bone, a reminder of the beast that had called this place home. 10 minutes later, his stamina bar started blinking. His constant use of stealth was draining his reserves quicker than it was regenerating. Gryph continued downward. He brought up his map and saw it gave him an advantage. The map generated the area within the range of his vision. Not a line of sight, mind you, but a sphere of sight. Details illuminated the explored areas. The unexplored areas remained shrouded in shadows, but gave hints of what was to come, like a virtual fog that retreated with each step. Now, if I can only find a full map of this place. Accurate intel was often the difference between life and death on Earth. The realms would be no different, Gryph thought, making a mental note to search fallen foes for maps. He hurried down the hallway with renewed confidence, almost letting stealth drop. As he approached the junction, he paused, ducking behind a boulder. Something was coming from the right-hand tunnel. The confined space made fighting with a spear difficult at best, so he eased the long-shafted weapon to the floor and drew his daggers. If he needed it, the spear was within reach. He fidgeted, spinning the daggers in his hands like a gunslinger. He slowed his breathing and waited. A few moments later, he could sense more than see a shadow pause in the darkness at the edge of his night vision. Gryph froze, willing every muscle in his body to pause. Was this what seeing a stealthed opponent looked like? Eyes passed over him several times as the moments stretched to eons. Then, a small figure emerged into the dim light of the junction. It was a small man, maybe 3.5 feet tall. He was wiry and gripped a short staff topped with a red jewel. A crazed frock of electric blue hair plumed upwards at an improbable angle. Fierce gold-hued eyes scanned the area. Gryph used Analyze. Gnome. Level. Unknown. H. S. M. SP. This is a gnome. Strengths. Unknown. Immunities. Unknown. Weakness. Unknown. Gryph's thoughts drifted to the gnome he'd buried. Was this gnome his kin? Was this Wick? How would he react to the news of his cousin's death? Would he shoot the messenger? Analyze had given him no information, so the gnome was at least level 16. After weighing all the options, Gryph decided it was better to stay solo and safe than risk exposure and enmity. After a few tense moments, the gnome crept past Gryph and down the other tunnel. Gryph waited a full 5 minutes and was about to follow the small man when the quiet shuffle of many feet held him up. He checked his stamina and ducked into stealth. The shuffling noise grew louder, accompanied by an exchange of irritated hisses. Gryph eased the daggers to the ground at his side and drew 2 throwing knives. Several large figures emerged into the junction. They were bipedal reptilians, as if a Komodo dragon had decided that walking around on all fours was boring and decided to stand upright, wear rags, and carry rusted weapons. He used Analyze. Worm Scout, Level 6. Wormen are medium-sized reptilian humanoids. They hate most other sentient races and travel in rigidly hierarchical packs. Their society prizes strength and violence over all other things. They often serve more powerful creatures as battle fodder. Strengths unknown. Immunities unknown. Weakness unknown. One scout dropped to all fours and sniffed the ground. Gryph eased further back into the darkness. Shit. No way he won't be able to smell me, Gryph thought, before remembering he was slathered in Balgrath filth. The worm eyes went wide in fear, and it barked and hissed to his followers. The others cast nervous glances in Gryph's direction. Analyze revealed all 8 ranged from levels 6 to 11. The odds were not in his favor, so he remained hidden.
Jirsis Balgrath,
the lead Worman Scout Level 6, said, pointing in Gryph's direction. The leader, Worman Skirmisher Level 11, cuffed the smaller scout, pointing to the heavy iron chain at his belt.
Idis Wurgal control for this.
The wormen argued among themselves, and Gryph realized he could now understand bits of their language.
Discree, which way did this?
The leader said in an angry voice.
I fister tell,
the scout said. The leader smashed an ironclad fist into the side of the scout's head. The scout cowered and then pointed the direction the gnome had taken.
This way.
Gryph realized that the more words he heard, the more he understood the wormen. It had to be the Master of Tongues ability. Will I be able to understand any language I hear? The idea was intriguing, and Gryph considered the tactical uses of such knowledge. The wormen continued down the tunnel the gnome had taken. The debate raging in Gryph's mind triggered a quest. You have been offered the quest Gnomish Team Up. You have discovered that a troop of wormen is stalking a lone gnome. Team up with the gnome to defeat the pack of lizard folk. Difficulty, moderate. Reward, unknown. XP, 5,000. Gryph was certain that the way out of the barrow lay to the right, but knew that death stalked the gnome. A few moments of indecision battled inside Gryph's mind before he followed after the wormen. After several minutes of quick but stealthy progress, Gryph heard the sounds of battle coming from around an upcoming bend. He rushed forward and peered around the corner to see a large cavern. The wormen had caught up with the gnome and had him surrounded. The body of one wormen lay crumpled on the ground. Smoke spiraled from a fiery exit crater in the creature's back. The other wormen were stabbing inwards with their spears and swords. The gnome was agile and avoided the strikes while sending bursts of black-red fire from his right hand and parrying the strikes with the staff in his left. One wormen went down screaming as dark flame enveloped its head. Eyes boiled and scaled skin sloughed off its face. The sound and the smell were horrendous, and the other wormen backed away in fear. Another volley of fire flew from the gnome's hand, this time at the wormen leader, who raised the buckler on his forearm, preventing the flames from finding its mark. The gnome's hand glowed again as he prepared another spell. The wormen leader thrust his spear forward, catching the gnome with a glancing blow to the side. The energy around the gnome's hand faded. Gryph knew the foul beasts would soon overwhelm the gnome. It was time to decide. With an irritated grunt, Gryph pulled his last remaining loop of rope from his inventory and tossed it towards the closest enemy. Woman Skirmisher, level 6. He then cast Animate Rope and drew a few throwing knives. The rope slithered with the silent grace of a hunting viper as it eased up behind the worman. On Gryph's mental command, it surged up and around the reptile's legs. The startled creature yelped in surprise as the rope took him down and constricted. The spell didn't do much damage, but it immobilized the worman. Hopefully, the loop would hold the weaker opponent longer than it had the Balgraf. Gryph stood and threw both throwing knives at the second worman. Worman Scout, level 5. Both found their mark and sunk into the worman's neck. Their anatomy may be nothing like humans, but he figured no creature enjoyed metal blades sunk into their spine. The aim was true, and a critical hit notification popped into the corner of his vision. The worman went down. Gryph hefted his spear and rushed forwards. He used Impale on another worman, Worman Skirmisher level 7, but the creature turned and swung a large sword at him. Gryph activated Dodge and jumped to the side, narrowly avoiding the strike. The worman's sword sped in a downward arc. Gryph activated Parry and blocked the successful attack. He quickly counterattacked and landed a blow to the beast's side. Green blood flowed from the wound, and the creature grunted. Its sword lashed out again, and Gryph dropped his spear and rolled, lest he lose his head. Gryph came back to his feet. Drawing his daggers from his waist, he crouched in a defensive position and waited for the worman to make a move. Evidently, the creatures were not as dumb as they looked. The worman took advantage of the reach of its sword and eased back into a defensive position. Gryph feigned left, then right, and surged forward, landing a glancing blow on the worman's sword arm. The other worman noticed Gryph's arrival. The worman leader ordered his subordinates to rush Gryph as he returned his attention to the gnome. The gnome did not sit idle, but used the brief distraction to leap and climb a raised ledge. He ducked behind a boulder and disappeared from view.
Damn coward!
Gryph bellowed. He could not believe the gall of the gnome. He was only alive because Gryph had been stupid enough to engage the worman. Now he'd been betrayed, abandoned, and left to fight 3 wormen with only a pair of daggers. Great, Gryph muttered and braced for the attack. The worman rushed forward with no tactical sense, emboldened by the superior numbers. Gryph activated his ring of minor air shield, and a bubble of solid air formed around him with a snap. The first worman smashed into the invisible shield and bounced off, shock crossing his face as he fell back in a heap. The others hacked at the shell, and it soon began to blink. Gryph prepared himself. Soon the shield would fail. With a final, frantic blink, the shield disappeared with a pop. The first worman was upon him in seconds. Gryph sidestepped the lizard man's attack, spinning past the stabbing spear and slashing down with his left-hand dagger. He felt the metal bite into the creature's calf, and it went down with a scream, hamstrung. Gryph turned and parried a sword strike from the second. The jarring thud of metal on metal forced Gryph down to one knee. Damn, these things were strong. The worman pulled back for another strike, and Gryph decided he needed to be elsewhere. He rolled forward and past his foe, and flipped the dagger in his right hand while spinning. The blade now faced downward, and Gryph used his momentum to thrust the blade into the beast's back. It sunk deep with a crunch of bone. Gryph twisted the blade and yanked it free. He felt the creature's spinal column snap. The worman went down. It wasn't dead, but it wouldn't be getting back on its feet anytime soon. Gryph got to his feet just in time to lock his daggers and parry a crushing blow from the leader's massive 2-handed sword. The force caused Gryph to collapse to the ground again, and the Worman brought his knee up into Gryph's face. His health dropped by a third as he felt his nose break. The blow caused his eyes to water, and his vision grew blurry. Debuff added. You have received a disorienting blow. Attack and defense reduced by 25% for 1 minute. Unable to cast spells for 1 minute. In a panic, Gryph's mind scrambled for a way out of his situation. The two-handed sword connected again, and his health dropped below half. Gryph needed space and activated Push Off. He climbed onto the Worman's chest and pushed off with both feet, flipping head over heels and landed about 5 feet back. The Worman sprawled onto the ground, taking minor damage. Gryph pulled the health potion from his pack and went to drink it, when another Worman threw a spear at Gryph. He dodged the hasty throw, but the potion fell from his hand. I need to up my health, he thought, forcing his panic down. With no other idea, he dumped his last 5 attribute points into Constitution, hoping the small increase they provided would allow him to survive long enough to escape. His Constitution shot up to 29, and not only did his total health bump up by 8 points, his entire health bar refilled. What the hell? A life hack? Gryph thought to himself, amazed. I wonder if it works for my other stats as well. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to test that theory, since he had no more points. He grinned to himself, laughing at the absurdity of being unhappy that he was healthy. Already, the game mechanics were messing with his mindset. He had no time to brag, as the Worman he'd knocked over was back and swinging. Gryph staggered and fell back onto all fours to avoid the attack. The dagger in his right hand skittered away, knocked free by the fall to the ground. He tugged a throwing knife from his bandolier and tossed it at the leader's face. Gryph's aim was true, but a quick swipe of the leader's sword deflected the knife before it found purchase. Gryph had just witnessed the parry perk used against him. The leader grinned and rushed forward. Gryph knew he was in desperate trouble, but would not go down without a fight. He feigned left with his dagger and spun right, his right palm connecting with the reptile's ribs right below his armpit. Bones cracked and the leader grunted, but he still managed a one-handed swing of his massive blade. Gryph could smell the rust of the blade as it buzzed over his head, missing him by a few hairs. His defensive move caused him to fall onto his backside, again. He held his one dagger out in front of him, and almost chuckled at the lame deterrent. The Worman outright laughed and brandished its two-handed sword. One of the other Wormen rushed Gryph, but a barked order stopped the creature in its tracks. A strange quiet settled over the cavern as Gryph stumbled to his feet. The blood flow from his nose had slowed, and the debuff clock ticked closer to 0. What is he doing? Gryph wondered.
Hold! Surround him! Then we will attack from all sides,
the leader said in its odd, guttural language. Gryph's eyes widened. A moment later, the leaders did as well.
You understand me? How is this possible?
Gryph knew every moment he kept his enemies off balance was another minute he got to live. Because any simpleton could master your language. All you do is grunt and hiss and spit and drool, he said in Worman. The leader grinned, a terrifying explosion of sharp teeth, and chuckled.
Surface folk, you always underestimate us. My kind walked the surface of this world long before you warm bloods, and we will reign long after the sun goes dark and you are all gone.
As the leader talked, his subordinates surrounded Gryph. The one he'd used animate rope on was back up, his bonds cut by one of his fellows. The beast tossed the rope on top of Gryph's lost spear. An idea popped into Gryph's head, and he checked the status of animate rope. He had a mere 10 seconds of cooldown left. Time for more distracting talk.
Blah, blah, blah. We are mighty wormen, and we used to rule the roost, but then the meanie-weenie warmbloods kicked our asses and made us live in a hole in the ground. Wah, wah, poor us,
Gryph said in the worman's own tongue. The effort was almost painful, and Gryph feigned a coughing fit. Damn, your language is uglier than you are. The leader grinned wider. His head split near in two, and it barked a horrific laugh. Gryph's right hand twisted and contorted as he cast animate rope again. A low, chanting hum surged. What the hell is that? Gryph tried to find the source of the sound, but it was a barely audible hum, and the cavern was a natural echo chamber. More enemies, Gryph thought, his stomach surging with acid and fear. Then he saw the gnome peek up from behind a boulder on the ledge. The chanting was coming from him, and he stared intently at Gryph. Buy me time, the look said. Gryph returned his attention to the worman just as he finished casting. The length of rope came alive and entwined itself around Gryph's spear. It raised up behind the worman like a cobra ready to strike. The rope spun itself several times and threw the spear towards Gryph. The spear spun end over end, and Gryph caught it in midair. He brandished the weapon in front of him.
Do you know what this is? He bellowed. Or are you too stupid to identify the bane of your species?
The worman looked at the spear in confusion and trepidation, and paused, confusion plastering their faces. The leader hissed and barked in laughter.
You are a fool. Tonight we will dine on elf.
The leader's long tongue eased out of his mouth and danced across his teeth. The effect was chilling, and Gryph felt a trickle of sweat drip down his back. He laughed again, and his cohorts joined.
Any time now, guy,
Gryph yelled. This confused the wormen, who looked back and forth at each other. The leader was having none of it, though, and growled at his troops to focus. On his order, the wormen all ran at him full bore.
Shit,
Gryph said, bracing his spear for the attack. The cacophonous boom of a single word split the air.
Avernarius!
Gryph looked up to see the gnome lift his staff above his head, the red jewel atop it glowing like a red dwarf star. The stunned wormen also looked up, shielding their eyes from the brightness. The gnome brought the staff down with a thunderous crack.
I call thee!
The gnome rumbled in a louder and deeper voice than should have been possible. He collapsed to one knee as his command echoed throughout the chamber. Then the world grew silent once more. Confusion and uncertainty reigned for several heartbeats as Gryph and the wormen looked around in confusion and expectation. Had the gnome's spell failed? Then a pinprick bleed of red light appeared between Gryph and the wormen. It sparked and spun and expanded faster than Gryph's eye could follow. A tear split the fabric of reality open from ceiling to floor. It pulsed and expanded, reaching a width of 10 feet. The crimson haze of a hellish realm of darkness, fire, and movement blocked Gryph's view of the wormen. A black sun hung in a sky of seething red clouds. Streaks of green lightning leapt from cloud to ground, casting jets of earth spiraling skyward. Each flash brought more focus to the hellacious realm. Gryph wished it hadn't. The ground was awash in talons, horns, tails, and teeth. Tortured bodies of red and black, green and gray, roiled like an ocean of malevolence. It pulsed and spasmed, and then parted like a literal Red Sea. A hunched demon sprinted, a sword of black flame clutched in a claw-tipped hand. It lurched with purpose straight at the portal and towards Gryph. "21. Gryph got ready to jump aside, but as the demonic beast crossed the threshold, the surface pulsed like a mirror breaking in slow motion, and the horror emerged on the other side, facing the Worman. It whipped its head back and screeched. The sound of 1,000 eagles pierced Gryph's skull, and he fell to one knee, hands clamped to his ears. The portal winked out with a flash and a rush of air. The Wormen covered their ears in terror and pain, but that was the best of what they endured. The creature's sword moved with a blue-black blur, and the closest Worman was without a head. The head bounced to Gryph's feet, still gazing upwards in surprise, a stupid expression now permanently scrawled across its ugly face. Its tongue lolled out with a final exhalation of air. All the Wormen tried to run, except for the leader, who, Gryph had to admit, showed incredible bravery in the face of the demonic beast. Gryph took a moment to analyze the creature. You have reached level 5 in Analyze. Abyssal Terror, level 24, H 554, S 420, M 310, SP 300. These lieutenants in the armies of the Chthonic realms are devastating warriors who use flame and terror to bring their enemies low. Rarely seen in the mortal realms, they can only be summoned by a sorcerer skilled in the despised magic of the Chthonic sphere. Strengths unknown, immunities unknown, weakness unknown. Unholy shit, Gryph muttered as the abyssal terror swung its sword at the Worman leader. The Worman leader barely got his sword up to parry the blow, but it provided a small and useless victory. The ember of molten cobalt seared right through the rusty iron of the Worman's blade and bit into the Worman's shoulder, slicing down and splitting the cold-blooded beast in twain. The demon tugged its weapon, but it remained lodged inside the corpse of the Worman leader. The demon almost shrugged as it looked up at the remaining 2 Wormen. It struck out with one hand and grabbed the closest lizard by the throat. Flames surged from the demon's hands, and the Worman's eyes melted. It squealed in horror and pain. At the same moment, the demon shot its tail out and impaled the other Worman through the chest. The demon raised its tail, pulling the Worman off its feet. The obsidian barb protruded several feet from the Worman's back, covered in green blood and gore. The Worman struggled for a few moments before going limp. The demon shook its tail and flung the corpse against the cavern wall with a sickening thud. The demon paid it no heed as it pulled the other Worman close. The saurian creature tried to scream, but its vocal cords were charred and useless. The eyeless socket stared in horror as the abyssal terror brought it to its maw of needle-sharp teeth and chomped down on the Worman's head, severing it with all the ease and interest of a sociopathic child tearing the wings off a fly. The world went silent, except for the sickening chomping of the demon's maw as it feasted on lizard flesh. Bones cracked and tendons tore, and gore dribbled and splatted. Gryph backed into the corner. So far, the demon hadn't noticed him. That soon changed. In his panic, Gryph backed into a pile of stone and gravel. The sound of skittering rocks drew the demon's attention, and its head spun on Gryph, eyes burning from the inside with cold fire. It screeched, tossed the partially eaten worm aside, and rushed at Gryph with a speed that defied its bulk. Gryph raised his spear, wedging its base against a boulder, and hoped. The abyssal terror was mere feet from adding Gryph to its varied buffet when an order in an odd language erupted from the gnome. In an instant, the demon pulled up short, its bulk mere inches from Gryph.
"Sorry, I forgot to designate you as a friendly,"
the gnome said.
Forgot?
Gryph yelled.
What the hell is wrong with you?
"I'd lower that spear. First, it won't do much on good old Avernerius here. Second, if you so much as prick his infernal skin, your status as friendly will become void. And that would be, well, seriously ungood."
You're a lunatic.
Gryph sputtered, but he lowered his spear. He cast a hesitant gaze up at Avernerius and could see the hate in the demon's eyes. It still wanted to gut and feast on him, and the beast's infernal presence penetrated his mind and his soul. It felt like an oily stain seeping through every fiber of his being, with acid tendrils that burned away bits of him.
"Yeah, and I wouldn't stare in those eyes either. Bad things live in there."
Gryph pulled his eyes away, and the foul sensation dissipated.
Call it off?
Not how it works. And don't worry, his time in this realm is limited. He has about 20 seconds more before he's dragged back to his own realm.
I have decided I hate you, Gryph said as he eased away from the abyssal terror and made his way closer to the ledge where the gnome stood. Gryph didn't look up, but Avernerius's eyes followed his every move. The muscles in the creature's body strained as if it were fighting against itself to get to Gryph. You sure you have control of this thing?
Pretty sure. But no need to fret, 'cause in 3, 2, now.
A pinprick of fiery light punctured the veils between realms again and dragged Avernerius back as if pushed by hurricane-strength winds. A foul rush of sulfuric air sucked the demon through the portal. The smell made Gryph gag. The gnome slid down from the ledge and looked around at the bodies of the wormen. Gryph got to his feet and advanced on the small men with virulent ire. Before the gnome knew, he was upon him. Gryph had him by the neck. He hoisted the tiny man with ease, lifting him up to his eye level. You nearly got me killed, Gryph said in a calm fury.
I saved your life, man,
the gnome said, gasping for breath. I saved yours, Gryph grumbled, but his anger was subsiding. Gryph let the small man drop, and he felt shame pulse through him. Finn had never been one to let anger cloud his mind. Gryph refused to be victimized by it either. The gnome coughed a few times as he forced air back into his lungs. He rubbed a hand against his throat as he stood. He walked right up to Gryph and held out a hand.
"The name's Wick."
So he's the gnome from the journal, Gryph realized. Wick held his hand out as the seconds ticked by and the air grew uncomfortable. Wick widened his eyes in a "don't leave me hangin', buddy" gesture as Gryph continued to stare.
"And your name is?"
Wick said in an irritating drawl that dripped sarcasm. Gryph held the stare before grasping the small man's hand. Gryph.
"Nice to meet you, Gryph. Thanks for the save there. I thought I'd give this lot the slip, but evidently my stealth skills aren't up to snuff."
Wick grew uncomfortable as Gryph refused to release his hand.
getting a little weird, pal.
Gryph pulled the little man closer and said, "Want to explain that demon lord of hell thing?"
What's to explain?
Wick said with a nervous grin. "Tell me why I shouldn't gut you now. You dredged that demon up from hell. What are you, some kind of evil necromancer priest?"
First off, I'm a chthonic summoner, not a necromancer. Necromancers hang out in graveyards digging up corpses. I summon beings from the chthonic realm. Second, I am not evil. I just make use of beings whose moral standards may be a tad looser than my own.
Gryph's withering look suggested that, in his mind, the two things were not all that different on the moral scale of things.
You sound just like my dad, Wick grumbled. Well, maybe you act like my dad, since you aren't really saying much. You've really mastered the strong and brooding thing.
Gryph just stared.
Now, look, do you think I asked for this? It's not my fault I have an affinity for the chthonic sphere. I sure as shit didn't ask for it. I would have been perfectly happy following in me dad's footsteps and becoming another in a long line of flint spanner master tinkers. But no, the gods cursed me with this.
"Are you done?" Gryph asked. After a shy moment of introspection, Wick nodded. Gryph let go, and Wick lurched back at the sudden freedom. He smoothed out his wrinkled clothes, all the while casting a sideways glance of mistrust at Gryph.
Yes, I believe I am.
Gryph's mind went to Jebus's quest. This Wick was like the child who liked to play with fire. All fun and games until the neighbor's house burned down. Definitely someone not to trust. Maybe Jebus and Rayla would be better off if Gryph completed the quest on his own. Not that he knew where he was, much less how to get to their village. After a moment's consideration, Gryph decided to keep the quest a secret. "Good. Now, how do I get out of here?"
Out of the barrow?
Wick snickered.
Are you new here?
"Just answer the question, Wick."
Well, you don't. There is no way out.
Wick laughed out loud at the crestfallen look that crossed the tall elf's face, earning a look of ire from Gryph.
I'm sorry. I don't mean to pile on your misery, but if there was a way out, do you think I'd be hanging out here?
He waved his hands around with all the drama of a stage magician. "I don't believe you."
Yeah, well, nobody ever does.
Wick mumbled and almost sounded sad.
Listen, come with me. I have a safe place. Well, relatively safe since we're in a sentient dungeon bent on seeing us all dead.
"What did you say?"
I have a place?
"No, a sentient dungeon? What does that mean?"
Are you new to language too, or maybe just dim?
Wick said, and then gave Gryph a sideways glance.
How is it that you don't know anything about anything?
"I'm not from around here."
Yeah?
Wick said, a look of suspicion crossing his face.
Where are you from, then?
"You won't have heard of it."
Try me. I'm well-traveled.
Normally, Gryph would have said nothing. Years of training warned him not to hand out any information that could give anyone an advantage. But at this point, he didn't see any harm. Maybe he was getting soft. Maybe it was just loneliness. "I'm from a place called Earth," Gryph said.
Well, I'll be damned. You're a player?
Wick said, eyes going wide.
You are, aren't you? A little late to the party, aren't you?
Shit, Gryph thought. I don't understand anything that is coming out of your mouth.
Yup, definitely slow. You don't seem to get any of this.
Wick spread his hands around in a spastic gesture indicating all of creation. Why don't you explain it then? Gryph said through gritted teeth.
Cool, man. Chill,
Wick said.
The way my gramps tells the story is that a ways back, say 50 years ago, the Pantheon invaded the realms. They came from some realm called Earth that nobody ever heard of. The Pantheon brought a bunch of buddies with them. They called these people players. Not sure why. As you've seen, this place ain't no game. Anyway, they fought against the corrupt new gods and defeated them. The Pantheon took over, ruling over Corin with benevolence and justice.
This last part he said with sarcastic air quotes. Gryph, realizing how weary he was, sat down as Wick told his tale.
So, after the Pantheon defeated the new gods, they sent all the players back home with a thanks and well wishes. Nobody's seen a player since that day. Sure, rumours floated that a player had been seen in one place or that, but I never believed it. To be honest, I always thought the tales were a bunch of poppycock. You know, stories made up to inspire children.
Doesn't seem to have worked on you too well there, little demon lord, Gryph said.
Look, Guy, we went over this. I'm not an evil wizard. I'm just a guy who's got a bad rap.
And summons demons from hell. Wick looked up and turned away from Gryph.
Listen, I already thanked you for saving my butt. I'd be gnome stew if you hadn't come around.
Gryph said nothing.
Seriously, dude, you need to work on your people skills. I said thanks. Now, let me show you my appreciation. Come with me, and I'll get you a hot meal of...
Wick's voice went low.
Rat stew.
Did you just say rat stew? Wick shrugged.
What do you expect? It's not like there's a handy meat market right around the corner. We make do with what we got, and we survive.
Gryph stood, and Wick smiled.
Good. Finally showing some sense. Let's loot these bodies and then head back to me hideout.
I'm not going to any hideout. Gryph didn't move. I'm getting out of here.
I already told you there's no way out of here.
You're telling me that somebody built this place without an exit?
Not exactly.
So there is an exit.
There's an entrance. A one-way door. We could never reopen it once it's closed. Wait, why don't you know this? How did you get in here?
Which way? Gryph demanded. A few heartbeats of tense silence followed.
Fine, man. Your funeral.
Wick reached out his hand. Gryph just stared.
Well, take my hand, man. How else do you expect me to give you me map? You really don't know what the hell you're doing, do you? Not gonna bode well for you.
Gryph extended his hand, palm up, and Wick placed his hand on top. Wick closed his eyes, and Gryph felt a pulse of warmth spread outward from the gnome's child-sized hand. It pulsed into Gryph and moved up his arm and through his chest, where it settled into his mind. An extensive map of the Barrow filled Gryph's mind. It included a ton of notations, including the location of Wick's camp, the various warrens of the Wormen, and a place called Greyhaven, a network of caves and tunnels offset from the rest of the Barrow. But all that interested Gryph was the door marked entrance. It was a ways up, through a series of tunnels and caverns that intersected the Wormen-held areas. Gryph opened his eyes and nodded his thanks to Wick.
Wow, was that gratitude? You're moving up the emotional spectrum, man. Congratulations.
Gryph grinned and held out his hand to Wick. Thanks for the help and the info.
You're welcome,
Wick said, taking Gryph's hand.
You sure I can't talk you out of this?
No, I'm supposed to be somewhere else.
We're all supposed to be somewhere else.
Gryph nodded. Maybe Wick wasn't all bad.
Before you go, let's see what these lizard bastards have on 'em. You'll need every advantage you can get.
While Wick searched the bodies, Gryph checked out his prompts. You have earned 5,000 XP for completing the quest Gnomish Team Up. You have helped the gnome Wick and defeated the Wormen. Wick now has a friendly disposition towards you. Reward, partial map of the Barrow. You have earned 15,535 XP for slaying Wormen times 6. You have reached level 6 and 7. You have 12, 10 base plus 2 Godhead bonus, unused attribute points. You have 2 unused perk points. You have reached level 3 in air magic. You have reached level 6 in stealth. You have reached level 6 in light armor. You have reached level 6 in dodge. You have reached level 6 in staves, spears. You have reached level 6 in thrown weapons. Gryph put 2 points into Constitution and 4 into Dexterity and Intelligence. His stats received a nice boost. He kept 2 in reserve for his newly discovered game hack. Now, for the tough and fun part. Gryph, level 7. High Elf, El Edrine. Deity, none. Experience, 36,310. Next level, 14,690. Stats: Health, 165. Stamina, 166. Mana, 153. Spirit, Attributes: Strength, 23. Constitution, 27. Dexterity, 29. Intelligence, 20. Wisdom, 10. Gifts: Health regeneration, plus 25%. Mana regeneration, plus 25%. Night vision, 120 feet. Master of Tongues, identify. How to spend his perk points. Without hesitation, he dumped 1 into the stealth perk invisibility, having already seen what the lack of that skill had nearly cost him. Now, what to do with the other one? He opened his air magic perk tree and examined it. Mana reduces the cost needed for any spell in this sphere to the percentage listed. Effectiveness increases the effectiveness, damage, duration, heal, etc. for any spell in this sphere to the percentage listed. Resistance, the ability to resist a percentage of the effect of spells and weapons derived from this sphere of magic. Item power, any magical item or weapon in this sphere has its effectiveness increased by 25%. Gryph noticed that the perks for magic were generic, as if every magic skill would have the same basic branches. It made sense, as the perks increased the effectiveness and reduced the cost of casting. It was easy to imagine that one day, if he focused on 1 or 2 spheres of magic, that Gryph could grow to be incredibly powerful. He started now. Animate Rope was so far his only spell, but it had saved his life on 2 occasions. He suspected if he were to live long enough to find Bryn, that it would do so many more times. He put his last perk point into mana. Satisfied, he closed down his prompts and went to find Wick. He found the gnome next to a pile of loot. True to his word, Wick gave Gryph most of the loot he'd found. You have found 31 gold coins, 34 silver coins, and 56 bronze coins. You have found a potion of minor healing. You have found a spellstone for the earth magic spell Flying Stalactite. Most of the loot was unimpressive, except for the spellstone. As Gryph examined it, he wondered why the Wormen hadn't used it. Why not learn what sounded like a kick-ass spell? He asked Wick. "'Cause Wormen are dumbasses with tiny brains," the gnome said as he knelt down near one of the wormen and pulled a dagger. Without hesitation, he hacked into the neck of the reptilian corpse. Unnerved, Gryph wondered if he was digging for one of these tiny brains. "This isn't bolstering my confidence you're not an evil wizard," Gryph commented, as Wick dug into the necks of the lizard beasts with a dagger. Wick dug a grisly bit of gore from the wound he'd carved. It was a gland of some kind.
"Wermin adrenaline glands,"
Wick said, as if that explained everything.
"Look closer."
Gryph stared at the bit of gristle, and his harvest skill gave him a prompt.
"You have discovered Wermin adrenaline gland. This rare and valuable ingredient has many uses in both alchemy and crafting. You believe it could make a potion that will temporarily increase stamina, dexterity, and speed, and other unidentified effects. You also get the sense it could craft an item that increases stamina, dexterity, and speed, and other unidentified effects." "My girl will love these. She's an alchemist and great at this stuff," Wick said. "Among other things, eh?" he added with a wink. "Come with me. She'd be willing to train you up in alchemy as a thank you for saving my sweet ass."
Gryph considered the offer for a moment, but he had to escape this place. He needed to find Bryn and defeat Alaron. Once again, he thought on the absurdity of his situation. Here he was, a lone guy who'd never played an RPG or MMO in his life, thrust into a world run by game mechanics, where he was tasked with defeating a god. Gryph inhaled and forced his mind to its task. "I appreciate it. I really do. But somebody out there needs me. I can't fail her." A look of understanding crossed Wick's face, and he extended his hand out to Gryph.
"Best of luck, my friend."
Gryph shook the gnome's hand. "To you as well." With no further ceremony, Gryph turned and headed towards the tunnel that led towards the entrance. As he got close, Wick called out to him.
"Hey, Gryph!"
Gryph turned back to the gnome.
"See you in your next life,"
Wick said with a melancholy look. With that confusing comment, Wick disappeared down another tunnel. Gryph shook his head in bewilderment, but remembered the gnome was a summoner of demons. Who could say what else was wrong with him? 22. It had been nearly 20 minutes since Gryph had left Wick behind, when the doubt wormed its way into his guts. Had he made the right choice to go it alone? What if Wick was right? What if there was no way out? He pulled his new spellstone from his inventory. It was like the animate rope stone he'd found in his starter inventory, except where that one had been a sapphire filled with swirls of white light, this one was anthracite pulsing with sparks of brown energy. Gryph held it in his closed palm and concentrated. Energy pulsed and flowed from the stone just as it had before. But this time, as it flowed up his limbs, it made them rigid and heavy, as if his body was turning to stone. It flowed up into his neck and settled into his brain. He could hear the grinding and slow cracking of the earth and stone around him, and then his mind expanded and filled with knowledge. You have learned the flying stalactite, sphere, earth magic, tier, base. This spell will conjure a single spear of stone that will fly wherever the caster points. Base damage, 20 points of earth damage plus 2 points per level of earth magic mastery. Mana cost, 30. Duration, not applicable. Cooldown, none. You have learned the skill Earth Magic. Level 1. Tier, base. Skill type, active. You can now wield the power of earth magic. Earth magic allows the user to manipulate the earth itself. Earth magic makes use of offensive and defensive spells, but is also used in mining and to summon or construct creatures made of earth. Well, that rocks, Gryph thought, before realizing he'd made a horrible pun. Gryph checked the map Wick had given him and took a tunnel that led west. If he was reading the map correctly, he was 300 feet underground and over a mile of snaking tunnels from his goal. Not too bad, Gryph thought. There were a ton of skull and crossbone icons of various colors littering his path. Gryph concentrated on a red one not too far from him, and a prompt popped up into his vision. Pit trap, punji sticks, poison. A few minutes later, Gryph found the trap. He could see a faint red glow outlining the pit. This was his perception skill in action. At level 5, he had a 25% chance of spotting traps. The dimness of the glow suggested to Gryph that had he not already known the trap was there, he may not have detected it. He made a mental note to be more careful. Gryph eased himself by the pit trap, but couldn't resist activating it. He applied pressure with the butt of his spear until the ultra-thin stone covering the pit fractured and fell. The pit was nearly 10 feet deep and lined with dozens of needle-sharp punji sticks. They were not wood, but stone stalagmites that grew from the floor. Their uniformity and even spacing were perfect, like rows of corn, suggesting that they had been cultivated. Worse still, the needle-point tips of each stalagmite oozed viscous liquid. Poison rocks. Perfect. Who the hell built this place? And why? Gryph wondered. He still didn't understand why the Barrow tossed death around so casually. He moved onward. The tunnel took a slight left, and the gradient increased. If the map was accurate, he'd soon hit a large cavern that Wick had marked with half a dozen blue skulls. Gryph focused on a scroll icon in the corner of the room, and another prompt emerged. Wormin Outpost. Full of stank wormin, at least 10. This is the base from which they patrol our area. I told Tifala that I could summon Avernerius into their midst and bam, problem solved. She said no and gave me that look. You know, the one that says, I love you, but the things you can do terrify me. Regardless, they are getting too close and we must do something about them soon. Who was Wick? Now, Gryph was the first to admit that he knew nothing about the realms, but even he sensed the odd juxtaposition between the gnome's jovial personality and the things he could do. Gryph made a mental note to not put too much faith into the map or the gnome who made it. It could cost him his life. Gryph plotted out another route. It was more circuitous and took him perilously close to unmapped territory, but it had less death's head icons. He had only seen a small sampling of the terrors this world held, and he was in no hurry to up his experience with them now. After nearly half an hour, he had snaked his way upwards. He'd activated stealth on 3 occasions. Twice as Wormin patrols went by, and once as a snuffling beast lumbered past his hiding spot. His analyze skill identified it. Umber Beast, level 17, H 235, S 230, M 0, SP 0. Umber beasts are a foul mixture of a beetle and a gorilla. Their origins are shrouded in mystery, but most scholars believe the umber beast was the product of unnatural magical experiments. Strengths unknown. Immunities unknown. Weakness unknown. Gryph decided there was no need to tangle with that beast now or ever. He gave the creature a few minutes before he continued up the tunnel. 20 minutes later, he discovered a pressure plate trap that connected to nozzles built into the wall. The nozzles reminded Gryph of the flamethrowers he'd seen back on Earth. He eased slowly by the pressure plate, swearing he could smell an old odor of charred flesh. He walked for another 20 minutes before coming to a fork in the tunnel. The left-hand tunnel descended, and he could hear the rush of moving water. The right eased up at a comfortable gradient. Gryph chose the right-hand path. Not only could underground rivers be deadly with their uncontrolled surges, but the sound dredged up memories of the flash flood tunnels under Las Vegas. His unit had gone into the tunnels to track down a terrorist cell that was hiding among the city's homeless. One minute, the tunnels were quiet and dry. The next, a flash flood brought a wall of water at them. He'd climbed an emergency ladder, but several of his men were caught in the torrent. Their bodies were found several miles away, so battered that dental records had to be used to identify them. The terror of drowning still sat heavy in his mind. Barely 20 yards up the passage, Gryph heard the sounds of approaching feet. He dipped into stealth as another Worman patrol came into view. A robed figure led this group. Gryph used Analyze and learned that it was a Worman priest level 12. This priest seemed smarter than its kin, as it paused and snapped an order to its underlings. Shit, Gryph thought. The priest was looking right at his hiding spot, beady eyes scanning back and forth. Stealth was holding, but Gryph decided it was time to test out his new invisibility perk. He felt a shimmer pass through his body as if light were refracting off of him. Then the shimmer stopped, and a prompt popped into his vision. Invisibility has failed. Crap, 15% sucks. Had he made a mistake in using a precious point on such an unreliable perk? Not only that, but the failed attempt had still drained 30 points from his stamina. A quick glance at his dipping stamina bar sent a surge of worry through Gryph's stomach. Move on. Move on. Nothing to see here, Gryph thought, forcing mental commands into the universe. The universe ignored him, and the priest still stared. Gryph's stamina bar flared like the pulsing lights of a police car. He forced his mind to calm. Panic would be deadly, but so would the sound of his body falling to the ground if he lost consciousness. A eureka moment surged into his brain. He still had attribute points to use. He opened his interface and dumped a point into Constitution, and his stamina ticked up a few points, but the bar did not refill. What the hell? Gryph thought in alarm, and dumped the second point into Constitution. Again, a small uptick was the only response. Why didn't it work? Gryph's mind scrambled for an answer. It must require 5 points for the game hack to work? That was a full level's worth of attribute points. A heavy cost for the game hack. His stamina bar pulsed. Stealth would fail any moment. What the hell was this priest doing? His fellows wondered the same thing, as the low grumbling of complaints moved through the other Wormen.
Silence!
The priest hissed in their horrid-sounding language. Gryph's muscles ached with the strain of staying absolutely still. The priest's eyes moved away from Gryph's hiding spot, and his body relaxed. Sensing the ease of tension, a Worman scout mouthed off. A backhand strike from the priest's staff knocked the offender to the ground with a grunt of pain. Gryph had his chance and eased back into the tunnel. If he could get to the next turn, maybe, just maybe, he'd be able to sneak away. He moved back 1 foot, Then another, slowly and silently bringing each boot to the ground, never once taking his eyes off the Warman priest. He was doing it. He was almost out of sight when his foot came down onto a loose rock, and he slipped. The rock skittered down the decline behind him, and the priest's eyes snapped up, boring right into Gryph's. The priest grinned a mouthful of jagged teeth and raised its hand. A bolt of black energy blasted Gryph in the chest, and his body seized in pain. His health dropped by nearly a third as his muscles spasmed. You have been hit by Necrotic Blast. Necrotic Blast is a base-tier death magic spell. It deals direct death damage and can cause temporary paralysis. You have resisted temporary paralysis. Thanking the small miracle, he turned and sprinted away from the Warman. A barked order from the priest sent the foul creatures in pursuit. Another necrotic blast flew over his left shoulder, exploding against the wall of the tunnel. Several arrows and a spear clattered against the wall as he dipped and dodged and ran. Gryph came to the fork again and considered heading back the way he'd originally come, but suspected that the Warman would catch up with him and even be able to summon their brethren from deeper in the barrow. Gryph turned into the left fork, and the cacophony of rushing water drowned out all sounds of pursuit. He could no longer hear the Warman and didn't know how close they were. The ground was wet and littered with rocks and patches of moss, making the footing treacherous. He dared not glance back for fear of falling. Another necrotic blast zipped past him, and he ducked on instinct. Shards of rock cut into his face, but did no damage. However, the arrow that hit his right shoulder did plenty. Pain pumped into him, and he stumbled. His health dropped to barely over half, and he wished that Lex had been there. His NPC's healing skills and a big-ass hammer would have been welcome support. The air filled with mist as Gryph rounded the corner. A 15-foot-wide torrent of white water bisected the tunnel. 2 slime-covered ropes, one bare inches above the roiling froth, another about chest-height, stretched across the river. From there, the tunnel continued deeper into the barrow. Calling the pair of ancient ropes a bridge was as much a joke as reality. Gryph knew what he had to do. He just had no desire to do it. Another necrotic bolt flew overhead and forced the decision. Gryph eased a foot onto the lower rope while grabbing the other in his hands. The rope swayed, and Gryph nearly lost his balance. He was barely to the middle when the Warman arrived. The priest barked orders, and the only words Gryph could make out above the din was, "Take him alive." He found this very sporting until his mind wandered to what being captured alive by these stinking beasts might mean. Would he end up in a cooking pot? Torture? Something even more awful? He moved with agonizing slowness to the center of the river. The froth made seeing difficult, and he could hear nothing. Any second, he expected metal from a spear or arrow would bite him, or the sting of the priest's death magic. Nothing came, and he risked a glance back. 2 Warmen were clipping a rope to the end of a spear. An image of Moby Dick flashed through his mind. The barbed tip of the spear would be perfect. The bastards were making a harpoon. Gryph sped up and nearly fell as his left foot slipped. His body dropped, and pain from the arrow in his shoulder nearly caused him to lose his grip, but he held fast. He was getting close to the other side, but another glance back told him he would not make it. The Warmen had completed their makeshift harpoon, and the largest one, a Warman Skirmisher, level 9, took aim. Gryph knew he needed to jump for it. He turned, tensed his muscles, and leapt. He landed hard, rib-crunching pain bursting through him. He nearly slipped back into the raging water, but his outstretched arms found the strands of wet moss that clung to the far side. He pulled himself up when a deep sting bit into his left calf. Gryph screamed at the agony surging up his leg. His health dropped further, dipping below the 40% mark. Another pull dragged him into the water. The current pounded Gryph, smashing him against the bank before pulling him downstream. His mouth and nose filled with water, and he couldn't breathe. Debuff added. You are drowning. 5 points of damage per second. Debuff added. You are bleeding. 5 points of damage per second. Gryph didn't waste time doing the math, but he knew he'd be dead in under a minute if he didn't do something. Almost unbidden, he cast Animate Rope. Another violent jerk on the rope pulled his head above water. He would have screamed if he wasn't coughing voluminous amounts of water from his lungs. They dragged him like a limp fish onto the shore. As he finished retching bile and brackish water, he felt himself turned onto his stomach. His arms were wrenched behind him, and ropes bound his hands. Gryph finished casting, and the rope attached to the spear slithered with fake life. At first, his captors were unaware of the serpentine presence, until the rope snapped forward, coiling a loop around the neck of the worm who was tying Gryph's hands. The rope tugged hard and spun, tossing the surprised lizard man towards the river. The creature's head smashed against the roof of the cave, and the worm disappeared into the water, sucked away like waste in a toilet. Another lizard was tossed into the water, and the worm priest raged. The rope drew up like a cobra ready to strike. Gryph was cognizant to keep slack where the rope attached to the spear. He pulled a red health potion from his bag and downed it. Warmth tore through him like whiskey on a cold day, and with it, life. His health bar surged, topping out at 65%. He would not die. At least, not yet. The priest was muttering under his breath and gesturing with his clawed hands. Whatever he was casting took longer than the necrotic bolts he'd been tossing earlier. Gryph was no magic expert, but he suspected that a longer casting time meant bad things were on the horizon. Gryph went on the offensive and cast Flying Stalactite. He felt his arm grow rigid as the power of the earth itself flowed down his arm. With a crack, a thin missile of rock erupted from his outstretched palm. Gryph pointed his hand at the closest worm, a scout who'd raised his mace overhead and was ready to bring it crashing down into Gryph. The stalactite punctured the worm's armor and impaled it through the chest. Gryph earned a critical strike for the range and the surprise. The worm was dead before the stalactite pinned it to the wall of the cave behind it. You have earned 575 XP for slaying a worm scout. The priest was reaching the climax of his dramatic chanting. Gryph had no idea what was about to happen, but he knew one thing. He had no desire to hang out and wait. Gryph hobbled to his feet. He turned to face the priest and extended the middle fingers on both hands. He had no idea if the worm understood the gesture, so he hissed and growled the meaning in fluent worm. The priest's eyes went wide in fury, but he kept discipline and finished his chanting with a hiss of anger. The priest raised his hands above his head and silver energy coalesced. Gryph decided he needed to be elsewhere and dove into the rushing water. The river smashed him into the sides of the tunnel and his health sank again. But a few moments later, the surge calmed as the water filled the tunnel. The good news, he was no longer being smashed against the side of the tunnel. The bad, there was nowhere to find air. He spun and sped, and soon his breath was failing. angry red light raged in his vision, and he began to drown. "23. A surge of excitement pulsed through the Barrow King. His wormen had cornered the elf and would bring the Godhead to him. Soon he would have the power to escape this wretched half-life. Soon he would become a god. He watched the battle through the eyes of the Worman priest. While still relatively low level, this elf had proven to be incredibly resourceful, even creative. The Barrow King liked a challenge. As a master of the soul sphere, the Barrow King could assimilate the skills and knowledge of those he possessed. That was the way he had gained so much knowledge and power in his physical life. And he would have it again. Nefarious joy exploded in the Barrow King's mind.
The wormen have him.
The man was injured, but alive, just as he had demanded. The Revenant made plans. He would consume the elf's soul and take his body as his own. With the Godhead, he could gorge himself on all the life in the Barrow. Then he would evolve the Godhead. It would take time and patience, but the Barrow King had suffered for millennia, so he was also a master of patience. The Worman had his prize tied and ready for delivery when the man escaped his bonds and used them as a weapon. He'd used his limited magic in a most inventive way. The Barrow King would have been impressed if he weren't so angry.
Time to take control of this situation,
the Barrow King realized. He extended his will through his dungeon and placed himself into the small mind of the Worman priest. The beast had just enough mana for this one spell. It would be a conduit for the Barrow King's casting. He knew it would burn out the priest's mind, but he cared less about that than a man who mistakenly steps on an ant while out for a walk. The Barrow King started casting Soul Portal, a spell of his own creation. It required a lengthy cast time, but when completed, it would create a doorway between his location and the battle. Then he could drag the man through the portal and take his prize. The man locked eyes with him and made a furious gesture with both hands that the Barrow King did not understand. When the elf spoke in the Worman's horrid language, the meaning became clear.
No, young fool. Fuck you,
the Barrow King thought. The casting was at an end when the elf added one last insult to gesture and words and jumped into the raging river. The Barrow King howled, and his rage burned out what little remained of the Worman priest's paltry mind. The creature collapsed, dead before it hit the ground. The pent-up energy of the Barrow King's spell had nowhere to go. It exploded and tore through the remaining Wormen, splattering the cave with blood and gore. The Revenant's mind tried to feel the Godhead. It could not see the man. He had no minion in the torrential river, but he knew where it would take the elf. To the cavern with the lake where the Arboleth dwelled. Fear gripped the Barrow King. There was no being in this dungeon who could challenge the Barrow King, except for the Arboleth. The Arboleth was an ancient ethereal aberration that the Barrow King had drawn to this realm in his youthful arrogance. It had taken all of his power to trap the beast in the watery prison where it now lived. the watery prison the man with the Godhead would soon enter. If the Arboleth took possession of the Godhead, it would escape, and the Barrow King was far too weak to survive a battle with the immortal entity. He needed to stop that from happening. He extended his mind into the underground lake. There, on a small island, he caused a chest to emerge, laden with the best weapons the Barrow King could provide. He glamored the chest with a spell of seduction that would lure the elf to the island. It was not much, but perhaps it would be enough for the high elf to survive and to escape. It would have to be. 24. Gryph's health was playing a game called How Quickly Can I Plummet? And it was putting up an MVP effort. He guessed he'd been in the water for a minute when a drowning prompt popped up into the corner of his vision.
Again? Damn it!
Flashes of light sparked in his vision, ticking away the last moments of his life. The torrent of water shot Gryph from the cave opening like a cannonball, a coughing, sputtering, near-dead cannonball. Gryph inhaled the ragged breath that burned his starved lungs as it nourished him. It was then he realized he was falling. He'd emerged into a large cavern dominated by a lake. The water from the river erupted into the cavern nearly 100 feet in the air. Gryph shot like a cork exploding from a shaken bottle of champagne, tumbling head over feet as he plummeted towards the lake. Gryph knew that pain was coming, but as he hit the surface of the water with an epic, skin-smacking belly flop, he suspected he might also die. The water felt like concrete, and the small breaths he'd pulled into his lungs exploded on impact. Gryph lost consciousness. Deep in the lake, something stirred. Powerful thoughts reached outward as a primordial body awoke from a death-like slumber. Something was in its cave, something that held a powerful potential, something that would serve it. When Gryph came to, he was several feet below the water and sinking. His sliver of health flashed as it dipped to 10%. His health, like his body, was sinking. He pushed through the agony and swam towards the dim light of the surface. His lungs burned like molten iron as he put the last of his life into a few more frantic kicks. His mind retreated to a place of comfort, a place from his past. Bryn walked in the place she once loved most, the house at Bow Lake. The house that burned, the house that had taken their mother. Bryn looked back at Gryph and smiled. It was all wrong. It was adult Bryn who looked back at Gryph, yet he could see the 15-year-old girl whose life would soon shatter looking back at him. He had failed her then. He wouldn't fail her now. Gryph broke the surface, and his lungs burned as he inhaled. He spent a few moments recovering when a sharp pain reminded him the spear was still lodged in his leg. The journey down the river had broken the haft in two, causing the flow of blood to increase. He tried to pull the spear shaft from his leg, but couldn't get a solid grip on the weapon. Instead, he fumbled through his pack, grabbing his last health potion. His hand shook with pain as he struggled to keep the vial above water. He popped the cork and downed the liquid in one large gulp. Warmth and ease spread through his body, and his health bar shot up to nearly 60%. The potency of the healing potions continued to amaze him. They didn't just restore health. They knit bones and closed wounds. It was one of the many things in this world he couldn't wrap his head around. He made himself a promise. If he lived through this hellhole of a dungeon, he would learn how to make them. Lots of them. He caught his breath and surveyed his surroundings. The lake was large, 1/2 mile across at its widest. It was surrounded on 3 sides by the high walls of the cavern, but the 4th side had a beach and, better yet, a solid metal door. There was a way out. Then he felt a tingle at the back of his mind, and his gaze turned to his left like iron to a magnet. 200 yards off was an island of rock and sand. A large metal and wood chest sat at the center of the island. A swell of desire rose in his mind. He wanted the chest, wanted it more than he'd ever wanted anything. Somewhere in the recesses of his mind, he knew it was foolish. He needed to get out of the barrow, not detour for a few trinkets. Gryph concentrated and swam towards the beach. He focused his mind, ignoring the lure of the chest clawing at his brain. After a few minutes of swimming, he was stunned to realize that he had drifted and was now swimming for the lake. I may as well go check it out now, Gryph thought. I'm so close. He pulled himself up onto the island. It was 20 feet to a side. His mind fogged, and the pain in his leg faded to a distant throb. The chest was close, and he knew, just knew, it contained amazing treasures meant just for him. A shooting pain zipped through the haze as the spear grazed upon the stone of the island. He grimaced and fell to his knees. Looking down, he saw the barbed spearhead pushed all the way through the muscle of his calf. Only a few inches of shaft protruded from the other side, broken off in a jagged, splintering mess. Gryph grabbed the shaft below the tip and inhaled deeply. On the exhale, he yanked the spearhead free, drawing a gout of fresh blood. Gryph screamed and lost consciousness. Some time later, he awoke, surprised the wound in his leg had healed. Residual effects of the healing potion, perhaps? He stood, and the pain in his leg had reduced to a deep throb. His mind was foggy, reminiscent of a post-bender hangover, but Gryph forgot his pain as he saw the wondrous chest. He felt a longing like nothing he'd ever experienced. A child's obsession for a favorite toy, or the alcoholic's need for a drink, or the returning soldier's desire for his lover's touch. It was all these things and more. He walked to the chest, his fingers trembling in anticipation. Energy flowed from the chest, and as he got closer, he saw it was as much a work of art as a container. Aged wood that told a story with carved bas-relief images, bolstered by bands of a green metal. A mighty warrior, shining spear held aloft, stood by the open chest. Rays of radiant gold poured from the chest, bathing the warrior in warmth and glory. His expression was the fulfillment of every promise Gryph now felt in his mind. Whatever was in this chest would change his life forever. The rest of the story told of the great adventures, kingdoms united, demonic beasts slain, evil thrown from the realms. Gryph's mind rushed to Bryn. With this, I can save her. The echoes of his thoughts returning to him bolstered his surety. He had never been more confident of anything in his life. With trembling hands, he eased the chest open. A low click announced the mechanism had released, and the lid opened on well-oiled hinges. Gryph looked down into the chest with awe. He was so distracted by the wealth in the chest, he didn't notice the bubbles of rancid air break the surface a dozen yards behind him. For the chest contained wonders unlike any Gryph had seen since entering the realms. His identify gift surged to life as he pulled each item from the chest. You have found Elven Braces of the Return, Light Armor, Air Magic, Item Class, Base, Item Category, Active, AC Bonus, +8, +2 Base Item Bonus. Active Powers, Power 1, Magnetic Control of Thrown Weapons. Mana Limit, not applicable. Cooldown, 5 seconds. Yellow Elementum scrolling infuses these extraordinary quality leather braces. Besides providing great armor bonuses, the wearer can use the braces to summon thrown weapons back to them, allowing them to attack again. There is no cooldown of this power. You have found Banded Leather Breastplate of the Moon, Light Armor, Life Magic. Item Class, Major. Item Category, Passive, Active. AC Bonus, +18, +5 Major Item Bonus. Passive Powers, Power 1, Health Regen, +25%. Power 2, Resist Death Magic, +25%. Active Powers, Power 3, Moon Flare. A surge of moonlight, life energy, explodes from the chest plate, causing temporary blindness and 5 points of damage per point of mana spent to all creatures of the lower magics, and healing 5 points of damage per point of mana spent to self and all allies within 50 feet. Mana limit, 20%. Cooldown, 6 hours. This extraordinary quality leather jerkin is covered in layered bands of green elementum and white mithril. You have found Elven Boots of Deafness, Light Armor, Air Magic. Item Class, Base. Item Category, Passive, Active. AC Bonus, +10, +2 Base Item Bonus. Passive Powers, Power 1, +2 Dexterity. Power 2, -10% Stamina cost for Stealth. Active Powers, Power 3, Speed doubled for 15 seconds per mana point spent. Mana limit, 10%. Cooldown, 1 hour. These extraordinary leather boots are worn by elven warriors. Crafted from the hide of a strike lizard, the boots offer excellent protection and speed-based abilities derived from beasts. You have found Elven War Pants, Light Armor. Item Class, Non-Magical. Item Category, Not Applicable. AC Bonus, +12. A well-made pair of leather pants enhanced with thick hide pads that provides excellent protection. You have found Cowl of Elven Kind, Light Armor, Life Magic. Item Class, Base. Item Category, Passive. AC Bonus, +6, +2 Base Item Bonus. Passive Powers, Power 1, +5 levels to Perception and Analyze while worn. Mana Limit, not applicable. Cooldown, not applicable. This soft leather cowl is made from the hide of a scout fox. It provides excellent protection and perception abilities derived from the animal. It is the traditional garb of Wood Elf Scouts. You have found Bane of the Dark, Elvish War Spear, Staves, Spears, Life Magic. Item Class, Base. Item Category, Passive, Active. Base Damage, +11, +2 Base Item Bonus. Passive Powers, Power 1, double damage to ethereal, chthonic, death, or chaos creatures. The so-called lower magics. Active powers. Power 2. Banish, undead or summoned. Upon strike, a 2% per mana point spent chance to sever the undead/summoned being's connection to their natural realm, thus killing it. Capped at 80%. Mana limit 5%. Cooldown 5 minutes. This elvish war spear is made from a shaft of white alder wood, tipped with mithril and sealed with starflower sap, a life resin. The life energy in the weapon dispels undead. You have found Empyrean Spider Silk Rope, 30 feet. Item class, base. Item category, passive. Passive powers. Power, 1. Compel. Beings tied with this rope are compelled to answer all questions. Chance to resist is equal to twice the being's wisdom. Power, 2. Animate rope spells last twice as long. Mana limit, not applicable. Cooldown, not applicable. Woven from the silk of an Empyrean spider, this rope is nearly unbreakable, and, like the Empyrean spiders themselves, can compel truthful answers from other beings. The find was incredible and perfectly tailored to him. Part of his mind found this odd, but his excitement drove away all doubts. The chest also contained a sack of 135 gold coins, 235 silver coins, 432 bronze coins, 5 more health, stamina, and mana potions, and a small sack of glowing spell stones. He focused on the individual stones, receiving a slew of prompts. You have found a spellstone for the air magic spell Halo of Air. You have found a spellstone for the life magic spell Minor Healing. You have found a spellstone for the life magic spell Detoxification. He tucked the bag of spellstones into his inventory and pulled on the pieces of armor. He felt pulses of energy surge through his body as the various passive powers of the items enhanced him. He felt a boost of vitality as the breastplate kicked his health regeneration into a higher gear. He felt more agile and energetic as he pulled on the boots. He could sense the magnetic forces now at his command as he slipped the bracers onto his forearms. Finally, the fog in his mind cleared as the perception bonus from the cowl became active. He hung the rope at his belt and hefted his upgraded weapon. Life was good. A second before pain erupted in his leg, his upgraded perception alerted him to a slithering noise behind him. He turned in panic, but even his newly enhanced dexterity was not enough to evade the silent attack. A thick green tentacle wrapped around his left ankle and needle-like spines punctured his skin. Agony tore into his leg as he was dragged into the water. "25. Once, a long time ago, the Barrow was much larger. The physical space was unchanged. The same caverns and tunnels and ruins of barracks, storage rooms, and ancient temples still existed and in the same places. The Barrow was no normal dungeon. It was alive, but it had been slowly dying for hundreds of years. This is how Ovrum still lived. Had the Barrow taken him at the height of its power, he would not have survived more than a few days, never mind the many years he had called this wretched place home. Some days, he wondered if his existence was truly living. Perhaps it was his penance. He let these thoughts flow over him, and their power dissipated like a wave breaking on a beach. As Ovrum sat in his chamber meditating, He felt a ripple in the ether. The disruption that had so long ago sent him on the quest had come. The ripple became an explosion that flowed over him and pulsed outwards to cover the entire world. His eyes opened, pinprick coals of yellow light that pierced darkness and living beings alike. The time he had foreseen was upon him. After years of waiting, his purpose had revealed itself. Over him was a Zaidai, perhaps the only one in this realm. His gray skin was the color of spent charcoal, a dusky gray hue that seemed more dead than alive. He was lean and tall. His shining silver-white hair was long. 2 thin strands of twined hair draped from the side of his head and past the pointed ears that were a daily reminder of his people's stolen heritage. A long, thick braid draped to the middle of his back, clasped with rings of elementum. Badges of honor, badges of office, reminders of his betrayal. He stood and walked to a small shelf against the wall. He drank water from an ancient clay vessel and stoked the coals in the fireplace. The room that had been his home these last several years had likely once been a servant's quarters. Long before he arrived, long before he'd gone into exile not once, but twice. Now, the small space was home. But as he urged the slumbering coals back to fiery life, he knew today everything would change. He placed a pot of 2 old mushroom stew over the fire. He willed the gurgles in his stomach from his mind and practiced his forms. Ovrim had once been an adjudicator, a warrior monk who had mastered his mind in the service of order. As he moved through the forms with practiced ease, his mind settled once more. He drew back from the negative thoughts that daily threatened to smother him and opened himself to the ether as sweat rose on his body. The ether was ever present and had always been, the first of the spheres. To the uninitiated, the ether felt like an endless sea of sameness. But to one attuned, it was a flowing ocean of current and potential. It was the most dangerous force in the universe, desperate to drag all of existence back into its primordial soup. But it was also the all from what all creation rose. He had been trained in thought magic as a defense against the ether. Ovrim stilled his body, rigid as a statue, relaxed as water, and sent his thoughts into the ether. His mind snaked through the tunnels and passageways like blood through veins. Pockets of light pulsed like organs as he traversed the body of the Barrow. He avoided the large glow in the depths and slipped around the Worman camp. He slowed as he passed through the small outpost he had once called home, but moved on before sentiment could grab hold of him. He zipped and flowed and found what he sought. It was a man, a high elf, a race long believed to have abandoned this world as his own people had. He stretched himself around the newcomer and saw a mote of pure power at his core. Ovrim sent his thoughts into the mote, and it pulsed with violent light. Back in his cave, Ovrim fell to the ground, stunned. Surges of all the spheres of magic bit into him, sending cascades of pain into every cell. He opened his mouth to scream, but nothing came out. After a moment, the pain disappeared, and Ovrim regained control of himself.
"Hey, Godhead,
So it is true, Ovrum said with a fearful glee. Ovrum sat and ate. The warmth from the stew brought comfort to his body as he tried to bring calm to his mind. After eating, he stood and walked to a chest in the corner of the room. It was time to suit up. The order had long followed a ritual of preparation. Patterns brought meaning to life and helped to shield the mind from the ether. First, he pulled on breeches made from the spun silk of ether worms and felt the rush of well-being enhance his stamina. His Empyrean bull leather jerkin came next, and he felt a surge of health pump through his veins. Arm wraps of treated celestial tree bark came next, along with boots made from the hide of a prismatic serpent. His mind grew clear, and his body grew stronger and more agile. He pulled his bow and quiver onto his back. Finally, he took his bleed metal saber from its pegs on the wall and strapped it to his waist. The traditional weapon of the order was a razor-sharp curved blade made from elementum that had passed through a bleed zone, a place where the spheres of magic held no sway. The saber, like the bleed itself, acted as a magical null zone, capable of dispelling all magics. In the hands of an adjudicator, it was a powerful weapon. Ovrum exited his small cave and entered a larger one. The steady trickle from the stream that fed his garden helped ease his mind. Even here, in the depths of the Barrow, life held sway. He stopped at a wall of rough stone and gestured a pattern with his fingers. The stone flowed apart, its base structure altered by his thoughts. He stepped through, wrapped himself in stealth, and made his way towards the disturbance. It took several hours to find the newcomer. During the journey, Ovrum felt ripples of pain, fear, and triumph pulse through the ether. He passed many a beast on his journey, wormen and ridgeworms, gnome and umber beasts. Once he was so close to his old companions from the Grey Company, he could hear their joking. He pushed back his feeling of loss and let them pass. After a long search, he found him, the man with the Godhead. Ovrum was at the end of a long, unused tunnel, one blocked by an ancient cave-in. Beyond, he could feel the man. He was in a large chamber dominated by water, an underground reservoir. He raised his hand, ready to ease the broken and fallen earth aside as he had the barrier that protected his home. But then he felt something else, something primal that dredged up ancient feelings of terror in all Zaidai. Something that should not, could not be here.
An arbaleth, the ancient enemy,
Ovrum said in fear and disbelief.
How?
His hand hesitated and shook. Ovrum pulled his attention away from the chamber and to his hand. He attempted to calm it, yet for long seconds it ignored his commands. Fear battled purpose. Ovrum knew he had to reach the man. But to face an arbaleth was worse than suicide. He closed his eyes and centered his thoughts. After long moments, he was back in control. Ovrum sent pulses of thought magic into the dirt and stone in front of him. Slowly, the rubble morphed and melted and spread open. There was just enough room for him to shimmy through, and he found himself on a ledge high above the water. The cavern was huge, the largest he had seen so far in the Barrow. The man was far below on a small island in the center of the lake, standing in front of an open chest. He was pulling pieces of armor from the chest and donning them. From this distance, his identify skill could not make out the item's stats, but their quality was exquisite. As Ovrim turned his analyze skill on the man with the Godhead, an invasive feeling of longing flowed into his mind. He wanted what was in the chest. He had to have it. Before realizing it, Ovrim had taken several steps forwards, and his mind was calculating a dive into the water. By Ymir, Ovrim thought, shaking his head to regain control. He focused and flushed the toxic thoughts from his mind. The room was rife with powerful magic of a kind he had never encountered, something that grabbed onto the core of his being and dragged him forward. It was only his stringent mental training and his skill level in thought magic that had allowed him to regain control. No wonder the man below could not resist the siren call. It was the Barrow, Ovrim realized. It had to be. He'd known for some time that the Barrow had the ability to compel creatures of all kind to enter its depths. That is how he and the Grey Company were snared. But this level of hold on the mind was much stronger than any he had felt, even on that day so long ago. The chest. The powerful magic was centered on the chest, drawing the man in like a vulture to carrion. The man must have awakened the Arbaleth. That was why Ovrim had never felt the strained thoughts of the aberration before now. It had been slumbering. Ovrim snapped his head up, about to warn the man, regardless of consequence, when a spiny tentacle twined around the man's ankle and dragged him into the water. Ovrim nearly jumped into the water, but fear took a hold of him. Ancestral memories rose in his mind. The Arbaleth had enslaved his ancestors, perverting their souls into a servitor race that had been a scourge on all the realms. He froze, unable to move. His thoughts fled into the past, back to the boy, the apprentice in the order. An entourage had arrived that had struck fear and respect into his master. Ovrim was ordered to stay in his room, but he'd felt compelled by something he did not understand and snuck onto the balcony above the Grand Adjudicator's reception room. That is when he saw them. Zaidai like himself, but older, stronger, and terrifying. Even the Grand Adjudicator had shown these men and women deference. He learned that they were called the Purity, hunters of ethereals. The Purity had come for help, but the Grand Adjudicator refused. The Order were upholders of law, he said, not warriors and assassins. Ovrim had studied the writs and knew the Grand Adjudicator spoke true, but he also knew the real reason he refused. The Grand Adjudicator was afraid. The mistress of the Purity, a tall woman with the same yellow eyes and dusky skin as Ovrim, stepped forward, hand held above her head. The Grand Adjudicator then saw what the Purity faced. Ovrim knew because he saw it too. Ovrim was elsewhere. A small army of Purity stood on a blasted plain as several tall beings in flowing robes emerged from the mists. The squid-like humanoids were Ilurith, ethereal adepts of thought magic. Flashes of telepathic energy erupted from the Illerith, and Zaidai fell. The Purity were fierce and would not go down without a fight. They struck back with magic and blade, and the battle turned. But the Illerith were merely servants, and their masters were about to enter the fray. The Arbaleth, massive aquatic demons ensconced in hovering water-filled tanks of metal and glass, emerged from the mists. Terrific mental assault poured from the Arbaleth and pummeled the Purity with waves of psychic pain. Zaidai fell screaming, and the Arbaleth pushed the Purity back. Yet they did not kill their enemies. Instead, they took them as hosts for their young. These powerful enemies of the Arbaleth would be infected and reborn as Ilrith. They would become other. Ovrim felt it all as if it had happened to him. In a way, it had happened to him. Ovrim could still remember the psychic scream that tore from him that day. He had never felt such fear, such despotic evil as he had that day. The images halted, and the Zaidai woman locked eyes with Ovrim. Sympathy poured from her, and her thoughts soothed Ovrim with love and kindness. He'd spent a week in the infirmary recovering, his master never leaving his side. The Grand Adjudicator visited, gazing on him with a kindness few had ever seen on the old man's face. The mistress of the Purity came to him as well, and spoke in a soft voice. For the first time in his life, he felt what most children in the realms took for granted. He knew what it felt like to have a mother. He could still remember the warmth of her touch, the odd floral scent of her hair. She had taught him of his people and given him a gift. "An icon to keep you safe," she had said of the intricately carved emerald held fast in a necklace of platinum and mithril. Ovrim kept it with him always. Ovrim returned to the present, and he found his left hand had drawn the necklace from within his jerkin. Caressing the icon brought him comfort. He closed his eyes and banished his own fears. He looked down at the still water. "I am sorry I am weak," Ovrim said to the doomed man. 26. Once again, Gryph was drowning. It was becoming a habit he did not enjoy. The tentacle wrapped around his leg pulled him down fast and hard. He saw his stamina bar plummet as the air in his lungs grew scarce. His health bar also sank at a steady rate, and his mind became foggy. Debuff. You have been poisoned with ethereal neurotoxin. This toxic substance causes surges of pain, mental confusion, and, if left untreated, brain death. It does little damage as it incapacitates prey instead of killing. 2 damage per second. Well, shit, Gryph thought. He stabbed down at the tentacle with his spear, slicing into its spongy surface. The tentacle detached and disappeared, leaving rivulets of black ichor that turned the water brackish. Gryph kicked toward the surface, but before he got 5 feet, another tentacle snapped from the depths and wrapped around his waist. This tentacle was larger and stronger than the last one, covered in sticky cup-shaped pads. Crustacean-like nodules covered most of the exposed surface, acting as armor. It squeezed Gryph, forcing the little remaining air from his lungs, and pulled him deeper into the darkness. Panic took hold of Gryph, heightened by the venom causing surges of confusion in his mind. There was something at the edge of his thoughts, something tickling at his mind, something he was desperately trying to remember. He heard a voice in his head screaming, and he realized it was his own voice. It was screaming, "Air, air, air." "Well, no shit, subconscious Sherlock," Gryph raged at his inner voice. His lungs filled with water, and his inner asshole continued to yell, "Air, air, air" at him. Then, in a distant part of his mind, he understood. Air magic. Gryph shoved his hand into his inventory and extracted the Halo of Air spellstone. He held it tightly and tried to concentrate, but his mind was adrift, sinking with his body into the depths of the suffocating waters. He was losing consciousness. As his mind went dark, a tingle of warmth throbbed in his palm. A torrent of air swirled around his arm and into his mind. The surge of power exploded into his brain, jarring him awake. "You have learned the spell Halo of Air. Sphere, air magic, tier, base. Allows the caster to summon a bubble of continuously renewed air around his or her head. This is used for breathing underwater or anywhere else where fresh, clean air is needed. Mana cost, 30. Casting time, instantaneous. Duration, 5 minutes plus 1 per air magic level. Cooldown, none." Gryph cast Halo of Air, and the water exploded away from his head in a sphere that measured about 2 feet. He tried to gulp in the fresh, amazing air, but vomited up copious amounts of water instead. The halo siphoned the bile-soiled water away from Gryph's face. He was breathing normally, but his body still throbbed with pain from the neurotoxin. He pulled another spellstone from his inventory and soon knew detoxification. You have learned the spell Detoxification. Sphere, life magic, tier, base. Allows the caster to cleanse themselves or another of the ill effects of poison, venom, spores, gases, or other attacks that cause poison damage. Mana cost, 40. Casting time, instantaneous. Effectiveness, reduces poison damage by 2 points per second per level. Poison is eliminated when the reduction per second is greater than the damage per second. Cooldown, 5 minutes. You have learned the skill Life Magic. Level 1. Tier, base. Skill type, active. You can now wield the power of life magic. Life magic allows the user to tap into the animating forces of life and sentience itself. Life magic makes use of defensive and healing spells, but it also has some potent offensive spells. Note: users of life magic are beloved for their abilities to heal, to enable crops to grow quicker, and to make life better. A quick casting of detoxification cleansed his body of the toxin, but he was still being dragged deeper into the darkness. His eyes, perhaps shielded from the water by the halo, saw details of this watery underworld. Then he saw the beast that was dragging him downward and wished he hadn't. Gryph screamed as the beast came into view. It looked like a primeval eel that had mated violently with a squid. Its body was long and bulbous. It had a huge singular eye atop a swirling vortex of teeth that spun in concentric circles. 2 large tentacles, one dragging Gryph down, protruded from the arbaleth's underside. 4 smaller tentacles emerged from its back, the underside covered in needle-like spines. One still bled from the wound Gryph had inflicted. He used Analyze, thankful for the boost given him by the cowl. Arbaleth, Level 42, H 1004, S 820, M 900, SP 0. Arbaleth are horrific aberrations. Natives of the ethereal realm, they are among the most ancient of all sentient races. They are highly intelligent, incredibly cruel, and vastly dangerous. They are masters of both ethereal and thought magic, spheres normally incompatible in one being. This suggests that they were birthed in the earliest era of creation, when the thought and ethereal realms clashed to give birth to the cosmos as we know it. Strengths unknown, immunities unknown, weakness unknown. The weight of impending doom threatened to crush Gryph's psyche. He was level 7, and this offense to all sanity was level frickin' 42. Fear and adrenaline built in his mind, creating a cocktail of horror that Gryph wouldn't serve to his worst enemy. The beast's mouth pulsed in an awful display of gyrating flesh and spinning teeth. Even with the sound dampening of the water, the roar hit Gryph like a fist. The arbaleth's anger surged up the tentacle that continued to drag Gryph down, and despite the armor, he felt a rib pop. Gryph cast Flying Stalactite and watched as it slowly moved towards the arbaleth's eye. The water slowed the missile's pace just enough for the arbaleth to smack the stalactite aside with its other large tentacle. The creature's eye pulsed with light, and a wave of energy shimmered towards him like the waves of heat pouring off a desert highway. It passed over Gryph, and his brain exploded in a nova of migraines. One piled atop another in flashes of light and pain. Layers of sanity peeled back like a rotten onion, and he knew he was losing his mind. The effect passed, but the damage was done. Not only was his health plummeting, but the sea beast had dragged him closer. Its mouth gaped, and the rings and rows of teeth spun. Gryph was being dragged into a massive, living garbage disposal. Gryph thrust forward with his spear, seeking to pincushion the arbaleth's massive eye. The large tentacle was there again, moving much faster than Gryph thought possible. It smacked Gryph's spear thrust aside, the force of the deflection nearly tearing the spear from his grip. Pain scoured both ankles again as the smaller tentacles gripped his legs, puncturing the leather of his boots and dumping more poison into him. He kicked his legs frantically, but could not earn his freedom. Another tentacle grabbed onto his spear arm, dumping more poison into him. The arbaleth brought him close to its mouth, and Gryph knew that the end was nigh. "I'm sorry, Bryn. I've failed you," Gryph thought. He told himself he wouldn't close his eyes, that he'd face his death head-on. But as the beast dragged him towards its mouth, all his bravado leaked from him, and with a whimper, he slammed his eyelids closed. Nothing happened. The pain of the poison still burned in his legs, but he was still, remarkably, alive. He eased one of his eyes open to find the arbaleth staring at him from its unblinking eye.
What are you?
Gryph did not hear the creature speak, but heard it in his mind. He blinked stupidly. What?
What are you? You are different.
The voice was getting louder, and his mind fogged. Whether it was from this psychic invasion, or the poison spreading through his veins, or both, he did not know. He knew he had to do something. The arbaleth was the most difficult opponent he'd yet faced in the realms by several factors. He was only alive by the whim of the abomination's curiosity.
Answer!
The creature raged and wrenched Gryph's legs apart, threatening to tear him in two like a wishbone. He swung his free hand, and the golden glint of his bracers drew his eye. He remembered his new gear, and a desperate plan formed in his mind. It would need timing and luck, and still might end with him becoming arbaleth shit. Assuming this thing shit. But he had no other choice. He closed his eyes and focused on his core of mana. He pulsed it down 3 different paths at the same time. The concentration was near impossible with the poison clouding his brain and the fear boring into his soul. But then a warm calm settled over him. A blanket of hope enveloped him. Gryph wondered if it was his Spec Ops training. Gryph squinted his eyes shut, and 3 things happened in quick succession. First, Gryph activated the moon flare ability of his breastplate. A flash of light erupted from his chest, scalding the arbaleth's eye. In the near blackness of the underground lake, the pulse was brighter than a flash of lightning. The life energy burned at the arbaleth's body for a massive 280 points of damage. A horrid mental scream raged from the arbaleth as a surge of healing warmth flowed over Gryph. His pain eased and his health neared 70%. Next, Gryph activated the speed-doubling power of his boots just as the arbaleth's tentacles released their grip on him. They flailed wildly, striking Gryph with glancing blows. The newfound speed flashed through his nerves, and he avoided most of the beast's blind attacks. Finally, he pumped more mana into his bracers, activating their magnetic control, and assigned the field to his spear. With a mental flick, he launched the spear forward with much more force than he could ever manage with muscle power alone. The spear torpedoed through the water and found its mark, embedding itself in the arbaleth's still blind eye. You have scored a critical hit, 5 times damage. The arbaleth's health fell by another 182 points. A mental scream unlike anything Gryph had ever felt erupted from the mind of the tortured beast, and he could feel the fear tear at its mind. Gryph had no sympathy and quickly chugged a mana potion. Power pulsed through his body, and he activated the bracers again, this time flicking his wrist, ensuring an extra 80 points of damage as his spear ripped from the beast's eye and flew back to his hand. Despite the incredible damage Gryph had dealt the arbaleth, the abomination still had nearly 50% of its health, and he suspected with 900 mana, the creature could heal itself. He needed to keep it off balance. He pumped more mana into the bracers and shot the spear forwards again. Another critical hit, and another 182 points of damage as the spear punished the arbaleth's eye again. More viscous fluid poured from the wound. The beast flailed. At first, Gryph thought it was trying to locate its tormentor, but then he noticed a pattern to the gyrations. The damn thing is casting, Gryph thought in alarm. Gryph tried to pour more mana into his bracers, but both the bracer's 5-second cooldown and his dangerously low mana bar flared at him. The spear remained lodged in the beast's eye, far out of reach. Gryph had just enough mana for one spell. He cast Animate Rope and tossed his new spider silk rope towards the arbaleth. It snapped forward like an eel and zipped around the beast's tentacles. On Gryph's command, they tightened, disrupting the beast's casting. Gryph grasped the other end of the rope in his left hand and commanded the rope to pull him forward. He sped towards the beast, hoping that his aim was on mark. If he was too low, he would end up inside the creature's 1,000-toothed mouth. But his aim was true, and he landed on the arbaleth's head, right above the eye. He grabbed the shaft of his spear with his right hand and twisted. With its tentacles entangled, the arbaleth could do nothing but try to buck Gryph off. But every jerk pushed the spear deeper and caused more damage.
What are you?
The creature's terrified voice sounded small in Gryph's mind. Its immortal existence was ending, and it was desperate to understand how it had come to this end. "I am your death," Gryph thought back at it. Gryph yanked the spear from the arbaleth's eye and thrust down with all his strength. The spear pierced the back of the eye, puncturing the thin layer of bone behind it. His arms sunk up to the elbows into the ichor of the abomination's eye. Gryph pushed harder. The spear impaled the arbaleth's brain, and the creature's foul thoughts blinked out like a blown-out light bulb. The beast's body sunk into the murk. Gryph opened his mouth to scream in triumph, but instead of yelps of joy, a cacophony of air bubbles surged from his mouth. In the final moments of the battle, mind clouded by adrenaline and rage, he hadn't noticed the halo of air spell had expired. His health bar plummeted. Had he survived the arbaleth only to drown? Gryph's chest burned as his health bar sank. He attempted to cast Halo of Air, but his blue mana bar blinked at him with the rhythm of laughter. Perhaps it was the last vengeance of the arbaleth. He dug for a potion. With no time to be selective, he had to hope it was a health or mana potion. Either would suit his purposes, but if he selected a stamina potion, it would mean his death. He popped the cork and crammed the vial to his mouth and sucked. Drinking underwater was difficult in the best of circumstances, but when you are nearly drowning, it is orders of magnitudes more complicated. He tasted brackish water and wondered if the potion would be effective. Stars popped behind his eyes as the pain in his lungs faded. He was dying. Then he felt a rush of energy through his body, a mana potion. As he passed out, Gryph's fingers moved through the gestures of casting. "27. Gryph's mind was adrift. floating in a world of dim light and weightlessness. I am dead, Gryph thought. There was no sound in this strange afterlife, no pearly gates, no endless hunting grounds, no field of honorable battle. Nothing. Gryph drifted for an unknowable time before his back bumped against something large and spongy. He turned and forced his eyes to focus. A massive eye stared back at him. Gryph screamed, and a cough racked his body. He vomited a massive volume of water and watched as it siphoned away from him. In an instant, his mind was lucid. Halo of air shimmered around him like its angelic namesake. He was alive. His last-second casting had worked, though his health bar still pulsed crimson fury at him. He was alive, but only just. He was about to reach for a health potion when he remembered the last spellstone. He grabbed the minor healing spellstone and held it in his palm, concentrating. A pulse of well-being surged from his hand up through his arm and settled in his mind. You have learned the spell Minor Healing, Sphere, Life Magic, Tier, Base. You can now heal minor wounds on yourself or others. Mana cost, 20. Casting time, 2 seconds. Effectiveness, heals 5 points of damage per level of life magic. Cooldown, 30 seconds. He cast the spell, and warmth flowed through him. He still felt awful. But, considering the beast he had just slain was staring at him, the spear still protruding from its dead eye, he counted himself lucky. He waited for the cooldown period to end and cast minor healing again. His mana regeneration kept pace with the spell's cooldown period, so, given time, he'd likely always be able to heal himself. After a few more minutes, his health was back to 100%. He rubbed his eyes and regretted it. His hands were covered in a thick slime that smelled like the insides of a dumpster that had been baking in the hot sun for a week. With a look of disgust, he realized that the clear slop covered most of his body. He grumbled in disgust, and his harvest skill brought up a prompt. You have found Arboleth Eye Ichor. This incredibly rare and valuable ingredient has many uses in both alchemy and crafting. You feel as if it could make a potion of quick thought and other unidentified effects. You also get the sense it could craft an item that blocks scrying spells and divination and other unidentified effects. Gryph's eyes went wide. This disgusting stuff was amazing. Though he dreaded the idea of drinking something made from this foul ichor, he knew he needed to harvest as much of it as he could. You have been offered the quest, Harvest the Arboleth. You have slain a legendary beast. Now take your reward. Harvest 5 vials of Arboleth Eye Ichor, 1 Arboleth toxin gland, and at least 1 Arboleth egg from the Arboleth corpse. Difficulty, moderate. Reward, extremely rare crafting and alchemy supplies. XP, 5,000. The experience boost alone was well worth it, but he also felt a stirring of greed. What wonders could he craft with these ingredients? Then the naysayer in him brought attention to the word egg. The danger was obvious. The egg could birth another abomination. It had to have other uses, right? He hesitated a mere moment, before accepting the quest. Then he got to work. He dug into his inventory and found his alchemy kit, containing a variety of empty vessels for collecting ingredients and a siphon pump to collect liquids. He readied them all and replaced the kit. He attached the siphon pump to one of the empty vials and watched in irritation as it promptly filled with water. He scowled at his own stupidity. Of course that would happen. Perhaps that's why the quest was of moderate difficulty. He thought on the dilemma for a few moments, and then grinned. Once again he cast Halo of Air, but this time he imagined the sphere around the hand containing the vial. Eureka! Another bubble of air formed around his hand, and he turned the vial upside down, pouring the brackish water out, letting the bubble of air siphon it away. He plunged the needle tip of the siphon pump into the arbaleth's eye and pumped. Soon he had the 5 vials of ichor. Realizing he had many more empty vials, he kept siphoning. If this stuff was half as valuable as it seemed, he'd be a fool to leave any. When he filled the 10th vial, the pump stopped sucking ichor. Gryph stashed his equipment and looked down on the dead beast's now desiccated eye. It looked like a balloon punctured by a massive pin, the pin being his spear, which he pulled free and stashed in his inventory. The beast was far less intimidating now, and Gryph waggled his middle finger, a posthumous up yours. Now to harvest a toxin gland and an egg. But where the hell would he find either? It wasn't like he was an expert in horrid abomination anatomy. He swam back to get a better view, hoping to get some clue. A dull blue light, like the glow he'd seen on the chest on the island above, pulsed near the base of the arbaleth's smaller tentacles. Gryph swam down, taking a moment to refresh Halo of Air, and realized that the glow was dull because it was coming from the underside of the massive corpse. Gryph frowned and attempted to shove the beast to gain access to its underside. His efforts were as effective as pushing a 20-ton garbage bag filled with lard. His only reward for all his effort was a lower stamina bar. He swam back a few paces and thought. Gazing around, he saw a few large stalagmites jutting from the lake bottom. A plan formed in his mind. He cast Animate Rope and commanded it to wrap around the base of the 2 smaller tentacles, careful not to tear the thin filament on the poisonous spines on the appendage's underside. Satisfied, he then ordered the rope to circle around the stalagmite and return to him. He braced himself and pulled with all his might. The beast's corpse shifted a tad as Gryph tugged, but a minute of straight effort did not get him access to his prize. His stamina spent, Gryph took a break. He cast Halo of Air again and considered his options. I need to be stronger or smarter. As he thought on the dilemma, his eyes drifted to the glowing prompt icon in the corner of his vision. He sent a mental tap at the icon, and prompts exploded into his mind. You earned 70,000 XP for slaying the legendary beast Arbaleth. You have reached levels 8, 9, and 10. You have 18, 15 base and 3 Godhead, unused attribute points. You have 3 unused perk points. Holy shit! Gryph sputtered. The Arbaleth alone had given him more experience than everything else he'd done since arriving in the realms. I should be dead, he said. Then a lesson he had learned long ago surged into his mind, and he heard the colonel's voice. It is not power, but the intelligent application of power that wins the day. Evidently, the mantra was as true in the realms as it was in the real world. He returned to his prompts. You have reached level 12 in air magic. You have reached level 4 in earth magic. You have reached level 9 in staves, spears. You have reached level 7 in thrown weapons. You have reached level 9 in light armor. You have reached level 8 in dodge. You have reached level 7 in stealth. You have reached level 5 in harvest. You have reached level 9 in analyze. You have reached level 9 in perception. Magic skills, level, affinity, tier. Fire, 0, 25% base. Air, 12, 75% base. Water, 0, 50% base. Earth, 4, 25% base. Phonic, 0, 0% base. Empyrean, 0, 100% base. Chaos, 0, 50% base. Order, 0, 25% base. Life, 1, 50% base. Death, 0, 25% base. Thought, 0, 75% base. Ether, 0, 25% base. Soul, 0, 50% base. Martial skills, level, tier. Unarmed, 5, base. Small blades, 5, base. Staves, spears, 9, base. Thrown weapons, 7, base. Stealth, 7, base. Light armor, 9, base. Dodge, 8, base. Knowledge skills, tier. Alchemy, 5, base. Harvest, 5, base. Analyze, 9, base. Perception, 9, base. Lock-picking, 5, base. Traps, 5, base. Perk points, 3. Divine perk points, 0. Gryph's jaw gaped in amazement. His skills had surged during the battle with the arbaleth. Now it was time to make use of his rewards. He had a dilemma, though. He could dump a bunch of his attribute points into strength and muscle the corpse, but that seemed short-sighted, and even though Gryph was not a gamer, he understood how valuable attribute points were. He took a moment to think. Strategy had always been one of his strong suits. It had served him well in the real world. It would serve him well in this one. He dumped 5 points into intelligence, and his mana increased significantly. He added 5 points to constitution, and his health and stamina rose. He placed another 3 into dexterity. If he was to master the stave spear skill, then being agile would prove much more important than overall strength. Gryph, level 10. High Elf, El Edrine. Deity, none. Experience, 106,310. Next level, 48,490. Stats, health, 184. Stamina, 183. Mana, 168. Spirit, Attributes, strength, 23. Constitution, 32. Dexterity, 32. Intelligence, 25. Wisdom, 10. Attribute points, 5. Gifts: health regeneration, plus 25%. Mana regeneration, plus 25%. Night vision, 120 feet. Master of tongues, identify. He kept the last 5 points in reserve, either to make better use down the road or as insurance. The game hack he'd discovered had saved his life once, and his lack of foresight had nearly killed him. He'd learned his lesson and would do his best to never repeat that mistake. Next, he decided it was time to spend some perk points. They were even more valuable than attribute points, so he knew he had to be strategic. He examined his skill trees and focused on his most used skills. So far, air magic had been his saving grace. Not only was it his highest leveled skill, it was also the one he used the most. However, as useful as air magic had been, he had no offensive spells in the sphere. Halo of Air had been a lifesaver, but he knew its use would be limited topside. He didn't plan to spend too much time drowning from here on out. He chuckled to himself as he imagined what Lex would have said to that plan, and found that he missed his NPC's sarcasm. He hoped the short, hairy bastard was alive and well. He was likely sipping grog, eating mutton, and flirting with barmaids while Gryph rotted in this dungeon. He returned his focus to the task at hand and opened the air magic perk tree. Gryph had selected the base-tier mana perk after his battle with the Balgroth, and knew that choice had saved his life several times. Unfortunately, he had to more than double his current level before he could unlock the apprentice-tier perks. The effectiveness boost held some appeal, but he didn't jump the gun. Resistance wasn't too appealing since he had not yet faced another air mage. However, down the road such a perk could be invaluable, especially at higher levels. His eyes went to the item power perk. Most of his current magic items relied on air magic, so that perk would make all of them 25% more powerful, including his Ring of Minor Air Shield. A plan formed in Gryph's mind. He dumped 1 point into item power. The other 2 points he held in reserve. Gryph cast Halo of Air again, and then set to work. He did some quick math in his head and smiled. In theory, his plan was solid. He inhaled and held his right hand out. He pumped a full 20% of his mana into the Ring of Minor Air Shield. Normally, he would just let the ring create the protective bubble of air around his own body, but this time he had a different plan. He focused on the pocket where the Arboleth's body met the smaller tentacles. It looked like an obese armpit and should, if Gryph's guess was right, be perfect for what he had planned. With a deep breath, Gryph unleashed the power of the ring. A beam of solid air shot from the ring to his point of focus and built up power. The blue-white vortex of air expanded, and the resultant explosion of water buffeted Gryph back several paces, spinning him head over heels. A moment later, he regained his balance to see that his plan had succeeded. The Arboleth's body was pushed upwards, as if resting on an invisible globe, and Gryph could see the blue glow much clearer. It was time to test his second assumption. Gryph swam up to the barrier of air and paused. The blue glow of his prize was throbbing now, and better still, he could see another, brighter blue glow further down the beast's abdomen. The eggs, Gryph thought. A grin crossed his face as he stepped forward. If this didn't work, then he would fail this quest and maybe end up with a busted nose. His foot passed through the field of air with only the slightest resistance. The rest of his body followed. He now stood in an invisible sphere under 20 tons of fish flab. It was time to get cutting.